Most shocking murder trials ever. The trial of Hannah Kinney, arsenic, acquittal, and the court of public opinion. In the annals of American legal history, few trials have so dramatically illustrated the tension between forensic evidence and public sentiment as the 1840 murder prosecution of Hannah Hansen Kinney. A middle-aged milliner from Maine, Kinney stood accused of poisoning her third husband, George T. Kinney, with arsenic, a charge made all the more sensational by the suspicious deaths of her two previous husbands. What unfolded over 5 December days in a Boston courtroom was not merely a trial for murder, but a spectacle that exposed the deep political and cultural divisions of Jacksonian America, pitting forensic science against character testimony, and ultimately producing one of the swiftest acquittals in judicial memory. Yet that acquittal, rendered in 3 minutes, did not grant Hannah Kinney peace. The court of public opinion, more durable than any judicial tribunal, continued to deliberate for decades, convicting her again and again in the collective imagination of 19th century America. The accused in her history. Hannah Hansen was born in Lisbon, Maine in 1805, the daughter of a modest New England family. Her early life was unremarkable, but her marital history would become the foundation of a narrative that haunted her for the remainder of her days. Her first marriage to Ward Witham in 1822 produced 4 children, but quickly soured amid accusations of infidelity and theft. The couple divorced in 1832 on grounds of adultery, with custody of the children awarded to Hannah. By then, she had relocated to Boston, supporting herself as a seamstress in a city undergoing rapid commercial expansion. In 1834, Hannah married her cousin, Reverend Enoch W. Freeman, a Baptist minister in Lowell, Massachusetts, a union undertaken against the wishes of his congregation. The marriage lasted barely a year. In September 1835, Freeman died suddenly of a violent stomach illness, just days after his father had succumbed to identical symptoms while the couple visited him in Maine. The citizens of Lowell, suspicious of the circumstances, forced Hannah to leave town. She returned to Boston, where she eventually met George T. Kinney, a gambler and drunkard 5 years her junior. They married on November 26, 1836. George Kinney's business soon collapsed, leaving Hannah once again the family's primary breadwinner through her millinery shop on Washington Street. By all accounts, the marriage was troubled. George's drinking and gambling drained the household finances, and there were rumors of infidelity on both sides. In the summer of 1840, Kinney contracted syphilis, a disease for which arsenic was then a commonly prescribed treatment. On August 9, 1840, he drank a cup of sage tea prepared by his wife and died in excruciating pain shortly thereafter. An autopsy revealed arsenic in his stomach, and within weeks, Hannah Kinney was arrested in Thetford, Vermont, where she had been visiting friends, and transported back to Boston to await trial. The trial, science, circumstance, and political theater. The trial commenced before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts on December 21, 1840, presided over by Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw, one of the most formidable legal minds of the era. The prosecution, led by Attorney General James T. Austin, called 18 witnesses over 2 days, building a case of circumstantial evidence anchored in forensic science. Dr. Martin Gay, a prominent Boston physician, testified that his analysis of Kinney's stomach contents revealed the unmistakable presence of arsenic. Other witnesses, including a servant who claimed to have seen a piece of paper marked poison in the kitchen, offered supporting testimony that the defense would later characterize as flimsy at best. What made the trial extraordinary, however, was not merely its forensic dimensions, but its transformation into a political battleground. Boston's Whig newspapers, the Daily Atlas and the Boston Courier, portrayed Hannah as a monstrous seductress, a philistration lamia with serpentine powers of fascination who lured men to their doom. They emphasized her supposed hypnotic eyes and described her displays of grief as crocodile tears, casting her as a cunning predator concealed behind a mask of feminine vulnerability. The Boston Post, a Democratic newspaper, adopted a different posture. Initially indifferent, the Post transformed Kinney's case into a months-long front-page sensation after its editors became convinced of her innocence. The paper mocked the Whigs' breathless coverage and presented Hannah instead as simply a dark-complexioned, decent-looking woman somewhere between the latitudes of 35 and 40. a rigorously normal figure, undeserving of the Cleopatra treatment her accusers had fabricated. The Democratic paper ultimately printed the trial transcript in its entirety, and a distinguished party leader associated with the journal published the full record as an independent pamphlet. Hannah's defense attorneys, Franklin Dexter and George T. Curtis, mounted a vigorous case calling 22 witnesses. They argued that no credible proof existed that Hannah had ever purchased arsenic, that her husband's syphilis treatment provided an alternative explanation for the presence of the poison in his system, and that the rumors circulating about her were precisely that, rumors unsupported by evidence. Defense witness Ernest H. Cheatham testified about the nature of the public gossip that had condemned Hannah before a single juror was sworn. Another witness, Albert G. Leach, Hannah's brother-in-law, would later mortgage his horse and carriage to help her rebuild her life after the trial concluded. The verdict and its aftermath. On Christmas Day, 1840, Chief Justice Shaw delivered his charge to the jury. The panel retired to deliberate. 3 minutes later, they returned. The verdict, not guilty. According to the official trial transcript, the announcement was received with an applause that could not be repressed, and after Mrs. K was discharged, the crowd went down into the street and gave expression to their feelings in cheers. The court reporter, who admitted he had begun the trial with a strong prepossession from public rumor, concluded that the government not only failed to show the guilt of Mrs. Kinney, but the evidence proved her innocence and ought to relieve her from all unjust suspicion. The public, however, was not so easily persuaded. In Lowell, where her second husband had died, and in Boston, where her third had perished, suspicion endured. Rumors soon spread that the elder Mr. Freeman had also died from arsenic poisoning during that fateful 1835 visit. Hannah's own family history, she had lost 2 previous husbands to sudden stomach ailments, became the foundation of a persistent folk narrative that she was a serial killer who had somehow evaded justice. The fact that her first husband, Ward Witham, had survived their marriage and subsequently published a pamphlet reiterating his accusations of adultery and slander only deepened the public's uncertainty. In 1841, Hannah published her autobiography, a review of the principal events of the last 10 years in the life of Mrs. Hannah Kinney, together with some comments upon the late trial, written by herself, a 87-page defense against the accusations that continued to shadow her. Her ex-husband responded with his own publication, Life of Mrs. H. Kinney, for 20 years, in which he reiterated his charges. The dueling publications ensured that the controversy would not fade from public memory. As late as 1868, the Springfield Republican referred to her as Hannah Kinney, supposed to have poisoned the Reverend Mr. Freeman, her second husband, as well as Kinney, her third. Historical significance. The Kinney trial resonates across 2 centuries as a case study in the collision of forensic science, gender politics, and partisan media. At a time when women accused of poisoning were often framed as monstrous aberrations, a trope that saturated Jacksonian popular culture, Hannah Kinney's acquittal suggests that juries could resist the most sensational narratives. The 3-minute deliberation was not merely a rejection of the prosecution's case. It was a repudiation of the Whig press's portrayal of a lamia who lured men to destruction. Yet the verdict did not grant Hannah peace. Her case reveals the limits of the acquittal as a mechanism for restoring reputation, particularly for women accused of transgressing the boundaries of feminine virtue. A jury could declare her innocent, but a community armed with rumor and suspicion could convict her all over again, day after day, for the rest of her life. The persistence of the rumors, decades after the trial, long after any possible motive for further crimes had passed, speaks to a deeper cultural need to believe in the existence of the female poisoner as a figure of moral warning. The Kinney trial also illuminates the role of the partisan press in shaping public perception of criminal defendants. The Whig newspaper's portrayal of Hannah as a sexual predator and the Democratic press's counter-narrative of an ordinary woman unfairly persecuted were not merely competing accounts of the same events. They were products of a broader political culture in which the fate of individual defendants could become symbolic battlegrounds. The trial was as much about the power of newspapers to shape public opinion as it was about whether Hannah Kinney had administered arsenic to her husband. Conclusion. Hannah Kinney died in obscurity, but her trial endures as a landmark in American legal history, not because of any legal precedent it established, but because it so clearly illuminated the forces that shape public perception of accused women. Science deployed as both sword and shield, a press divided by partisan allegiance, and a public hungry for narratives that confirm its deepest fears about female power and male vulnerability. In the end, Hannah Kinney was acquitted. Whether she was innocent is a question that the jury answered in 3 minutes, and that the public has been debating for nearly 2 centuries since. Her case reminds us that justice in a courtroom is not the same as justice in the court of public opinion. The former, flawed though it may be, operates according to rules of evidence and procedure. The latter operates according to the logic of narrative. The story that seems most satisfying, most coherent, most consonant with what we already believe about the world. Hannah Kinney may have walked out of the Boston courthouse a free woman on Christmas Day, 1840. But in the stories told about her, in the rumors whispered in Lowell and Boston, in the pamphlets published and republished, she never really escaped. The trial ended, but the judgment of her neighbors continued and continues still. The trial of John White Webster, forensic dentistry, and the birth of reasonable doubt. On a frigid November afternoon in 1849, Dr. George Parkman, one of Boston's wealthiest and most recognizable citizens, left his Beacon Hill home, expecting to return within hours. He was never seen alive again. The events that followed would grip the nation, produce one of the most significant legal opinions in American history, and establish forensic dentistry as a legitimate tool of criminal investigation. The trial of Harvard professor John White Webster for Parkman's murder became a sensation not merely for its gruesome details, but for the profound legal questions it raised about circumstantial evidence, reasonable doubt, and the limits of scientific proof in an age when forensic science was still in its infancy. The victim and the accused. George Parkman, the Boston Brahmin. George Parkman was born into the upper echelons of Boston society on February 19, 1790. A member of one of the city's most prominent families, Parkman was a physician by training, but had long since abandoned medical practice for the more profitable pursuits of real estate and money lending. He was, by all accounts, a man of formidable presence, tall and lean with a characteristically protruding chin, and a figure so familiar on the streets of Boston that his absence was immediately noticeable. Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr. later observed of Parkman that he abstained while others indulged, he walked while others rode, he worked while others slept. The poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's wife, Fanny, affectionately called him the lean doctor, the good-natured Don Quixote. By 1849, Parkman's fortune was estimated at $500,000, equivalent to approximately $10 million today. Despite his wealth, Parkman was known for his thrift. He walked everywhere, collecting rents personally rather than employing agents, and he carried large sums of money on his person. His daily routines were so regular that any deviation would have been remarked upon by those who knew him. This predictability would prove crucial in the investigation that followed his disappearance. John White Webster, the professor in debt. John White Webster, born May 20, 1793, occupied a position nearly as elevated as Parkman's. A lecturer in chemistry and mineralogy at Harvard Medical College, Webster was a man of considerable intellectual attainment. He was a member of the Massachusetts Medical Society, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the London Geological Society, and the St. Petersburg Mineralogical Society, a collection of affiliations that testified to his scholarly reputation. To his students, he was known affectionately as Skyrocket Jack, a nickname earned by his penchant for pyrotechnic demonstrations in the lecture hall and his enthusiasm for fireworks displays. Yet beneath this veneer of academic respectability, Webster's financial affairs were in a state of catastrophic decline. His salary as a lecturer, supplemented by meager earnings from his writing, could not support the lifestyle to which he and his family had become accustomed. He had been forced to give up a mansion he had built in Cambridge, relocating to a respectable but modest rented house. His debts had accumulated to the point that he had borrowed from a number of friends, using his personal property, including a valuable cabinet of minerals, as collateral. The relationship between Parkman and Webster began as a financial arrangement. In 1842, Webster borrowed $400 from Parkman. Over the ensuing years, as interest accrued and further loans were extended, The debt grew to $2,432, a sum equivalent to roughly $50,000 in today's currency. In 1847, Webster gave Parkman a note for this amount, secured by a mortgage on his personal property. The following year, in an act of desperation, Webster borrowed $1,200 from Robert G. Shaw, using the same mineral collection as collateral, property already pledged to Parkman. When Parkman discovered this duplicity, he was enraged. The confrontation that followed set the stage for tragedy. The crime and its discovery. November 23, 1849. The disappearance. On the morning of November 23, 1849, Parkman was engaged in his customary rounds, collecting debts across Boston. That same day, Webster visited Parkman's home and proposed that they meet at Harvard Medical College that afternoon at 1:30 to discuss the outstanding debt. At precisely 1:45, Parkman was seen entering the college on North Grove Street, dressed in a dark frock coat, dark trousers, a purple satin vest, and his characteristic stovepipe hat. He was never seen alive again. Later that afternoon, Ephraim Littlefield, the janitor of the medical college, noticed that Webster's laboratory rooms were locked from the inside. He heard water running, an unusual occurrence at that hour. When Webster emerged, he appeared agitated, but by 6 o'clock he was at home in Cambridge, preparing to attend a party at the home of his friends, the Treadwells. There, witnesses later testified, he appeared cheerful and perfectly self-possessed, conversing on a variety of topics without any apparent distraction or distress. The investigation. A city in uproar. When Parkman failed to return home that evening, his family began making inquiries. By November 24th, they had contacted the police. The following day, the city of Boston, a city already saturated with 120 periodicals, erupted into a frenzy of speculation. At first, suspicion fell upon Irish immigrants, who were frequently scapegoated for crimes in the city. Others speculated that Parkman had simply left Boston on an unexplained journey. Some believed he had been robbed and murdered for the money he always carried. On November 26, the Parkman family authorized the printing of 28,000 copies of a broadside offering a $3,000 reward for information leading to Parkman's whereabouts. Dr. George Parkman of Boston, the notice read, left his house in Walnut Street, Beacon Hill, on Friday last, the 23rd instant, about 12 o'clock, to go to the medical college in Grove Street, since which time he has not been heard of. The city was plastered with these notices, but no credible sightings emerged. City Marshal Francis Tukey mounted an exhaustive search. He had the Charles River and Boston Harbor dragged for a body. Search parties combed the city day and night. Police inspected Parkman's properties, both rented and vacant, and even searched abandoned buildings Parkman did not own. Twice, officers searched the Harvard Medical College, paying particular attention to the laboratories and dissecting vaults. Both times, they found nothing amiss. Littlefield's suspicion. Ephraim Littlefield, the janitor, was a man of rural origins who lived with his wife Caroline in the basement of the medical college, adjacent to Webster's laboratory. He had known Webster for years and had observed nothing unusual about him until Parkman's disappearance. But in the days following November 23rd, Littlefield began to notice strange behavior. Webster, who had rarely spoken to him beyond issuing instructions, suddenly became conversational. When they met on the street, Webster asked Littlefield whether he had seen Parkman at the college on the day of his disappearance, and whether he had seen him after 1:30, and whether Parkman had been in Webster's lecture room. When Littlefield answered no to all these questions, Webster repeated the story about paying off the debt and walked away. Littlefield also recalled that 4 days before the murder, Webster had asked him a series of questions about the dissecting vault, where bodies were stored for anatomical study. And after the police had searched the college, Webster had given Littlefield a turkey for Thanksgiving dinner. It was the first gift Webster had ever given him. November 30th, the discovery. On November 28th, Littlefield observed Webster making 8 separate trips between his furnace and a fuel closet. The furnace burned so intensely that the wall on the opposite side was hot to the touch. When Webster left, Littlefield let himself into the laboratory through a window and found that the kindling barrels were nearly empty, though they had recently been filled, and that there were wet spots in odd places that tasted of acid. On Thanksgiving Day, November 29th, Littlefield borrowed a hatchet, drill, crowbar, and mortar chisel. With his wife standing guard, he began chiseling through the brick wall beneath Webster's private laboratory privy, where the waste emptied into a pit the police had not searched. He worked through 2 layers of brick before stopping for the evening. The next morning, he resumed his work, eventually punching a hole through the final layer of brick. Peering into the darkness beyond, his eyes adjusting to the foul fumes, he made out a human pelvis resting on a mound of dirt. Nearby, he saw a dismembered thigh and the lower part of a leg. Littlefield ran to the home of Professor Jacob Bigelow, who summoned Marshal Tukey. By the time Tukey arrived, a crowd had gathered. The officers entered the tunnel and began extracting the remains: the pelvis, the right thigh, the lower left leg. They were placed on a board to await the coroner's inspection. Meanwhile, Marshal Tukey dispatched officers to Webster's home in Cambridge. When Webster was told what Littlefield had found, he exclaimed, "That villain! I am a ruined man." He blamed the janitor, noting that only the 2 of them had access to the privy. Then he fell silent. Later, he admitted to placing strychnine in his mouth in an attempt to end his life, an attempt that only made him violently ill. The trial, a legal landmark. March 1850, the courtroom spectacle. The trial of John White Webster commenced in March 1850 before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, presided over by Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw. The case had already attracted extraordinary public interest. Seats in the courtroom had to be replaced with bleachers to accommodate the crowds. Spectators were ushered in for 10-minute intervals, then replaced with the next group. In this manner, thousands witnessed the proceedings. Correspondents from newspapers as far away as London, Paris, and Berlin filed daily reports. Remarkably, 3 of the most celebrated lawyers of the era, Daniel Webster, no relation, Rufus Choate, and Charles Sumner, all declined invitations to join the defense. The consensus was clear. They believed Webster guilty, and no attorney wished to tarnish his reputation by defending a man who had committed such a heinous crime. The court ultimately appointed 2 respected civil lawyers, Edward Sawyer and Pliny Merrick, to represent the accused. As one legal historian later noted, a civil attorney should not try a murder case. Their performance would prove disastrous. The forensic breakthrough. Dr. Keep's teeth. Among the charred remains discovered in Webster's furnace were fragments of mineral teeth, blocks of porcelain mounted on gold plates that had partially melted in the intense heat. The prosecution called Dr. Nathan Cooley Keep, one of Boston's most respected dentists, and the man who had made Parkman's false teeth years earlier. Dr. Keep's testimony became the emotional and evidentiary centerpiece of the trial. He identified the remains of the teeth as those he had made for Dr. Parkman, recognizing them by their distinctive conformation, the peculiar shape of the lower jaw, and the unique connection between the 2 jaws. To confirm his identification, he retrieved the plaster mold from which Parkman's teeth had been crafted. When he fitted the charred fragments against the mold, they matched exactly. The courtroom fell silent as Dr. Keep demonstrated his findings. During his testimony, he became overcome with emotion, and the court and spectators were affected even to tears. The identification of the teeth was of vital importance, for if the prosecution could not prove that the remains were Parkman's, it could not prove his death. Without proof of death, it was impossible to prove that Webster had killed him. Dr. Keep also offered scientific explanations for the condition of the teeth. He explained that mineral teeth worn in the mouth absorb water over time. When suddenly heated, this water turns to steam and causes the teeth to explode, which is why teeth placed in a fire often crack and shatter. But if the teeth were still in the head when placed in the fire, he testified, the surrounding tissue would protect them from sudden heat, allowing the water to escape gradually without cracking. This, he argued, accounted for the fact that the teeth recovered from the furnace, though charred, were not shattered. The defense that wasn't. The defense strategy, to the extent one existed, focused on 2 points. First, that the remains could not conclusively be identified as Parkman's. Second, that if Webster had killed Parkman, it should be considered manslaughter rather than murder. Both arguments were undermined by the defense's failure to pursue what should have been the most promising line of attack, that the janitor, Ephraim Littlefield, might have been the killer. Littlefield had motive, opportunity, and means. He lived in the basement adjacent to Webster's laboratory, had easy access to all areas where the body was hidden, and would collect a $3,000 reward for his role in solving the case, an amount many times his annual salary. Moreover, Littlefield supplemented his income by obtaining cadavers for dissection, a practice that brought him into contact with the seamy underworld of grave robbers and body snatchers. He was skilled at dismembering bodies and had no love for Webster. Yet Webster's attorneys ignored nearly 200 pages of notes Webster had prepared, many countering Littlefield's anticipated testimony. When Littlefield testified about Webster's movements in the week following Parkman's disappearance, Webster provided his attorneys with the names of witnesses who would contradict the janitor. When Littlefield told the jury he was not interested in the reward, Webster identified a professor to whom Littlefield had said the opposite. None of this was used. Most egregiously, after a handwriting expert testified that Webster had written an anonymous letter purporting to reveal Parkman's whereabouts, a second letter, clearly written by the same person, arrived at the courthouse. Since Webster was in jail at the time, he could not have written it. His attorneys did nothing. The charge and the verdict. Chief Justice Shaw delivered his charge to the jury in the evening, speaking for nearly 3 hours. In his instructions, he suggested that Parkman might have been drugged, a theory for which there was no evidence, and instructed jurors to disregard the testimony of 7 defense witnesses who claimed to have seen Parkman alive after his visit to Webster. The jury deliberated for only a few hours. The verdict was guilty. After Webster was sentenced to death, criticism of the trial erupted. A Philadelphia newspaper called it judicial murder in Boston. In response, the 2 prosecutors, the 2 defense counsel, and Chief Justice Shaw sat down together and rewrote the charge, the instructions to the jury, to reflect what they believed it should have been. The revised version was published as the official record. As one legal scholar later observed, the charge of Shaw, as it appears in the Massachusetts reports, is not at all the charge delivered to the jury in March 1850. Legal legacy: Commonwealth versus Webster. Despite the controversy surrounding the trial, Chief Justice Shaw's written opinion in Commonwealth versus Webster became one of the most significant documents in American criminal law. In it, Shaw articulated the standard for reasonable doubt that is still given, often verbatim, in every criminal trial in Massachusetts, and has been adopted by courts across the nation. Shaw defined reasonable doubt as follows: it is not mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs and depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. It is that state of the case which, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge. This formulation, the moral certainty standard, remains the foundation of criminal jury instructions in American courts today. The case also established crucial precedents regarding circumstantial evidence and the proof of corpus delicti, the body of the crime. Shaw held that a murder conviction could stand even without the discovery of a complete body, so long as the evidence proved the victim's death beyond a reasonable doubt. This principle has been cited in countless subsequent cases. Epilogue: Confession and Controversy. On August 30th, 1850, John White Webster was hanged. Before his execution, he confessed to the murder of George Parkman. He requested to be buried in Mount Auburn Cemetery in Cambridge, but his lawyers, fearing grave robbers, buried him instead in an unmarked grave in Copp's Hill Burying Ground in Boston's North End. In 1853, Governor John Clifford, who before his election had been one of the prosecutors in Webster's trial, appointed Pliny Merrick, one of Webster's defense attorneys, to the Supreme Judicial Court. Over the years, the case has continued to provoke debate. Some legal historians have argued that the janitor, Ephraim Littlefield, may have been the actual killer, using his knowledge of Webster's financial troubles to frame the professor while collecting a substantial reward. Littlefield did, in fact, retire comfortably on the $3,000 reward, and there is no evidence that he ever faced serious scrutiny as a suspect. Yet the case's enduring significance lies not in the question of who killed George Parkman, but in the legal principles it established. The Webster trial was among the first in American history to admit scientific evidence as testimony, and the first to admit dental evidence, a precedent that would prove crucial in countless later cases. It established the standard for reasonable doubt that still governs American criminal trials, and it demonstrated in the most graphic terms possible the power of forensic science to establish guilt even in the absence of direct evidence. In the annals of American jurisprudence, Commonwealth versus Webster stands as a landmark, a case that transformed the law of circumstantial evidence and established the forensic dentist as a legitimate expert witness. The charred fragments of Dr. Parkman's teeth, identified by a weeping dentist in a crowded Boston courtroom, did more than convict a murderer. They helped create the modern American criminal trial. The Momtrasna murders, language, injustice, and the ghosts of Joyce Country. On an August night in 1882, in the remote and impoverished hills of Connemara, 5 members of a single family were brutally murdered as they slept in their isolated cottage. The massacre at Momtrasna, on the border between County Mayo and County Galway, shocked Ireland and Britain alike. But the horrors of that night were only the beginning. The investigation, arrests, and trials that followed would produce what historian Robert Key later called one of the most blatant miscarriages of justice in British legal history, a travesty that would see 3 innocent Irish-speaking men hanged, their last words spoken in a language their executioner could not understand, their bodies buried in unmarked graves beneath what is now a cathedral car park. The crime, a family annihilated. The victims were members of the Joyce family, tenant farmers eking out a precarious existence on the harsh, boggy land bordering Loch Mask. On the night of August 17, 1882, attackers entered the home of John Joyce, a small farmer known locally by his nickname, John na Meek, John of the Pigs. What followed was an act of extraordinary savagery. John Joyce was killed, along with his mother Margaret, his wife Bridget, and his daughter Margaret, known as Peggy. John's son Michael died of his injuries the following day. Only 2 family members survived, 9-year-old Patsy Joyce, who was badly wounded, and his older brother Merton, who had been working for a neighboring family on the night of the attack. The motive for the murders has never been definitively established. Over the years, various theories have emerged. Some suggested that John Joyce was suspected of sheep stealing, a common crime in an area where survival often depended on such activities. Others believed that his mother, Margaret, was the principal target, having allegedly informed the authorities about the location where the bodies of 2 employees of a local landlord had been dumped in Loch Mask. Still others pointed to rumors about Peggy's relationship with a member of the Royal Irish Constabulary, a relationship that would have made the family targets in a community where the police were regarded as the natural enemy. Whatever the motive, the murders occurred at a moment of intense political sensitivity. Just 3 months earlier, on May 6, 1882, the newly appointed Chief Secretary for Ireland, Lord Frederick Cavendish, and his permanent Undersecretary Thomas Henry Burke, had been stabbed to death in Dublin's Phoenix Park by members of the extremist Irish National Invincibles. The Phoenix Park murders had sent shockwaves through the British establishment and created an atmosphere of fear and paranoia about Irish unrest. In this context, the massacre at Momtrasna was immediately assumed to be politically motivated, an act of agrarian terrorism connected to the land war then raging across rural Ireland. This assumption would have catastrophic consequences for the innocent men swept up in the investigation that followed. The arrests, sweeping up neighbors. The Royal Irish Constabulary moved swiftly. Within days, 10 men from the surrounding area were arrested. All were local farmers or laborers, mostly related to one another and to the victims in the complicated web of kinship that characterized the isolated communities of Joyce Country. Among the accused were 3 brothers from the townland of Cappanacreha, Paudine Joyce, Martin Joyce, and Miles Joyce, known in Irish as Maura Soy. Miles, a father of 5 children with a 6th on the way, was a first cousin of the murdered John Joyce. The arrested men were removed to Galway jail, where a formal inquiry was held. It was quickly decided to transfer the trial to Dublin, on the grounds that local jurors in Galway might be unduly influenced by the accused's neighbors. This decision, ostensibly intended to ensure a fair trial, in fact ensured that the defendants would face a jury composed of well-heeled people in Dublin who knew nothing of the conditions or language of the Western Seaboard, and who, as one historian noted, subscribed to the prevailing image of the west of Ireland as a region inhabited by barbarians. As the investigation progressed, The Crown's case was built on the testimony of 3 local men who claimed to have witnessed the murders. These witnesses were themselves closely related not only to the victims, but also to many of the accused. Crucially, they had been engaged in bitter, long-running personal conflicts with those they now identified as murderers. Their evidence was implausible and, in some instances, directly contradicted by the testimony of 9-year-old Patsy Joyce, the sole survivor who had witnessed the attack from inside the cottage. Yet their word was treated by the authorities as conclusive. Adding to the pressure, 2 of the accused, Anthony Philbin and Thomas Casey, were persuaded to turn Queen's evidence, testifying against their neighbors in exchange for having their own charges dropped. Facing the gallows, they chose betrayal. Their testimony would seal the fates of the others. The trial proceedings in a foreign language. The trial of the Mamtrasna accused opened in Dublin on November 1st, 1882, and continued for 3 weeks. It was conducted entirely in English. The defendants were all native Irish speakers. Most had little or no English. Miles Joyce, along with several of the other accused, understood no English at all. The court provided an interpreter, but he was an officer of the Royal Irish Constabulary, hardly a neutral party. The solicitor appointed to represent the accused was an English-speaking lawyer from Trinity College, Dublin, who could not communicate with his clients except through the same police interpreter. The judge and jury understood no Irish. As one legal historian observed, who spoke what language and by whom they were understood mattered significantly in determining the accused's fates. Those with some English could negotiate the system or turn Queen's evidence. Those without it were entirely dependent on the accuracy and the honesty of translation. What little Irish language testimony was presented was frequently mistranslated or deliberately suppressed. Key statements in Irish that might have exculpated the accused were not entered into the record. Meanings were disputed and distorted. An English note of Morrow, for instance, could represent either the Irish word marb, dead, or maru, murder, a distinction of potentially life or death importance. The prosecution, eager for convictions, showed little interest in such niceties. The atmosphere surrounding the trial reflected the casual bigotry of the era toward Irish speakers. The Spectator, in its coverage of the case, wrote that the region of Mamtrasna was home to a class of peasants who are scarcely civilized beings and approach far nearer to savages than any other white men, a people no higher than the Maoris or other Polynesians. The graphic described the inhabitants of the area as a tribe dwelling apart from modern life, speaking a dying language, ignorant of English. The Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, Earl Spencer, who visited the crime scene himself, wrote privately to Queen Victoria that, "It is incredible to believe human beings could live in such a hovel." 8 of the 10 accused were convicted of murder. The jury deliberations were often a matter of minutes. Miles Joyce, upon hearing his sentence, reacted in what the Daily Express called the strange, unusual, but sonorous sounds of the Mountain Gaelic. According to the trial transcript, he repeated again and again, "Nil me siontach, I am not guilty." No one in the courtroom understood him. The executions. Justice denied. 5 of the convicted men had their sentences commuted to penal servitude for life. These included Miles Joyce's brothers, Paudine and Martin, who had amended their pleas to guilty to avoid the gallows. They would spend 20 years in prison for a crime they did not commit. 3 men were condemned to death: Miles Joyce, Patrick Joyce, another cousin, and Patrick Casey. They were to be hanged at Galway Jail on December 15, 1882. In the days before the execution, the 2 other condemned men made statements to the governor and chief warder of Galway Jail. Both admitted their own guilt. Patrick Joyce wrote that Thomas Casey did all the shooting, and both insisted, in the strongest possible terms, that Miles Joyce was innocent. Patrick Joyce stated that the Joyces who swore against us did not, nor could not, have seen us the night of the murder. Both men noted that the true perpetrators, including Thomas Casey, who had turned Queen's evidence, remained free. Their statements were forwarded to the Lord Lieutenant Earl Spencer on the morning of December 13th. Spencer refused to intervene. His response, as recorded in the historical record, was chilling in its bureaucratic finality. The law must take its course. On December 15, 1882, the 3 men were hanged in the yard of Galway Jail by William Marwood, the official public executioner for Britain and Ireland. Miles Joyce protested his innocence to the very end. His last words, spoken in Irish, were recorded by the Galway Express. On arriving at the foot of the scaffold, Miles Joyce looked up and stated, "Erathalme glimicht." This garbled transcription represents what was, in fact, a final act of defiance, a comparison of his own unjust death to that of Christ. As he stood with the noose around his neck, Miles Joyce declared, "Feicfid me yosa Creostar bal, crocad asian saneguar chommeth." I will see Jesus Christ in a little while. He too was unjustly hanged. Marwood, who understood not a word of Irish, later recalled the execution with callous indifference. "I couldn't understand a word of his lingo." The three men were buried in unmarked graves within the prison grounds. Today, those graves lie beneath the tarmac of the car park adjacent to Galway Cathedral, a haunting physical symbol of a justice system that literally paved over its victims. The aftermath: confession and unfulfilled justice. The miscarriage of justice did not go unnoticed. In August 1884, at the Catholic chapel in Tourmakitty, not far from the scene of the murders, Thomas Casey, the man who had turned Queen's evidence and whose testimony had helped convict the innocent, publicly confessed that he had sworn falsely at the Dublin trials. The confession was made before the Archbishop of Tuam, John McEvilley, who was administering confirmation. The Archbishop, hitherto no friend to the Irish nationalist movement, was so shaken by what he heard that he began to call publicly for compensation for Miles Joyce's family and for a formal inquiry into the case. Casey's confession was only the beginning. Subsequent investigations by MP Timothy Harrington uncovered evidence that three alleged eyewitnesses had been paid a total of £1,250, equivalent to approximately 160,000 euros or $175,000 today, by the authorities. This was effectively a bribe, a payment for false testimony that would send innocent men to the gallows. The case was twice debated in the House of Commons, in October 1884 and again in July 1885. Pressure for a public inquiry mounted, but the British government refused to grant one. The controversy contributed to the fall of Prime Minister William Gladstone's government later that year. Miles Joyce's widow Bridget, who had been pregnant with their sixth child at the time of his execution, was left to raise her children alone in the same isolated community where her husband had been hanged for a crime he did not commit. She later became the inspiration for a play by Lady Gregory, The Jailgate, and for a poem by Patrick Pearse, the future leader of the 1916 Easter Rising, titled In Beancointa, The Keening Woman. The story of Mem Trosna also found its way into the work of another famous Irish writer. James Joyce, though no relation to the murdered family, wrote about the case in a 1907 essay titled Ireland at the Bar. In it, he described Miles Joyce as a bewildered old man, left over from a culture which is not ours, a deaf mute before his judge, a symbol of the Irish nation at the bar of public opinion. Like him, she is unable to appeal to the modern conscience of England and other countries. The pardoned justice, 136 years late. For more than a century, the case of Miles Joyce remained a stain on the legal history of Ireland. Periodic efforts to secure a pardon were rebuffed. As late as 2011, when two members of the British House of Lords requested a review of the case, Crispin Blunt, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Prisons and Youth Justice, stated that while Miles Joyce was probably an innocent man, he would not be seeking an official pardon. In Ireland, however, attitudes were changing. In 2016, former Irish Language Commissioner Sean O'Currain published Aguar, Injustice, a detailed study of the Mem Trosna case that uncovered new evidence about the payments made to the false witnesses. The book reignited public interest and political pressure for a pardon. In 2017, Dr. Niamh Howland of University College Dublin's Sutherland School of Law was commissioned to conduct a formal review of the case. Her findings were unequivocal. Miles Joyce had been wrongfully convicted. On April 4, 2018, on the advice of the Irish government, President Michael D. Higgins issued a posthumous pardon to Miles Joyce. It was the first presidential pardon ever granted relating to an event that predated the foundation of the Irish state in 1922. In a statement announcing the pardon, President Higgins said, "Maura Soy was wrongly convicted of murder and was hanged for a crime that he did not commit. The moral issue is clear. Everything that happened at the level of the state was horrendous. There was bribery involved. The accused didn't get a proper chance to defend themselves. There wasn't an atmosphere of equality. Later that year, President Higgins traveled to Galway to meet with descendants of Miles Joyce, including American relatives who had traveled from the United States for the occasion, and formally presented them with the pardon. Legacy, a warning, and a symbol. The Momtrasna murders and the subsequent miscarriage of justice remain one of the most shameful episodes in Irish legal history. They stand as a monument to the dangers of a justice system that fails to accommodate linguistic and cultural difference, that prioritizes expediency over fairness, and that allows prejudice to shape the administration of law. The case has lost none of its relevance. In 2025, Sean O'Quirin warned that low pay and lack of strict standards for interpreters in Irish courts meant there was a risk of repeating the type of miscarriage of justice seen at Momtrasna. There are serious issues, he told the Irish Independent, arising from interpreting flaws in contemporary cases. For the people of Joyce Country, however, the legacy is personal. The unmarked graves beneath the cathedral car park remain a focus of local memory. The words Miles Joyce spoke on the scaffold, Fake fid me yosa criostarbal, crocad e sian sanegor shumaith, have passed into the oral tradition of the area, a whispered testament to a man who went to his death protesting his innocence in a language no one in power would understand. In 2018, after the pardon was announced, a documentary about the case was broadcast on TG4, the Irish-language television station. It closed with a shot of the three men who had served 20 years in prison returning to their homes in 1902, released at last, put on a train from Dublin to Ballinrobe, and then left to make the final 18 miles home under the shadow of Momtrasna, in the darkness and the rain. Their release, the narrator observed, was not justice. It was merely the end of an injustice. As the historian Christopher Cassane wrote in his review of Margaret Kelleher's definitive study of the case, to steal his language from a man in the very name of language, Roland Barthes wrote, every legal murder begins here. The story of Malrasoy is a story of such a murder, a legal murder that began with the theft of a man's language, and that took 136 years to acknowledge. The trial of Lizzie Borden, acts, acquittal, and the making of an American legend. In the annals of American crime, few names evoke the same mixture of fascination and revulsion as Lizzie Borden. On the morning of August 4, 1892, in the quiet mill town of Fall River, Massachusetts, Andrew Borden, a wealthy but notoriously frugal businessman, and his second wife, Abby Borden, were found brutally murdered in their home. Andrew dispatched with a series of blows to his head while he napped on a sofa. Abby struck repeatedly in an upstairs bedroom. The only other person in the house at the time of the murders was Andrew's younger daughter, Lizzie, a 32-year-old spinster who taught Sunday school and belonged to the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Her subsequent trial for the murders would become one of the most sensational legal proceedings in American history, a case that exposed the fault lines of class, gender, and Victorian propriety, and that continues to captivate the public imagination more than a century after the jury declared her not guilty. The Bordens of Fall River. Fall River, Massachusetts, in the late 19th century was a city built on cotton and steam. Its textile mills churned out cotton cloth for the nation, and its streets were lined with the mansions of the mill owners who had grown rich on the industry. The Borden family had been part of this fabric since the early decades of the century. Andrew Jackson Borden, born in 1822, had worked his way up from humble beginnings to become a successful undertaker, furniture maker, and real estate speculator. By 1892, his estate was valued at approximately $300,000, equivalent to nearly $10 million today, making him one of the wealthiest men in Fall River. But Andrew Borden's wealth was matched by his legendary frugality. Though he could easily have afforded to live on the city's fashionable hill, he chose instead to remain in the family's modest Greek Revival house at 92 2nd Street, a narrow, unadorned dwelling sandwiched between a row of tenements and a railroad track. He walked to work each day, carried his own lunch in a tin pail, and carefully tracked every penny of his income. To the citizens of Fall River, Andrew Borden was known as a man who had a dollar and held on to it. The household at 92 2nd Street was a study in domestic tension. Andrew's first marriage had produced two daughters, Emma, born in 1851, and Lizzie, born in 1860. After the death of his first wife in 1863, Andrew married Abby Durfee Gray, a woman whom neither daughter ever fully accepted as a stepmother. The girls referred to her not as mother, but as Mrs. Borden, and relations between the two sides of the household had deteriorated to the point that the family rarely sat down to meals together. In the years before the murders, Andrew had deeded the house in which Abby's sister lived to Abby's family, a transfer that Lizzie and Emma viewed as a betrayal, fearing it signaled Andrew's intention to leave a substantial portion of his estate to his second wife. Lizzie herself cut an enigmatic figure in Fall River society. She was active in church work, teaching Sunday school at the Central Congregational Church, and serving as secretary-treasurer of the Christian Endeavor Society. She was also involved in the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Fruit and Flower Mission, organizations dedicated to moral uplift and charitable work. Yet there were whispers about her. She had a temper, acquaintances noted. She could be moody and unpredictable. In the months before the murders, she had been seen walking alone in the family's barn, and she had made several puzzling purchases, including prussic acid, a powerful poison from a local drugstore, though the druggist refused to sell it to her without a prescription. The murders. August 4th, 1892. The morning of August 4th began unremarkably in the Borden household. Andrew Borden left for his morning rounds, stopping at several properties to collect rents and speak with tenants. Abby Borden busied herself with household tasks. Lizzie claimed to have eaten breakfast in the kitchen, then gone out to the barn in search of lead for fishing sinkers, a strange occupation for a 32-year-old woman on a hot August morning, but one she would maintain throughout the investigation. At approximately 9 a.m., Abby Borden went upstairs to make up a guest bedroom. Shortly thereafter, Lizzie claimed to have heard a noise that she described as a scraping sound, followed by a groan. She called out for her mother, but there was no answer. Assuming Mrs. Borden had gone out, Lizzie continued about her business. Andrew Borden returned home at approximately 10:45 a.m. He had tried the front door and found it locked, an unusual occurrence, as the family typically left the door unlocked during the day. Lizzie later claimed that she had been ironing handkerchiefs in the kitchen and did not hear her father's knock. A neighbor, Mrs. Adelaide Churchill, heard him trying the door and he let him in. Andrew Borden went to the sitting room, lay down on the sofa, and fell asleep. At approximately 11:10 a.m., Lizzie called out to the maid, Bridget Sullivan, who was resting in her room after washing the windows. "Maggie, come down," Lizzie said, using the name by which she called the maid. "Father is dead. Somebody came in and killed him." Bridget Sullivan descended the stairs to find Andrew Borden lying on the sofa, his face so brutally mutilated by a series of axe blows that one eye had been split from its socket. As neighbors gathered, someone noticed that Abby Borden was still missing. A search of the house was conducted. It was Lizzie who suggested that perhaps Mrs. Borden had returned and gone upstairs. In an upstairs bedroom, they found her body. She too had been struck repeatedly with an axe, the blows so violent that her head had been nearly severed from her body. The investigation and arrest. The investigation into the Borden murders was botched from the start. Police arrived at the scene within minutes but failed to secure the house properly. Neighbors, curiosity seekers, and newspaper reporters tramped through the crime scene, disturbing evidence and contaminating any hope of a clean forensic examination. No attempt was made to examine Lizzie's hands or clothing for blood spatter, a procedure that would become standard in later decades. Most damagingly, the police accepted Lizzie's account of her movements without question, failing to search the barn where she claimed to have been until days after the murders. Nevertheless, suspicion quickly settled on Lizzie. Her behavior in the days following the murders struck many observers as peculiar. At the inquest, she gave contradictory testimony, changing her story about where she had been at the time of the murders. When asked whether she had been in the barn, she said she had been there. When asked what she had done there, she claimed to have been looking for lead for fishing sinkers. When asked whether she had found any, she said no. When pressed about whether she had gone into the house through the back door, she grew flustered and evasive. Most damning was the matter of the dress. Witnesses claimed that on the morning of the murders, Lizzie had been wearing a light blue cotton dress. After the murders, she was seen burning a dress in the kitchen stove, claiming it had been stained with paint. The police did not recover the dress, and its destruction became a focal point of public suspicion. On August 11th, 1 week after the murders, Lizzie was arrested and charged with the murders of her father and stepmother. She was held in the Fall River Jail, where she received a steady stream of visitors, including her sister Emma, her lawyers, and a constant supply of food and flowers from sympathetic supporters. The press coverage was relentless. Newspapers across the country carried daily accounts of the case, and reporters descended on Fall River in such numbers that the city seemed to be under siege. The trial, a spectacle of Victorian America. The trial of Lizzie Borden opened on June 5, 1893, in New Bedford, Massachusetts, before Judge Justin Dewey, with the legendary defense attorney Andrew J. Jennings leading the defense team. The prosecution was led by District Attorney Hosea M. Knowlton, a man of considerable ability who faced the unenviable task of proving Lizzie's guilt based almost entirely on circumstantial evidence. The courtroom was packed to capacity each day, with spectators, mostly women, arriving hours before the proceedings began to secure seats. The New York World described the scene. The courtroom is crowded with women who come to gaze at the prisoner. They sit for hours without moving, their eyes fixed upon her face. They seem to find in her expression something that satisfies some morbid curiosity. The prosecution's case was built on several pillars. First, they argued that no one else could have committed the murders. The house had been locked. Bridget Sullivan had been outside washing windows. Andrew Borden had been asleep on the sofa. Abby Borden had been upstairs. Only Lizzie had been inside the house, and only she had the opportunity to commit both murders. Second, they introduced evidence of Lizzie's strange behavior in the days leading up to the murders. The attempt to purchase prussic acid, the burning of the dress, the contradictory testimony at the inquest. Third, they suggested a motive. Lizzie feared that her father intended to leave a substantial portion of his estate to Abby, and she resented her stepmother's influence. The defense, led by Jennings and the formidable George D. Robinson, a former governor of Massachusetts, countered with a simple but effective strategy. They argued that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. They pointed to the absence of blood on Lizzie's person or clothing, though the lack of contemporaneous forensic examination made this argument difficult to prove. They suggested that the murders had been committed by an unknown intruder, perhaps someone who had a grudge against Andrew Borden. And they reminded the jury that Lizzie was a woman of good character, a church-going Sunday school teacher who had never been accused of any crime before. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when the prosecution produced the murder weapon, or rather, what they claimed was the murder weapon. A hatchet head, missing its handle, had been found in the Borden cellar. The prosecution argued that it was the weapon used to kill the Bordens, but the defense countered that it was covered in dust and showed no signs of recent use. The hatchet, like so much else in the case, failed to provide the conclusive evidence the prosecution needed. The verdict and its aftermath. After a trial that lasted 2 weeks, the case went to the jury on June 20th, 1893. The jurors deliberated for just over an hour, a remarkably short time for a double murder trial of such complexity. When they returned to the courtroom, they delivered a verdict of not guilty. The reaction in the courtroom was immediate and dramatic. According to the Fall River Herald, as the words were spoken, the prisoner, who had been sitting with her hands clasped on the railing before her, fell forward in a faint. Her sister Emma, who was sitting behind her, caught her as she fell. There was a scene of indescribable excitement. Women screamed, men cheered, and the crowd surged forward toward the prisoner. Lizzie Borden walked out of the courtroom a free woman, but she never escaped the shadow of suspicion. The citizens of Fall River remained divided. Some believed in her innocence and treated her with the deference due a member of a prominent family. Others shunned her, crossing the street to avoid passing her house, whispering behind her back. She and Emma purchased a large house on the hill, the fashionable neighborhood her father had disdained, and lived there in relative seclusion. But the social ostracism never entirely lifted. Lizzie Borden died on June 1st, 1927, at the age of 66. She left an estate valued at approximately $250,000. But she had spent her final years in deepening eccentricity, collecting china and furniture, attending the theater, and maintaining a circle of friends who remained loyal to her, despite the cloud of suspicion that never lifted. Emma had moved out years earlier, unable to bear the strain of living with her sister. Legacy, the enduring mystery. The Lizzie Borden case has never lost its hold on the American imagination. In the decades since her acquittal, dozens of books, articles, plays, films, and television programs have been devoted to the case. The house at 92 2nd Street, now a bed and breakfast, attracts thousands of visitors each year who come to see the scene of the crime. The nursery rhyme that begins, "Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks," has become a permanent part of American folklore. Though, like so much else in the case, the details are wrong. Abby Borden received 19 blows, Andrew 11. Why does the case continue to fascinate? Part of the answer lies in its ambiguity. Unlike many murder trials, the Borden case has never been conclusively solved. Was Lizzie guilty? The circumstantial evidence points in her direction, but there is no smoking gun, no confession, no eyewitness. The possibility that an intruder committed the murders, someone with a grudge against Andrew Borden, cannot be entirely dismissed. The case remains, in the words of one historian, a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma, wrapped in Victorian propriety. But the case's enduring power also lies in what it reveals about late 19th century America. Lizzie Borden was tried not only for murder, but for violating the expectations of Victorian womanhood. A woman of her class was supposed to be gentle, nurturing, passive. Lizzie, with her unexplained absences, her puzzling purchases, her contradictory testimony, her burning of a dress in the kitchen stove, failed to conform to the script. Whether she killed her father and stepmother or not, she was perceived by many as a woman who had transgressed the boundaries of acceptable female behavior. And for that transgression, she was punished not by the law but by public opinion, which convicted her long before the jury acquitted her. The Lizzie Borden trial also exposed the fault lines of class in American society. Andrew Borden was a wealthy man, and his daughters were members of Fall River's elite. Would the investigation and trial have proceeded differently if the Bordens had been poor? Almost certainly. The deference shown to Lizzie by the police, the court, and much of the press reflected the privileges of class, privileges that may well have saved her from conviction. In the end, the Lizzie Borden case endures because it resists resolution. Like all great mysteries, it offers no easy answers, only questions that refuse to go away. Did Lizzie Borden murder her parents? A jury said no, but the American public has been deliberating ever since. The answer, like the woman herself, remains elusive. A ghost haunting the house at 92 2nd Street, a whisper in the nursery rhyme that will not be silenced, a question that will never receive a final answer. The Black Dahlia, the murder that haunted Los Angeles. Shortly before dawn on January 15, 1947, a woman walking with her 3-year-old daughter through a residential neighborhood in Leimert Park, Los Angeles, made a discovery that would become one of the most enduring mysteries in American criminal history. In a vacant lot, nestled against the curb, lay the naked body of a young woman, severed cleanly at the waist, posed with deliberate horror, and drained entirely of blood. The victim was 22-year-old Elizabeth Short, an aspiring actress from Massachusetts whose dark hair, pale complexion, and tragic fate would earn her the posthumous nickname, the Black Dahlia. The brutality of the crime, the grotesque theatricality of the scene, and the failure of one of the nation's largest police departments to identify her killer transformed Short's murder into a cultural obsession, one that has spawned countless theories, confessions, and investigations across 8 decades, yet remains officially unsolved. Elizabeth Short, the girl in the black. Elizabeth Short was born on July 29, 1924, in Hyde Park, Massachusetts, the third of 5 daughters born to Cleo and Phoebe Short. Her childhood was marked by instability. Her father, a construction contractor, lost much of his wealth in the stock market crash of 1929 and, according to family accounts, abandoned the family in 1930, staging his own death by drowning in a lake in Massachusetts before resurfacing years later in California. Phoebe Short raised her daughters alone, moving frequently and struggling to make ends meet. It was a childhood that left Elizabeth, known to her family as Bet, dreaming of escape. As a teenager, Short developed a reputation for beauty and ambition. She dropped out of high school in 1942 and headed to Florida, where she worked briefly in a drugstore and began to cultivate the persona she would carry with her for the rest of her short life. The aspiring actress, the glamorous unknown, the woman of mystery. By 1943, she had made her way to California, settling in the Los Angeles area, where she drifted between temporary jobs, brief romances, and a succession of cheap hotels and rooming houses. Those who knew Elizabeth Short during her years in California described her as a woman of contradictions. She was reserved, almost secretive, about her past, giving conflicting accounts of her age, her background, and her marital status. Yet she was also ambitious, dressing in black, a color she believed made her look more sophisticated, and haunting the nightclubs and theaters of Hollywood, hoping to be discovered. She had a brief relationship with a pilot named Matthew Michael Gordon Jr., who proposed to her by letter while stationed overseas. In August 1945, Gordon died in a plane crash. Short wore his ring and told friends she was a widow, though the engagement had never been formalized. In the months before her death, Short's life had grown increasingly precarious. She had moved to San Diego briefly, then to Los Angeles, where she supported herself through casual work and, according to some accounts, occasional prostitution. She was arrested in September 1946 for public intoxication after a fight with another woman in a Los Angeles bar. By January 1947, she was living at the Chancellor Hotel on South Flower Street, a modest establishment that catered to the city's transient population. She was last seen on January 9, 1947, at the Biltmore Hotel in downtown Los Angeles, where she reportedly met with a man whose identity she did not reveal. 6 days later, her body was found in the Leimert Park lot. The crime scene, a grotesque display. The discovery of Elizabeth Short's body was made by Betty Bersinger, a mother of two who initially mistook the bisected figure for a discarded mannequin. When she realized what she had found, she drove to a nearby house and called the police. What the officers found when they arrived would haunt them for the rest of their careers. Short's body had been posed with a precision that suggested a ritualistic intent. Her arms were raised above her head, her legs spread apart, her mouth sliced open at the corners to create what investigators would euphemistically describe as a Glasgow smile, a grotesque, clown-like grimace. She had been drained of blood, indicating that she had been killed elsewhere and transported to the lot, though no blood was found at the scene. Her body had been washed clean, and her clothing, a black skirt, a blouse, a pair of shoes, was nowhere to be found. The mutilation was extensive and specific. Short had been severed at the waist with a precision that suggested surgical skill. Her body had been scrubbed clean, and there was evidence of post-mortem carving. Her thighs had been cut, her left breast had been partially severed, and her face had been slashed in a manner that seemed designed to disfigure rather than to kill. The cause of death was determined to be hemorrhaging from the facial lacerations and the impact of a blow to the head, though the exact sequence of events remained unclear. The identification of the body was made through fingerprints, which had been taken during her September arrest. When the news broke that the victim was a young woman who had been pursuing an acting career in Hollywood, the story exploded across the nation's front pages. The Los Angeles newspapers, locked in a fierce circulation war, competed to produce the most sensational coverage. It was the Los Angeles Examiner, a Hearst publication, that bestowed the name that would become inseparable from the case, the Black Dahlia. The nickname was drawn from a film noir of the era, The Blue Dahlia, and from Short's habit of wearing black clothing and arranging her dark hair with flowers. The investigation. A city in panic. The investigation into Elizabeth Short's murder was the largest in the history of the Los Angeles Police Department to that time. More than 400 officers were assigned to the case, working under the direction of Captain Jack Donahoe of the LAPD's Central Division. They interviewed more than 1,500 people, pursued leads that stretched across the country, and compiled a file that would eventually run to thousands of pages. But the investigation was hampered from the start by the sensational nature of the case, which attracted an avalanche of false confessions, crank tips, and attention seekers. More than 60 people confessed to the murder of Elizabeth Short, many of them in elaborate detail. Some were dismissed quickly, others required extensive investigation. The most prominent of these false confessors was a man named Leslie Dillon, a bellhop and aspiring writer who claimed to have inside knowledge of the crime. Dillon was held by police for weeks and interrogated intensively before being released. Another suspect, Dr. George Hodel, a wealthy physician with a taste for the occult, was investigated extensively but never charged. His son, Steve Hodel, would later write a book arguing that his father was the killer, a theory that has gained significant attention despite the absence of conclusive evidence. The LAPD's handling of the case has been the subject of intense criticism. In recent years, historians and journalists have documented a pattern of misconduct, including the suppression of evidence, the mishandling of suspects, and the destruction of key files. The department was under enormous pressure to solve the crime, and its officers were not above resorting to questionable tactics in their pursuit of a suspect. By 1949, the investigation had effectively been abandoned, though the case remained open and continues to be reviewed periodically by the LAPD's cold case unit. Theories and suspects: the hunt for a killer. The Black Dahlia case has produced more theories than almost any other unsolved murder in American history. Some investigators believe that Short was killed by a doctor or a medical student, citing the precision of the dismemberment. Others pointed to a connection with the Cleveland torso murderer, a serial killer who had terrorized Ohio in the 1930s, though the geographical and temporal distance made this unlikely. Still others suggested that Short was killed by a jealous lover, a jilted suitor, or a sexual predator who had stalked her from the nightclubs of Hollywood. Among the most persistent theories are those that point to individuals with connections to the Los Angeles elite. The name of Norman Chandler, the publisher of the Los Angeles Times, has surfaced in connection with the case, though the evidence for his involvement is circumstantial at best. More recently, the theory advanced by Steve Hodel, that his father, Dr. George Hodel, was the killer, has gained considerable traction. Hodel's son presents a range of evidence, including George Hodel's connections to the occult, his alleged involvement in a 1945 abortion that went wrong, and his presence in Los Angeles at the time of the murder. The LAPD has not confirmed Hodel's theory, and it remains one of many possibilities in a case defined by uncertainty. The failure to solve the Black Dahlia case has led to enduring speculation about police corruption and misconduct. Some investigators have suggested that the killer had connections to the LAPD, pointing to the apparent ease with which he was able to transport the body and pose it in a vacant lot without being observed. Others have argued that the investigation was deliberately sabotaged to protect someone of wealth and influence. The destruction of key files and the death of principal investigators have made it impossible to resolve these questions with certainty. The cultural legacy and American obsession. The Black Dahlia case has never faded from the American imagination. In the decades since Elizabeth Short's death, she has been the subject of dozens of books, documentaries, films, and television programs. The 2006 film The Black Dahlia, directed by Brian De Palma and starring Josh Hartnett, Scarlett Johansson, and Hilary Swank, brought the story to a new generation. The case has inspired works of fiction, including James Ellroy's 1987 novel The Black Dahlia, which reimagines the investigation as a noir meditation on obsession and corruption. Ellroy, whose own mother was murdered when he was a child, has written extensively about the case and its hold on his imagination. Why does the Black Dahlia case continue to fascinate? Part of the answer lies in its unresolved nature. The absence of a resolution allows for endless speculation, for the projection of meanings and theories onto a crime that resists explanation. But the case also speaks to something deeper in the American psyche, the dark side of the Hollywood dream, the brutal reality that lurks beneath the glamour, the fate of the beautiful young woman who came to Los Angeles seeking fame and found only death. Elizabeth Short has been remembered not as she was, but as the crime made her, a symbol, a mystery, a cautionary tale. The photograph that has become inseparable from her memory, the dark hair, the crimson flower, the enigmatic smile, was taken years before her death, when she was still a young woman with ambitions and dreams. The woman in that photograph was not the Black Dahlia. She was Elizabeth Short, a complicated, flawed, and ultimately tragic figure who deserves to be remembered as more than a victim. The case today, unsolved and unforgotten. The Black Dahlia case remains open in the files of the Los Angeles Police Department. Over the years, new leads have been investigated, new suspects proposed, new claims of resolution announced, but no arrest has ever been made and no confession has ever been verified. In 2013, a retired LAPD detective named Greg Kading announced that his investigation had identified a suspect, a man named Leslie Dillon, who had been a person of interest in the original investigation. But the evidence remained circumstantial, and the case was not reopened. In 2018, a team of forensic experts used new DNA analysis to test evidence from the crime scene, but the results were inconclusive. The degradation of the evidence over time, combined with the contamination that occurred during the original investigation, has made it unlikely that modern forensic techniques will provide a definitive answer. The house where Elizabeth Short was last seen, the Biltmore Hotel, still stands in downtown Los Angeles, a landmark of a vanished era. The vacant lot where her body was found has long since been developed, but the site remains a place of pilgrimage for true crime enthusiasts and those drawn to the enduring mystery of her death. Every year on the anniversary of her murder, visitors gather to pay their respects, leaving flowers and notes at a location that has no marker, no plaque, no official acknowledgement of what happened there. The Black Dahlia case endures because it resists closure. It is a story without an ending, a mystery without a solution, a death that has never been answered. For 8 decades, it has haunted Los Angeles, a city built on dreams and shadows, a place where beauty and brutality exist side by side, where the pursuit of fame can lead to the darkest of fates. Elizabeth Short came to Hollywood seeking something she never found. What she found instead was immortality of a kind she never could have imagined, a place in the gallery of American crime that she shares with Jack the Ripper, with the Zodiac, with all the other ghosts who refuse to be laid to rest. The Richard Speck case, 8 nurses and the failure of justice. On the night of July 13, 1966, in a quiet Chicago neighborhood, a young drifter with a history of alcoholism and petty crime climbed through a window into a townhouse that served as a dormitory for student nurses. By dawn, 8 young women lay dead, their bodies scattered across the house, stabbed and strangled in a frenzy of violence that would shock the nation and expose deep flaws in the American criminal justice system. The survivor, a 23-year-old nursing student named Corazon Amaral, had hidden under a bed, holding her breath as the killer searched the room and emerged to a world that would never be the same. The Richard Speck case became a watershed moment in American history, a crime so brutal that it shattered assumptions about safety and order, and a trial so flawed that it raised fundamental questions about the rights of defendants and the obligations of the state. The crime, July 13th to 14th, 1966. The townhouse at 2319 East 100th Street in the South Chicago neighborhood of Jeffrey Manor was home to 9 student nurses who worked at the nearby South Chicago Community Hospital. They were young women, most in their early 20s, who had come to Chicago from across the Midwest to pursue their training. On the evening of July 13th, most of the nurses were in the house, preparing for an evening out or settling in for the night. Only one of the 9, Gloria Davy, was away, visiting her family in nearby Gary, Indiana. Shortly after 11 p.m., Richard Speck, a 24-year-old merchant seaman who had been drinking heavily, climbed through a window he had forced open on the ground floor. He found the first of his victims, a nurse named Pearl Branson, and demanded money. When she told him she had none, he began to gather the nurses one by one, herding them into the back bedroom of the house. Over the course of the next several hours, he terrorized them, tying them with strips of torn bedsheet, threatening them with a knife and a gun, and debating aloud what to do with them. What happened in that bedroom has been reconstructed from the testimony of Corazon Amaral, the only woman to survive. Amaral, who had hidden under a bed when she heard the intruder in the house, watched through a gap in the bed frame as Speck led the other nurses into the room, one by one, and bound them. She watched as he led them out of the room, one by one, and killed them. She heard their screams, their pleas, their final cries. She counted as the numbers dwindled. 8 women taken, none returned. The murders were methodical but chaotic. Speck used a knife, a gun, and his bare hands, stabbing and strangling his victims with a ferocity that suggested a man entirely out of control. The first of the nurses to die was Gloria Davy, who had returned to the house at the wrong moment. She was found in the front bedroom, her body arranged in a pose that would later be described as ritualistic. The others were killed in the back bedroom, in the bathroom, in the hallway. By the time Speck left the house shortly before dawn, 8 women were dead: Gloria Davy, Suzanne Ferris, Mary Ann Jordan, Nina Schmale, Patricia Matusek, Pamela Wilkening, Merlita Gargulo, and Valentina Passion. Corazon Amaral remained under the bed for nearly 2 hours after Speck left, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. When she finally emerged, she climbed onto the porch roof and began screaming for help. A neighbor heard her cries and called the police. The investigation. A city in mourning. The discovery of the bodies at 2319 East 100th Street sent shockwaves through Chicago and across the nation. The press descended on the neighborhood, and photographs of the victims, young, attractive, full of promise, appeared on front pages from coast to coast. The crime seemed to embody every fear of the era: the vulnerability of young women, the randomness of violence, the failure of institutions to protect the innocent. The investigation was led by the Chicago Police Department, which mobilized hundreds of officers in the search for the killer. The break in the case came quickly. 2 days after the murders, a police artist worked with Corazon Amaroa to create a composite sketch of the man she had seen. The sketch was distributed to newspapers and television stations across the country. A bartender at a tavern on East 100th Street recognized the face: a man named Richard Speck, who had been drinking there on the night of the murders. Speck had left Chicago after the murders, traveling by bus to his home in Monmouth, Illinois. On July 17, 4 days after the murders, he was found in a room at the Star Hotel in Monmouth, having attempted suicide by slashing his wrists. He was taken to a local hospital where he was identified by his distinctive tattoos, including one that read, "Born to Raise Hell." He was arrested and returned to Chicago, where he faced charges of 8 counts of murder. The confession came quickly. In the days following his arrest, Speck gave a detailed account of the murders. Though his recollection was fragmented and his demeanor suggested a man whose mind had been destroyed by years of alcohol abuse and, as would later emerge, a childhood marked by violence and deprivation. The confession was recorded on video and would later become a central piece of evidence at his trial. The trial, a defendant's rights. The trial of Richard Speck opened on April 3, 1967 in Peoria, Illinois, where the case had been moved to avoid the intense publicity in Chicago. The presiding judge was Herbert Passion, and the prosecution was led by William Martin, the state's attorney for Peoria County. Speck was defended by 2 court-appointed attorneys, Gerald Getty and Marvin Gerstein, who faced the nearly impossible task of defending a man who had been identified by a survivor, confessed to the crime, and shown no remorse for his actions. The trial was brief by modern standards, lasting only 12 days. The prosecution presented the testimony of Corazon Amaroa, whose identification of Speck was unequivocal, and the videotaped confession in which Speck described the murders in graphic detail. The defense, constrained by the overwhelming evidence, focused on the question of Speck's mental state, arguing that he was not responsible for his actions because of his history of alcoholism and brain damage. The jury was not persuaded. After less than an hour of deliberation, they returned a verdict of guilty on all 8 counts. In the penalty phase of the trial, the same jury recommended the death penalty, a sentence that would have been carried out within months under Illinois law at the time. But the Speck case was not over. The imposition of the death penalty triggered an automatic appeal, and the case began a journey through the federal court system that would last more than 5 years. In 1971, the United States Supreme Court handed down its decision in Furman v. Georgia, a landmark ruling that effectively invalidated all existing death penalty statutes in the United States. As a result, Richard Speck's death sentence was commuted to life in prison. The aftermath: justice undone. The commutation of Speck's death sentence was a devastating blow to the families of his victims and to the public that had followed the case so closely. For 8 years, they had waited for justice. Now they were told that justice would not come. Speck would spend the rest of his life in prison, but he would not die for his crimes. What followed only deepened the sense of betrayal. In 1972, Speck was transferred to the Stateville Correctional Center in Joliet, Illinois, where he was assigned to the prison's minimum security medical wing. There, he was given unusual privileges, including the ability to move freely within the facility and to interact with female visitors. In 1974, a prison guard discovered that Speck had been receiving conjugal visits from a woman he had met through a prison ministry program. When the relationship ended, Speck threatened to kill her and her children. The most damaging revelation came in 1991, when the television news program 48 Hours obtained a videotape that Speck had made secretly while in prison. In the tape, Speck is shown in his cell, dressed in women's lingerie and a blonde wig, snorting cocaine and drinking alcohol. "I've had 8 murders," he says to the camera, grinning, "and I've got to live with that. I'm living better now than I ever have in my life. I'm a celebrity." The tape, which had been made by another inmate, was broadcast to a horrified nation, exposing the failure of the Illinois prison system to control one of its most dangerous inmates. Richard Speck died of a heart attack on December 5, 1991, at the age of 49. He had served 25 years in prison, less than 3 years for each of the 8 women he had murdered. At the time of his death, the state of Illinois had not yet reinstated the death penalty, and Speck had never faced the punishment that the jury had intended. Legacy: the failure of justice. The Richard Speck case left a lasting imprint on American criminal justice. The crime itself, with its 8 young victims, shattered the illusion of safety that had characterized American life in the post-war era. It was no longer possible to believe that violence was confined to the urban poor, to the criminal underworld, to those who lived outside the bounds of respectability. The nurses of 2319 East 100th Street were middle class, educated, employed, the very image of American promise. Their deaths announced that no one was safe. The case also exposed the limitations of the criminal justice system in dealing with violent crime. Speck's trial, though legally correct, left a sense of unfinished business that would haunt the families of his victims for decades. The commutation of his death sentence, the revelations of his privileged life in prison, and the circulation of his boastful videotape all contributed to a growing sense that the system was broken, that it protected the rights of criminals at the expense of the rights of victims. In the years since the Speck case, the American criminal justice system has undergone profound changes. The victims' rights movement, which emerged in the 1970s and 1980s, was shaped in part by the experience of families like those of the 8 nurses, who watched as the man who had murdered their daughters was treated with a deference that seemed to mock their loss. The reinstatement of the death penalty in Illinois and elsewhere reflected a public determination to ensure that justice would be done. But the Speck case also raised questions that have never been fully resolved. How should a society balance the rights of defendants with the needs of victims? How can we ensure that punishment is proportionate to the crime? And what do we owe to the families of those who have been murdered? Not only justice, but the assurance that their loss will not be forgotten. Conclusion: the survivor's witness. Corazon Amaral, the woman who survived by hiding under a bed while 8 of her friends were murdered, lived with the memory of that night for the rest of her life. She returned to the Philippines after the trial, married and had children, but she never spoke publicly about what she had witnessed. In 1991, when she learned that Speck had died, she told a reporter, "I have no comment. That man is dead. That's all." Amoral's silence speaks to the enduring trauma of the crime, a trauma that extends beyond the survivors and the families of the victims to the nation that witnessed it. The Richard Speck case was not the first mass murder in American history, nor would it be the last. But it marked a turning point, a moment when the American public was forced to confront the reality that violence could touch anyone, anywhere, at any time. The 8 nurses of Jeffrey Manor are remembered not only for the horror of their deaths, but for the innocence they represented, an innocence that was shattered on a summer night in 1966, and that has never been fully restored. The murder of Louisa Dunn, justice. After 58 years, on the morning of June 28, 1967, the neighbors of Louisa Dunn noticed something wrong. The 75-year-old widow, a familiar figure on Britannia Road in the Easton District of Bristol, had failed to collect her daily newspaper from the front garden wall. a ritual so ingrained that its omission immediately signaled trouble. When neighbors entered her home, they found her lying dead in the front room. She had been raped and strangled, the bruising on her neck indicating that a scarf had been used to end her life. For 58 years, her killer remained unknown, one of countless unsolved murders consigned to the cold case files of British policing. But in 2025, a 92-year-old man named Ryland Headley was convicted of her murder, sentenced to die in prison for a crime committed when he was 34. The case, which relied on modern DNA analysis of evidence collected in 1967, stands as the oldest cold case ever solved in the United Kingdom, a testament to the persistence of forensic science and the refusal of investigators to abandon the pursuit of justice. The crime: a widow murdered in her home. Louisa Dunn was a woman who had known loss. Twice widowed, estranged from her 2 children, she lived alone in her modest home on Britannia Road, where she passed her days watching the neighborhood from her front door, chatting with acquaintances, tending to the small routines that gave structure to a solitary life. Her neighbors remembered her as a kind woman who wouldn't hurt a fly, a grandmother whose presence was woven into the fabric of the working-class community in which she had lived for decades. On the night of June 27, 1967, or in the early hours of June 28th, Ryland Headley broke into her home through a window. He was 34 years old, a railway worker living just outside the area. What followed was an act of extraordinary brutality. Headley raped the 75-year-old woman, then strangled her with a scarf. He left her body on the floor of her front room, where it would be discovered the following morning by a neighbor who had grown concerned by her absence from her usual post at the door. The investigation that followed was thorough by the standards of its time. Police conducted what was then an exhaustive forensic examination of the crime scene. They recovered semen from the blue skirt Dunn had been wearing at the time of the attack. They also found a partial palm print from the section of the hand between the wrist and the base of the little finger on the window through which the killer had entered. Over the following weeks and months, detectives took handprints from 19,000 men and boys in the Bristol area in an attempt to match the print. They found no match. Headley, who lived just outside the area where the prints were collected, was never asked to provide his prints. The case went cold, and the evidence, including Dunn's skirt and the palm print, was sealed away. The killer: a pattern of violence. Ryland Headley did not stop after killing Louisa Dunn. 10 years later, in 1977, he committed 2 more rapes in Ipswich, targeting elderly women in their own homes. One of his victims was in her 70s, the other in her 80s. Both were widows. Both were attacked in circumstances strikingly similar to the assault on Louisa Dunn. Headley was arrested, tried, and convicted. He was initially sentenced to life in prison, but the sentence was reduced on appeal, and he served only about 2 years behind bars, a punishment that would later be described by the judge who sentenced him for Dunn's murder as a grave failure of justice. Despite his convictions, Headley's DNA was not collected until 2012, when he was arrested in connection with an unrelated matter. By then, he was 81 years old, a man who had escaped justice for Louisa Dunn's murder for 45 years. The sample sat in a database, waiting for a case that would connect it to the crime of 1967. The Cold Case Review: Science and Persistence. In 2023, Avon and Somerset Police's Major and Statutory Crime Review team reopened the Louisa Dunn case. The decision to revisit the evidence inventory was part of a broader effort to use modern forensic techniques on unsolved crimes from decades past. What they found would change everything. Forensic analysts examined the semen that had been detected on Dunn's skirt in 1967. Using DNA technology that did not exist at the time of the murder, they obtained a full DNA profile of the attacker. When that profile was compared to samples taken from Ryland Headley following his 2012 arrest, the results were conclusive. Forensic analysis showed that the DNA recovered from the crime scene was 1 billion times more likely to belong to Headley than someone else. The palm print left on the window, the same print that had been compared to 19,000 men in 1967, was also re-examined. 4 fingerprint experts analyzed the partial print, and all 4 concluded that it matched Ryland Headley's hand. The evidence was overwhelming. On November 2024, police arrested Headley at his home in Ipswich. According to Detective Inspector Dave Marchant of Avon and Somerset Police, When officers arrived at his door, Headley responded, "I don't know what you are talking about. Very strange, very strange." He was charged with the rape and murder of Louisa Dunn and remanded in custody. The trial, a verdict. After 58 years, the trial of Ryland Headley opened at Bristol Crown Court in June 2025. Headley, now 92 years old, used hearing aids to follow the proceedings. He denied the charges, as he had denied the 2 rapes in 1977. But the prosecution's case was formidable. The Crown Prosecution Service faced unique challenges in presenting a case more than 5 decades old. All but one of the witnesses from the original investigation had died, requiring the prosecution to rely on written accounts taken at the time of the murder. Under current legislation, witness statements must be verified by a statement of truth signed by the witness. Because the original witnesses were not available to give evidence in court, their statements were treated as hearsay evidence, and the CPS successfully argued for their inclusion. The prosecution also introduced what is known as bad character evidence, evidence of Headley's previous misconduct. In most cases, a defendant's prior convictions are not admissible, as they may prejudice the jury. But the CPS successfully argued that the 1977 rapes were so strikingly similar to the attack on Louisa Dunn that they formed an important part of the case. The accounts of Headley's 2 victims in Ipswich, both elderly widows attacked in their own homes, were read out to the court. The similarities were chilling, and they established a pattern of behavior that the jury could not ignore. After 9 hours and 53 minutes of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict: guilty. Ryland Headley was convicted of the rape and murder of Louisa Dunn, 58 years after the crime was committed. The sentence: you will die in prison. On July 1, 2025, Headley returned to Bristol Crown Court for sentencing. The Honorable Mr. Justice Derek Sweeting K. Cicero presided over a hearing that would draw a line under one of the longest-running investigations in British criminal history. The court heard a victim impact statement from Mary Dainton, Louisa Dunn's granddaughter. Dainton, who is now approximately the same age her grandmother was when she was killed, spoke of the decades of pain that the unsolved murder had inflicted on her family. "The fact the offender wasn't caught caused my mother to become and remain very ill," she told the court. "It saddens me deeply that all the people who knew and loved Louisa are not here to see that justice is being done." Justice Sweeting was unsparing in his assessment of the man before him. The violation of her home, her body, and ultimately her life was a pitiless and cruel act by a depraved man, he said. He noted that Headley had escaped punishment for nearly 6 decades, compounding the suffering of Dunn's family with each passing year. He also referenced Headley's previous convictions, describing them as a chilling pattern of behavior that demonstrated the danger he had posed to vulnerable women across 3 decades. The judge imposed a life sentence with a minimum term of 20 years. Normally, he explained, he would take time to explain the effect of such a term, but in this case, the mathematics were simple. "You'll never be released and you will die in prison," Sweeting told the 92-year-old defendant. Legacy: the oldest cold case solved. The conviction of Ryland Headley is believed to be the longest time between crime and conviction in British legal history. It represents a landmark achievement for cold case investigation and a powerful demonstration of the potential of modern forensic science to address historic injustices. For the Crown Prosecution Service, the case was a testament to the commitment of prosecutors and police to pursue justice, no matter how many years or decades have passed. Charlotte Ream of the CPS said, "Mrs. Dunn's death continues to have a traumatic impact on her family members. The passage of time has not lessened their pain. For 58 years, this appalling crime went unsolved, and Ryland Headley, the man we now know is responsible, avoided justice." For the police, the case raised questions about whether Headley might be linked to other unsolved crimes. Detective Inspector Dave Marchant noted that Headley had now been convicted of 3 rapes of elderly women in their own homes and the murder of one of them. "I think there's every possibility that there are other offenses out there, over the 60s, 70s, however long a time period, which Mr. Headley could be culpable for," he said. For the family of Louisa Dunn, the verdict brought a measure of closure that had been denied to them for nearly 6 decades. Mary Dainton, who had been just 20 years old when her grandmother was murdered, told reporters that she had long accepted that some murders never get solved, that some people have to live with emptiness and sadness. The phone call informing her of Headley's arrest, she said, came as a shock. A final chapter written in a story she had long since given up hope of ever seeing concluded. The Lana Turner Affair. Hollywood, violence, and justifiable homicide. On the evening of April 4th, 1958, in a rented house on North Bedford Drive in Beverly Hills, the glamour of Hollywood collided with the brutality of organized crime in a moment of violence that would captivate the nation. Lana Turner, one of the most famous actresses of her generation, had been engaged in a tempestuous, year-long affair with Johnny Stompanato, a former Marine turned mob associate with ties to the Los Angeles underworld. Their relationship, marked by physical abuse, threats, and repeated reconciliations, reached its breaking point that night. When Stompanato threatened to kill Turner, her daughter, and her mother, 14-year-old Cheryl Crane grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed him in the stomach. He bled to death within minutes. The coroner's inquest that followed would become one of the most sensational legal proceedings in Hollywood history, ending with a verdict of justifiable homicide and raising questions about celebrity, violence, and the limits of self-defense that continue to resonate more than 6 decades later. The players: Lana Turner, Johnny Stompanato, and Cheryl Crane. Lana Turner was born Julia Jean Turner in Idaho in 1921. The daughter of a miner who was murdered after winning a craps game when she was 9 years old. Discovered at the Top Hat malt shop in Hollywood at the age of 16, she rose to become one of MGM's biggest stars, a screen goddess whose life off-screen was as dramatic as any role she played. She would marry 7 times, her relationships were frequently volatile, her choice of men often questionable. By 1957, she was 36 years old, still beautiful, still in demand, and embarked on what would become her most notorious affair. Johnny Stompanato was born in 1925, the son of an Italian-American barber. He served as a Marine in World War II and the Korean War before drifting into the orbit of Mickey Cohen, the Los Angeles mob boss who dominated the West Coast underworld. Stompanato worked as Cohen's driver, bodyguard, and enforcer, a man whose associations with organized crime were an open secret in Hollywood. When he began pursuing Lana Turner in the spring of 1957, using the pseudonym John Steele, he presented himself as a successful businessman. Turner later claimed she was unaware of his criminal connections until the relationship was well underway. The affair began with lavish gifts and aggressive pursuit. Stompanato sent flowers and phone calls to Turner's set, and she, thoroughly intrigued by his forthrightness, agreed to date him. But the relationship quickly soured. Turner later testified that Stompanato drugged her and took nude photographs while she was unconscious, potentially to use as blackmail. He was violent, prone to jealous rages, and controlling. When she tried to end the affair, he threatened to harm her, her daughter, and her mother. Cheryl Crane was Turner's only child, born in 1943 to Turner and her second husband, the actor Stephen Crane. By 1958, she was 14 years old, a teenager who had witnessed her mother's turbulent relationships and the violence that accompanied them. Her relationship with Stompanato was strained. She had seen him abuse her mother, and she feared him. Her father, Stephen Crane, had divorced Turner in 1945, but he remained a presence in Cheryl's life, and it was to him that she would turn on the night of the killing. The night of April 4th, 1958. At approximately 8 p.m. on April 4th, 8 days after Turner had attended the Academy Awards, where she was nominated for her role in Peyton Place, Stompanato arrived at her rented home on North Bedford Drive. Turner had just moved into the house a week earlier, hoping perhaps to start fresh. The argument began almost immediately. What happened next has been reconstructed from testimony given at the coroner's inquest. Stompanato threatened Turner, making what she later described as gangster threats. Threats to break her bones, to slash her face with a straight razor, to kill her, her daughter, and her mother. He was enraged, out of control, and Turner feared for her life. Cheryl Crane was in an adjacent room, watching television, when she heard the argument escalate. She had briefly entered the bedroom earlier, but Turner had urged her to stay out of it. Now, as her mother attempted to usher Stompanato out of the bedroom, Crane ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and ran back up the stairs. In 2012, Cheryl Crane described what happened next. "There's a knife on the counter. I picked it up, ran back up the stairs. Her door suddenly flies open. I see John coming toward me. He's got his hand up. I raise the knife and he walks right into it. And he looked at me. And he said, 'My God, Cheryl, what have you done?' The knife penetrated Stompanito's liver, portal vein, and aorta, causing massive internal hemorrhaging. Turner, who had initially believed her daughter had punched him, saw the blood and realized what had happened. A doctor was called. He attempted to revive Stompanito with an adrenaline injection and an artificial respirator, but it was too late. Johnny Stompanato was pronounced dead at the scene. The aftermath, confession, and investigation. In the immediate aftermath of the stabbing, Cheryl Crane called her father, Stephen Crane, who arrived at the house within minutes. It was Crane who placed the call to the police. Beverly Hills Police Chief Clinton Anderson arrived to find a scene of controlled chaos. The body of Stompanato on the floor, Turner in a state of near collapse, and her daughter composed but visibly shaken. Turner pleaded with Anderson to let her take the blame. "Please, let me say I did it," she said, according to police accounts. But Cheryl had already confessed to her father, and she would not allow her mother to take responsibility for an act she believed was necessary to save her family. In the early morning hours of April 5th, Crane surrendered at the Beverly Hills Police Department, where she gave a formal statement detailing her version of events. She was booked on a holding charge and placed in a juvenile hall pending further legal proceedings. The press descended on the story with an appetite that bordered on frenzy. The combination of elements, a major Hollywood star, a mobster lover, a teenage daughter wielding a knife, was irresistible. Over 100 reporters and journalists would attend the coroner's inquest, described by those present as near riotous. The story dominated headlines for weeks, pushing world events off the front pages. The coroner's inquest, a media spectacle. The coroner's inquest was held on April 11, 1958, 7 days after Stompanato's death. It was conducted by Charles Langhauser, the Los Angeles County coroner, and it took place in a courtroom packed with journalists, spectators, and the principals of the drama that had unfolded on Bedford Drive. What followed was, in the words of one observer, one of the most sensational legal hearings Hollywood had ever seen. The first witness called was Mickey Cohen, Stompanato's friend and associate. Cohen, a man who had built his reputation on defiance, refused to provide testimony, claiming he feared he might be implicated in the crime. He also refused to identify Stompanato's body in photographs, a refusal that did nothing to endear him to the coroner or the assembled press. While Cohen was being questioned, a spectator named Stephen Trousseau, a friend of Stompanato's, interrupted the proceedings by screaming, "I want to testify." Trousseau went on to claim that Cheryl Crane had killed Stompanato in a lover's quarrel, alleging that she was infatuated with him and jealous of her mother. His request to testify on the stand was denied. Lana Turner's testimony was the centerpiece of the inquest. She took the stand dressed in a tailored suit, her voice quavering, but her enunciation clear. She described Stompanato's threats, his violence, the terror she had lived with throughout their relationship. She told the court about the night of the killing, the argument, the threats, her attempt to usher him out of the bedroom, and the moment when her daughter appeared with the knife. "I walked toward the bedroom door," she testified. "He was right behind me, and I opened it and my daughter came in. I swear it was so fast I truthfully thought she had hit him in the stomach. I never saw a blade." Turner cried throughout much of her testimony, but her performance, for it was described as such by the press, was riveting. She was a wayward mother in distress, her daughter the faithful protector who had come to her rescue. The script could have been written by the studio that had made her a star. Cheryl Crane did not testify at the inquest. In her absence, her written statement was read into the record, detailing her version of events. How she had heard the threats, run for the knife, and stabbed Stompanato when he came through the bedroom door toward her mother. The verdict: justifiable homicide. The coroner's jury deliberated briefly. When they returned, they delivered a verdict of justifiable homicide. Cheryl Crane had acted in defense of her mother, believing that Stompanato posed an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Under California law, her actions were lawful. The verdict was not, however, the end of the matter. A juvenile court hearing was scheduled for April 24th to determine whether Cheryl would be made a ward of the court. The district attorney, William B. McKesson, announced that he did not intend to prosecute Cheryl for murder. The inquest verdict made that unlikely, but he suggested that she might be better off in a good home for girls than in her mother's custody. Stephen Crane, Cheryl's father, said he hoped McKesson did not actually believe that neither he nor Lana should have custody of their daughter. "There is nothing in the world I would like more than to have custody of my baby," he told reporters. At the juvenile court hearing, Cheryl was made a ward of the court and placed in the custody of her grandmother, Mildred Turner. She was later released and returned to her mother's care. No criminal charges were ever filed against her. Aftermath and legacy. The Stompanato killing had lasting repercussions for all involved. Lana Turner's career, which might have been destroyed by the scandal, flourished. She continued to act through the 1960s and 1970s, making her last film in 1980. She died of cancer in 1995 at the age of 74. Cheryl Crane, now in her 80s, went on to live a quiet life out of the spotlight. She worked as a restaurant manager and interior designer and published a memoir, Detour, A Hollywood Story, in 1988. In 1986, she and her mother filed a $101 million libel suit against TV Guide over an article that falsely stated Crane had been tried and convicted of murder. The suit was settled out of court. The Stompanato killing has been the subject of enduring speculation. Some have suggested that it was Lana Turner herself who wielded the knife, that Cheryl took the blame to protect her mother. A friend of Stompanato's outburst in the coroner's inquest implied as much, but no evidence has ever supported the claim. Cheryl Crane has consistently denied it, and the physical evidence, the angle of the wound, the location of the stabbing, the testimony of the police officers who arrived on the scene, supports her account. In 2007, Time magazine named the Stompanato case one of the most notorious crimes of the 20th century. It has inspired novels, films, and countless articles. A story that endures because it speaks to something fundamental in the American imagination: the collision of glamour and violence, the vulnerability of women to abusive men, and the desperate measures that sometimes become necessary to protect those we love. The case was the inspiration for the 1962 novel Where Love Has Gone and its subsequent film adaptation, which fictionalized the events while capitalizing on their notoriety. Conclusion. The Lana Turner affair remains a landmark in the cultural history of Hollywood, a moment when the carefully constructed facade of studio-era glamour was shattered by the brutal reality of domestic violence. The case raised questions that would become only more pressing in the decades that followed, about the treatment of women who kill their abusers, about the role of celebrity in the administration of justice, and about the limits of self-defense in situations of intimate terror. For Cheryl Crane, who was 14 years old when she picked up a kitchen knife to defend her mother, the verdict of justifiable homicide was a recognition that she had done what she had to do. For Lana Turner, the affair was a reminder that the roles she played on screen were less dramatic than the life she lived off it. And for the American public, it was a story that refused to fade, a cautionary tale about the dark side of the Hollywood dream, where even the brightest stars can find themselves trapped in a violence from which there is no easy escape. The Manson family trial, the dark side of the counterculture. On the night of August 8, 1969, the quiet of Benedict Canyon in Los Angeles was shattered by a horror that would come to define an era. 4 followers of Charles Manson, acting on his instructions, entered the rented home of actress Sharon Tate and her husband, director Roman Polanski. Over the course of several hours, they murdered Tate, who was 8.5 months pregnant, along with 3 friends who had joined them for the evening: Jay Sebring, Wojciech Frykowski, and Abigail Folger. The following night, Manson himself led another group of followers to the home of Leno and Rosemary LaBianca, a wealthy supermarket executive, and his wife, whom they murdered in an equally brutal fashion. When the killers were apprehended and brought to trial, what followed was not merely a prosecution for murder, but a spectacle that exposed the dark underbelly of the 1960s counterculture. A trial marked by theatrical disruptions, bizarre behavior, and a charismatic cult leader whose influence over his followers seemed to defy explanation. The Manson family trial remains one of the most sensational legal proceedings in American history, a case that transformed its central figure into an enduring symbol of evil and raised profound questions about responsibility, manipulation, and the limits of the criminal justice system. The Man and His Family. Charles Manson was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, on November 12, 1934, to a 16-year-old prostitute named Kathleen Maddox. His early life was a catalog of neglect and institutionalization. By the time he was 13, he had been placed in juvenile detention, and he would spend more than half of his first 32 years in reformatories and prisons. He was, by his own account, a product of a system that had failed him, a man who had learned to survive by manipulation and to lead by force of will. In 1967, Manson was released from Terminal Island Prison and made his way to San Francisco, where the Haight-Ashbury district was in the midst of its summer of love. He quickly established himself as a figure on the margins of the counterculture, a self-proclaimed guru who attracted a following of young women and men drawn to his charisma, his musical aspirations, and his apocalyptic worldview. He preached a doctrine that he called helter-skelter, a term borrowed from the Beatles song that he believed prophesied an imminent race war in which the family would emerge as the leaders of a new order. By 1969, Manson had established a communal base at the Spahn Ranch, a decaying movie ranch in the San Fernando Valley, where he held near total control over his followers. The family, as they called themselves, was a collection of disaffected young people, mostly women, who had surrendered their autonomy to Manson, who provided them with drugs, sex, and a sense of purpose. Among them were Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, and Charles Tex Watson, the four individuals who would participate in the Tate and LaBianca murders. The murders themselves were intended to trigger the helter-skelter prophecy. Manson believed that by murdering wealthy white people in a manner that could be blamed on black militants, he could incite the racial violence he believed was imminent. The reality was more prosaic. Manson had been rejected by a music producer who lived near the Tate house, and he wanted to send a message. But the killings, when they came, were almost incomprehensibly brutal. Sharon Tate was stabbed 16 times. Jay Sebring was shot and stabbed. Wojciech Frykowski was stabbed 51 times. Abigail Folger was stabbed 28 times. The walls were written with messages in blood. Pig, rise, death to pigs. The investigation and arrest. The investigation into the Tate LaBianca murders initially proceeded on conventional lines. Police assumed the killings were drug-related, the work of a cartel or a deranged individual. But the murders remained unsolved for months. The Los Angeles Police Department overwhelmed by the scale of the violence and the complexity of the case. The break came not through traditional detective work, but through a jailhouse confession. Susan Atkins, one of the participants in the Tate murders, was arrested in an unrelated matter and, while in custody, began boasting to her cellmates about her role in the killings. She described the murders in graphic detail, naming the other participants and providing information that had not been released to the public. The authorities, alerted by the cellmates, began to piece together the case. In December 1969, Manson and several members of the family were arrested in connection with the murders of Gary Hinman and Donald Shorty Shea, two men who had been killed in earlier incidents. As the investigation widened, it became clear that the Tate LaBianca murders were the work of the same group. By the time the case went to trial, the public had become aware of the existence of the Manson family, and the specter of a cult that could commit such atrocities had captured the national imagination. The trial, a circus in the courtroom. The trial of Charles Manson and his followers began on July 15, 1970, in a Los Angeles courtroom presided over by Judge Charles H. Older. The defendants, Manson, Atkins, Krenwinkel, Van Houten, and later Watson, who was tried separately, were charged with 7 counts of murder. The prosecution was led by Vincent Bugliosi, a young deputy district attorney who would become famous for his role in the case. From the outset, the trial was marked by the defendant's attempts to disrupt the proceedings. Manson, who had initially sought to represent himself, was granted the right to do so after the court determined he was competent to stand trial. He used his position to cross-examine witnesses, deliver rambling monologues, and challenge the authority of the court. When his request to represent himself was revoked after his behavior became too disruptive, he turned to other tactics. The most notorious of these tactics came on October 5, 1970, when Manson carved an X into his forehead with a plastic comb, appearing in court with the mark prominently displayed. Within days, Atkins, Krenwinkel, and Van Houten followed suit, carving X's into their own foreheads in solidarity. Manson later claimed the X was a sign of his refusal to participate in the system. The gesture, captured by news cameras, became one of the defining images of the trial, a visual representation of the defendant's contempt for the proceedings. The courtroom atmosphere was often chaotic. Manson and the other female defendants frequently laughed, sang, and shouted during testimony. They taunted the prosecution, the judge, and the families of the victims. On one occasion, Manson lunged at Judge Older with a pencil. On another, the female defendants began chanting in unison, drowning out the proceedings. Security was increased, and the defendants were often shackled to their chairs. The prosecution's case was built on the testimony of family members who had turned state's evidence and on the physical evidence linking the defendants to the crimes. Bugliosi presented a narrative of the helter-skelter prophecy, arguing that Manson had orchestrated the murders as part of a larger plan to incite racial violence. The defense, such as it was, argued that Manson was a charismatic figure but not a murderer, and that his followers had acted on their own. The jury was not persuaded. The verdict and sentencing. On January 25, 1971, after 7 months of trial and 9 days of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Charles Manson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel, and Leslie Van Houten were found guilty of murder. On March 29th, the jury returned a verdict of death for all 4 defendants. The sentences were automatic. Under California law at the time, a conviction for first-degree murder carried a mandatory death sentence unless the jury recommended mercy. But the Manson trial was not over. In 1972, the California Supreme Court ruled in People v. Anderson that the death penalty, as then constituted cruel and unusual punishment under the state constitution. The decision commuted the sentences of all prisoners on death row in California, including the Manson defendants. The 4 were resentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. The aftermath of the trial saw the continuation of the spectacle that had marked the proceedings. Susan Atkins, who had been the first to confess, later recanted her testimony and claimed that Manson had not been present at the Tate murders. She died in prison in 2009. Patricia Krenwinkel and Leslie Van Houten remain in prison, Van Houten having been denied parole multiple times. Charles Manson died in prison on November 19, 2017, at the age of 83, having spent more than 4 decades behind bars. Legacy: the trial that changed America. The Manson family trial left an indelible mark on American culture. It shattered the illusion that the counterculture was a movement of peace and love, revealing instead the violence that could lurk beneath its surface. The case transformed Charles Manson into an icon of evil, a figure who would be invoked for decades to come whenever the dark side of the 1960s was discussed. The trial also had lasting implications for the criminal justice system. The courtroom disruptions led to changes in how high-profile trials are conducted, with judges becoming more willing to restrain disruptive defendants and to limit media access. The case also highlighted the dangers of cult manipulation and the difficulty of determining responsibility when followers commit crimes at the direction of a charismatic leader. Vincent Bugliosi's book about the case, Helter Skelter, published in 1974, became the best-selling true crime book of all time and remains a landmark in the genre. It cemented the narrative of Manson as a master manipulator who had orchestrated the murders to fulfill his apocalyptic vision. Subsequent historians and journalists have challenged aspects of Bugliosi's account, suggesting that he overstated Manson's role in the planning of the murders and simplified the complex dynamics within the family. But the image of Manson as the architect of the Tate LaBianca murders remains a dominant one in popular culture. Conclusion: the Manson family trial was more than a prosecution for murder. It was a cultural event that marked the end of an era, the final, violent unraveling of the 1960s counterculture that had promised so much and delivered so little. The images of Manson and his followers, their foreheads marked with X's, laughing in the courtroom, embodied a nihilism that was the dark mirror of the hippie dream. They were, in the words of one observer, the last gasp of the 1960s, the moment when the acid turned to poison. For the families of the victims, the trial brought a measure of closure, but no peace. Sharon Tate's unborn child, whom she had named Paul Richard Polanski, died with her. Her husband, Roman Polanski, was in Europe at the time of the murders and would later be convicted of statutory rape in a separate case. The LaBianca family watched as their parents' killers became objects of fascination and, in some circles, adulation. The wounds of that summer have never fully healed. Charles Manson died in 2017, but his legacy endures. He remains a figure of morbid fascination, the subject of countless books, documentaries, and films. His name is synonymous with the darkest possibilities of human nature, a reminder that even in a time of love and liberation, violence was never far beneath the surface. The trial that tried to contain him ended, in many ways, by amplifying his myth, turning a small-time criminal into a symbol of an era's violent end. In the annals of American crime, the Manson family trial stands as a monument to a moment when the nation looked into the abyss and found, carved in blood on a wall, the word pig, and wondered what it meant. The son of Sam, the .44 caliber killer, and the Summer of Fear. In the sweltering summer of 1977, New York City was a city under siege. A gunman with a .44 caliber revolver was stalking the streets, shooting young couples parked in their cars, leaving a trail of dead and wounded across the boroughs. He called himself the Son of Sam, and he taunted the police and the public with letters that were published in the tabloids, letters that spoke of demons and bloodlust, and a compulsion that could not be controlled. By the time David Berkowitz was apprehended, 6 people were dead and 7 wounded, and the city had been transformed by a terror that would define an era. The case that followed was not only a prosecution for murder, but a landmark in American criminal justice, giving rise to the Son of Sam law that would prevent criminals from profiting from their crimes. A statute that has been copied by states across the nation and remains a subject of legal controversy to this day. The killer, David Berkowitz. David Berkowitz was born Richard David Falco on June 1, 1953, in Brooklyn, the son of an Italian-American woman who gave him up for adoption shortly after his birth. He was adopted by Nathan and Pearl Berkowitz, a Jewish couple in the Bronx who raised him in a stable, middle-class home. By all accounts, his childhood was unremarkable. He was a quiet, introverted boy who struggled in school, but seemed to be coping with the ordinary challenges of adolescence. But there were signs of trouble beneath the surface. After his adoptive mother died of cancer in 1967, Berkowitz became increasingly withdrawn and began to develop a fascination with violence. He enlisted in the Army in 1971, serving in South Korea and Fort Knox, Kentucky, where he received a marksmanship medal, training that would later make him a deadly accurate shooter. He was discharged in 1974 and returned to New York, where he drifted through a series of low-paying jobs and began to exhibit the paranoid delusions that would eventually drive him to murder. Berkowitz later claimed that he had been commanded to kill by a demon that inhabited his neighbor's dog, a black Labrador retriever that he believed was possessed by the spirit of a man named Sam Carr. The dog, he said, spoke to him, ordering him to commit the murders that would come to terrorize the city. Whether Berkowitz genuinely believed this or constructed the narrative after his arrest remains a subject of debate. What is clear is that by the spring of 1976, he had begun a series of attacks that would claim 8 victims over the next 14 months. The crimes, a city in terror. The first attack attributed to the .44 caliber killer occurred on July 29, 1976, in the Bronx. Berkowitz approached a car parked near a public park where 2 young women, Donna Luria and Jody Valenti, were sitting. He fired 5 shots from his .44 caliber revolver, striking both women. Luria died. Valenti survived. Over the following months, Berkowitz struck repeatedly. On October 23, 1976, he shot Carl Denaro and Rosemary Keenan in Queens. Denaro survived. Keenan was wounded, but not seriously. On November 26, he shot Joanne Lamino and Donna DeMasi in Queens. Lamino was paralyzed from the neck down. DeMasi was wounded. On January 30, 1977, he shot Christine Freund and John Deal in Queens. Freund died. Denton Deal survived. On March 8, he shot Virginia Voskorichin in Brooklyn. She died. On April 17, he shot Valentina Suriani and Alexander Iso in the Bronx. Both died. On June 26, he shot Judy Placido and Salvatore Lupo in Queens. Both survived. On July 31st, his final attack, he shot Stacy Moskowitz and Robert Violante in Brooklyn. Moskowitz died. Violante survived. Each attack followed a similar pattern. Berkowitz would approach parked cars where young couples were sitting, often in residential neighborhoods, and fire through the window. He used a .44 caliber revolver, a weapon that delivered massive damage and left distinctive bullet fragments at the crime scenes. The attacks were random, unpredictable, and seemingly motiveless, factors that made them all the more terrifying to a city already struggling with crime, fiscal crisis, and social unrest. The letters, Son of Sam. What elevated the .44 caliber killer from a serial murderer to a cultural phenomenon was his correspondence with the press and the police. In the spring of 1977, Berkowitz began leaving letters at crime scenes and sending them to newspapers, taunting the authorities and laying out his twisted rationale for the killings. The first letter, discovered at the scene of the Loria murder, was brief and cryptic, but the letter that gave the killer his name was sent to the New York Daily News in April 1977, after the Suriani and Issa murders. Addressed to Mr. Breslin, a reference to the Daily News columnist Jimmy Breslin, the letter read in part, "I am the son of Sam. I am a little brat. When Father Sam gets drunk, he gets mean. He beats his family. Sometimes he ties me up to the back of the house. Other times he locks me in the garage. Sam loves to drink blood. Go out and kill," commands Father Sam. The letter was published on the front page of the Daily News on June 5, 1977, under the headline, "The .44 Killer, I Am the Son of Sam." The publication of the letter, over the objections of the police, turned a local crime story into a national obsession. The killer had a name, a narrative, a persona, and the public could not look away. Berkowitz continued to correspond with the authorities and the press, sending additional letters that elaborated on his mythology. He claimed that demons were speaking to him through his neighbor's dog, that he was following the commands of a powerful force that he could not resist. The letters were rambling, occasionally coherent, and deeply disturbing, a window into a mind that had lost touch with reality. The investigation and arrest. The investigation into the Son of Sam killings was one of the largest in New York City history. The NYPD assembled a task force of more than 300 detectives who worked around the clock to identify the killer. They interviewed thousands of people, followed thousands of leads, and conducted what was then the most intensive manhunt in the city's history. The break came not through sophisticated detective work, but through a routine parking ticket. On August 10, 1977, Berkowitz was ticketed for parking his car, a yellow 1974 Galaxy, near a fire hydrant in Yonkers. A witness who had seen the car in the vicinity of the Moskowitz murder contacted the police, who began to investigate the vehicle's owner. When they ran the license plate, they discovered that the car was registered to David Berkowitz of 35 Pine Street in Yonkers. On the evening of August 10th, police officers approached Berkowitz as he was walking toward his car. He was carrying a paper bag that contained his .44 caliber revolver. When the officers identified themselves, Berkowitz reportedly said, "Well, you got me. I'm the one you're looking for." He was arrested without incident. In the days that followed, Berkowitz confessed to all 8 shootings, providing details that only the killer could have known. He described his motivations, his methods, and the delusions that had driven him. He was charged with 8 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. The trial and the Son of Sam law. Berkowitz's trial was brief. His attorney, who had intended to mount an insanity defense, found that his client was determined to plead guilty. Berkowitz, who had begun to find God in the months after his arrest, insisted that he was responsible for his actions and that he should face the consequences. On May 8, 1978, he entered a plea of guilty to all charges. The sentencing hearing was held on June 12, 1978. Berkowitz was sentenced to 25 years to life on each count, to be served consecutively. He was sent to Attica Correctional Facility, where he remains incarcerated as of 2026, having been denied parole repeatedly over the decades. But the case's legal significance extended far beyond Berkowitz's conviction. In the aftermath of the murders, the New York State Legislature passed a statute that became known as the Son of Sam law. The law was designed to prevent criminals from profiting from the notoriety of their crimes by selling their stories to publishers, filmmakers, or other media outlets. Under the law, any proceeds from such sales would be placed in escrow and used to compensate the victims of the crimes. The original Son of Sam law was struck down by the United States Supreme Court in 1991 in Simon & Schuster versus members of the New York State Crime Victims Board on the grounds that it violated the First Amendment's guarantee of freedom of speech. The court held that the government could not restrict speech based on its content, even when the speaker was a convicted criminal. But the decision left room for a more narrowly tailored statute, and most states, including New York, have since enacted laws that achieve the same purpose by using different legal mechanisms. Legacy: the summer that changed New York. The Son of Sam case left a lasting imprint on New York City and on American culture. The summer of 1977 was already a season of crisis. The city was struggling with bankruptcy. The blackout of July 13th had triggered widespread looting and arson, and the Yankees were in the midst of a championship season that would briefly distract the city from its troubles. The Son of Sam murders added a layer of personal terror to the city's collective anxiety, a sense that nowhere was safe and no one could be trusted. The case also marked a turning point in the public's relationship with crime and the media. The publication of Berkowitz's letters, the breathless coverage of each new attack, the transformation of a disturbed individual into a celebrity villain. All these elements anticipated the true crime obsession that would come to dominate American culture in the decades that followed. The Son of Sam was not the first serial killer to capture the public imagination, but he was perhaps the first to be created in large part by the media that covered him. David Berkowitz remains in prison, a convert to Christianity who has expressed remorse for his crimes and who has, by most accounts, become a model prisoner. He has been denied parole repeatedly, and it seems likely that he will die in custody. But the story of the Son of Sam is not only the story of one man's descent into madness. It is also the story of a city at its lowest ebb, struggling to survive against forces that seem beyond its control. Conclusion: the Son of Sam case endures because it captured something essential about the anxieties of its time. In the summer of 1977, New York City was a city that seemed to be coming apart, bankrupt, crime-ridden, abandoned by its middle class, plagued by blackouts and social unrest. The .44 caliber killer embodied the city's worst fears: that a madman could be lurking anywhere, that the violence was random and unstoppable, that no one was safe. David Berkowitz, when he was finally apprehended, turned out to be an anticlimax, a short, overweight postal worker who lived in a basement apartment in Yonkers, a man whose delusions were more pathetic than terrifying. But the myth of the Son of Sam, created by the killer himself and amplified by the media that covered him, proved more durable than the man who had invented it. The name remains a shorthand for a kind of urban terror that has not entirely faded from the American imagination. A reminder that even in the most prosperous of cities, violence can emerge from the shadows and transform a summer into a season of fear. The John Wayne Gacy case, the killer clown of Chicago. On December 11, 1978, police officers arrived at a modest ranch house at 8213 West Somerdale Avenue in the unincorporated community of Norwood Park Township, just outside Chicago. They were there to investigate the disappearance of a 15-year-old boy named Robert Piest, who had last been seen leaving a pharmacy where he worked in the company of a local contractor named John Wayne Gacy. What they discovered over the following weeks would horrify the nation and shatter the carefully constructed facade of a man who had presented himself as a pillar of his community. A Democratic precinct captain, a civic leader, a man who performed as Pogo the Clown at children's parties. Beneath the surface lay a depraved sadist who had tortured and murdered at least 33 young men and boys, burying 29 of them in the crawl space beneath his own home. The John Wayne Gacy case remains one of the most shocking serial murder investigations in American history, a case that exposed the capacity for evil to hide behind the most ordinary of exteriors. The man behind the mask. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, the second of three children and the only son of John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson Gacy. His childhood was marked by a troubled relationship with his father, an abusive alcoholic who frequently berated his son, calling him stupid and dumb, and accusing him of being a sissy. Gacy later recalled that his father's contempt was a constant presence throughout his youth, a source of shame and anger that would shape his psychological development. Despite his difficult home life, Gacy appeared to be building a conventional life in his early adulthood. He married in 1964, moved to Waterloo, Iowa, where he managed a KFC franchise, and became active in the local JCs. But in 1968, his carefully constructed facade began to crumble. Two young men accused him of sexual assault, and he was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison. He served 18 months at the Anamosa State Penitentiary before being released on parole in 1970. Gacy's marriage ended during his incarceration, and he returned to Chicago to rebuild his life. He moved into the Summerdale Avenue house in 1971, a modest property that he would later transform into the site of his atrocities. He started a successful construction business, PDM Contractors, which specialized in remodeling and maintenance work. He became active in local Democratic politics, serving as a precinct captain and meeting First Lady Rosalynn Carter when she visited Chicago in 1978. He was photographed with the First Lady, a photograph that would later become a macabre testament to the distance between public perception and private reality. It was also during this period that Gacy began performing as Pogo the Clown at children's parties and community events. He joined the local chapter of the Jolly Jokers, a clown club, and developed a persona that delighted children and reassured adults. The clown costume, with its painted smile and exaggerated features, was a perfect disguise, a mask that allowed him to present himself as a harmless entertainer while hiding the predator beneath. The victims, a pattern of violence. Between 1972 and 1978, Gacy murdered at least 33 young men and boys, most of them teenagers or young adults in their late teens and early 20s. Many were runaways or drifters, young men who had come to Chicago seeking opportunity and found instead a predator who used his charm, his authority as a contractor, and his promise of work to lure them to his home. The pattern was consistent. Gacy would approach young men at bus stops, train stations, or on the streets of Chicago, offering them money for work or simply striking up a conversation. He was friendly, unassuming, and trusted. He would invite them back to his house for a beer or to discuss a job. Once there, he would ply them with alcohol, sometimes handcuff them under the pretext of demonstrating a magic trick, and then subject them to hours of torture before killing them. His method of killing varied. Some were strangled with a rope or a tourniquet, others suffocated, others killed by means too gruesome to describe. Gacy's victims included Timothy McCoy, a 16-year-old who was his first known victim, killed in January 1972, John Butkovich, a 17-year-old who disappeared in July 1975 after working for Gacy's company, Daryl Sampson, an 18-year-old who vanished in April 1976, and Robert Piest, the 15-year-old whose disappearance finally brought police to Gacy's door. In total, Gacy confessed to 33 murders, though the exact number may never be known. 29 bodies were eventually recovered from the crawl space beneath his home. 4 others were found in the Des Plaines River, where Gacy had dumped them after running out of space in the crawl space. The investigation. The discovery in the crawl space. Robert Piest disappeared on December 11, 1978, after telling his mother that he was going to speak with a contractor about a job. When he failed to return, his family contacted the Des Plaines Police Department, which began investigating Gacy. Officers were struck by his demeanor. He was cooperative but evasive, and when they searched his home, they noticed a strange odor emanating from the floorboards. On December 13th, police returned with a search warrant. They found evidence linking Gacy to Piest, including a receipt from the pharmacy where Piest had worked and a photograph of Gacy wearing the pharmacy's jacket. But the most disturbing discoveries were yet to come. As officers searched the crawl space beneath the house, they found a human skull. Over the following weeks, a team of forensic specialists excavated the crawl space, uncovering body after body in a scene of almost unimaginable horror. The remains were buried in shallow graves, many stacked on top of one another, some covered with lime in an attempt to speed decomposition. The stench was overwhelming, and the sight of so many dead young men left even experienced investigators shaken. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media sensation. News crews gathered outside the house, broadcasting live reports as officers brought out body bag after body bag. The total number of victims recovered from the crawl space was 29. 4 more were later found in the Des Plaines River, and Gacy admitted to having killed additional victims whose remains had never been found. The trial, a battle of insanity. Gacy's trial began on February 6, 1980, in Cook County Circuit Court, presided over by Judge Louis Garippo. The prosecution was led by William Kunkel, a seasoned prosecutor who would later become a prominent figure in Chicago legal circles. The defense was led by Sam Amarante, a lawyer who had represented Gacy in earlier proceedings, and Robert Mata, who would later withdraw from the case due to Gacy's refusal to cooperate. The defense strategy was an insanity defense. Gacy's attorneys argued that he was not responsible for his actions because he suffered from multiple personality disorder and was unable to control his impulses. They presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that Gacy's childhood abuse, his head injuries, and his history of mental illness had rendered him incapable of understanding the nature of his actions. The prosecution countered with a different narrative. William Kunkel presented a portrait of Gacy as a calculating predator who knew exactly what he was doing. He pointed to the elaborate steps Gacy had taken to hide his crimes: the burial of bodies in the crawl space, the lime used to speed decomposition, the careful selection of victims who would not be missed. He was a meticulous planner, Kunkel told the jury. He knew what he was doing was wrong, and he knew how to avoid detection. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when Gacy took the stand in his own defense. Over the objections of his attorneys, who feared he would damage his own case, Gacy testified for nearly 2 hours, describing his crimes in graphic detail. He spoke of the handcuffs, the torture, the deaths. He was calm, composed, and articulate, a man who seemed to be describing events that had happened to someone else. His testimony did nothing to help his case. If anything, it confirmed the prosecution's argument that he was fully aware of his actions and their consequences. On March 12, 1980, after less than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury found John Wayne Gacy guilty of 33 counts of murder. In the penalty phase of the trial, the same jury deliberated for just over 2 hours before returning a sentence of death. Aftermath and execution. Gacy spent 14 years on death row at the Menard Correctional Center in southern Illinois. During that time, he maintained his innocence of the 33 murders, claiming that he had been framed by the police or that the victims had died in accidents. He also produced hundreds of paintings, clowns, castles, and other subjects that he sold through a network of collectors. The paintings became a source of controversy, with victims' families objecting to Gacy's ability to profit from his notoriety. Gacy's appeals exhausted the legal system. On May 10, 1994, he was executed by lethal injection at the Stateville Correctional Center. His last words were reported to be, "Kiss my ass." He was 52 years old. Legacy: the killer clown. The John Wayne Gacy case left an indelible mark on American culture. The image of Gacy as killer clown, a man who entertained children while murdering young men, became a symbol of the capacity for evil to hide behind the most benign of facades. The case also highlighted the vulnerability of runaways and drifters, young men who had fallen through the cracks of society and whose disappearances had gone largely unnoticed until Gacy's crimes were uncovered. Gacy's house at 8213 West Somerdale Avenue was demolished in 1979. The site cleared of any trace of the horrors that had occurred there. But the legacy of his crimes endures, a reminder that the monsters we fear are not always hiding in the shadows. Sometimes they are the friendly neighbor, the community leader, the man who dresses as a clown to make children laugh. In the end, John Wayne Gacy was not a monster in the sense of being inhuman. He was a man, and that is what made him so terrifying. He was a man who had learned to wear masks, to present a face to the world that concealed the depravity within. When the masks were stripped away, what remained was not a creature from the imagination, but a man who had done unspeakable things, and who had done them in plain sight for years, without anyone noticing. Ted Bundy, the all-American monster. In the annals of American criminal history, few figures have provoked the same mixture of fascination and revulsion as Theodore Robert Bundy. He was handsome, charming, intelligent, a law student with a promising future, a man who seemed to embody the all-American ideal. Yet beneath this polished exterior lurked a predator of almost unimaginable depravity. A serial killer who confessed to murdering 30 young women across 7 states between 1974 and 1978, and whom investigators believe may have killed more than 100. Bundy's trials, particularly his Florida trials where he acted as his own attorney, became media sensations that captivated the nation and raised profound questions about the nature of evil, the reliability of psychiatric testimony, and the limits of the criminal justice system. More than 4 decades after his execution, Ted Bundy remains the archetype of the charismatic killer, the monster who looked like a man, who walked among us, who was trusted and admired by those who knew him, and who used that trust to prey on the vulnerable. The mask of normalcy. Theodore Robert Cowell was born on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, to Eleanor Louise Cowell, a young woman who had become pregnant out of wedlock. To avoid the stigma of illegitimacy, Eleanor moved to Philadelphia where her parents raised Ted as their son, leading him to believe that his mother was his sister. He was an intelligent but socially awkward child, and he later claimed that the discovery of his true parentage in adolescence had a profound impact on his psychological development. Bundy attended the University of Washington, where he studied psychology and became involved in state Republican politics, working on the re-election campaign of Governor Daniel Evans. He was a popular figure, admired by his peers and trusted by his mentors. He began a relationship with a young woman named Stephanie Brooks, who would later become a significant figure in his psychological development. When Stephanie broke off the relationship, citing his lack of direction, Bundy was devastated and, some believe, began his pattern of killing as a way of exacting revenge on women who reminded him of her. By 1974, Bundy was enrolled in law school at the University of Utah, having been rejected by several other institutions. He was working for the Seattle Crime Commission, where he helped write a guide for women on how to avoid rape. He seemed to be building a conventional life, but beneath the surface, he had already begun his killing spree. The crimes, a trail of death. Bundy's killing spree began in January 1974, when he attacked an 18-year-old student named Karen Sparks in Seattle, beating her with a metal rod and leaving her permanently disabled. Over the following months, he escalated his violence, attacking and killing young women across Washington, Oregon, and Utah. His victims were almost always young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle, women who resembled Stephanie Brooks. Bundy's method was consistent and chilling. He would approach his victims in public places, often using a ruse to gain their trust. He would pretend to be injured, asking for help carrying books to his car. He would impersonate a police officer, using a fake badge to convince women to accompany him. He would appear at beaches and parks, approaching women with an easy charm that disarmed their suspicions. Once he had them in his car, he would drive to a remote location where he would assault and murder them, often returning to the bodies days or weeks later to engage in acts of necrophilia. The known victims of Bundy's killing spree included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old student who disappeared from her Seattle home in February 1974, Donna Gail Manson, a 19-year-old who vanished from Evergreen State College in March 1974, Susan Elaine Rancourt, a 21-year-old who disappeared from Central Washington State College in April 1974, and Jorgan Hawkins, a 20-year-old who vanished from the University of Washington in June 1974. By the time Bundy was finally apprehended, he had killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Florida. The arrests and escapes. Bundy was first arrested in August 1975 in Salt Lake City, when a police officer noticed his car near the scene of a kidnapping. A search of his car revealed a mask made from a pantyhose, a crowbar, handcuffs, and other items consistent with the profile of the killer. He was convicted of aggravated kidnapping and sentenced to 1 to 15 years in prison. But Bundy had no intention of serving a sentence. In June 1977, while awaiting trial for the murder of a young woman named Corinne Campbell, he escaped from the Garfield County Courthouse in Glenwood Springs, Colorado, by jumping from a second-story window. He was recaptured within a week, but the escape demonstrated his resourcefulness and his willingness to take extraordinary risks. In December 1977, Bundy escaped again, this time from the Garfield County Jail, where he had been held awaiting trial. He used a saw to cut a hole in the ceiling of his cell and crawled through the crawl space into the jailer's apartment, where he changed into the jailer's clothes and walked out the front door. He fled to Florida, where he would commit his final and most brutal murders. The Florida murders in the trial. Bundy arrived in Tallahassee, Florida in January 1978, using the alias Chris Hagen. He rented a room near the Florida State University campus and began to establish a new identity. But his compulsion to kill had not abated. On the night of January 15, 1978, Bundy entered the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University. He attacked 4 women in their beds, killing Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, and severely injuring Karen Chandler and Kathy Kleiner. The attack was frenzied and brutal. Bundy used a club to beat his victims, biting Lisa Levy so violently that he left a distinct dental impression. 2 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, Bundy abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, the youngest of his known victims. He was apprehended on February 15, 1978, after being stopped by a Pensacola police officer who noticed his car was stolen. When the officer ran his identification, he discovered that Bundy was wanted for questioning in the Chi Omega murders. Bundy's trial for the Chi Omega murders began in June 1979 in Miami, presided over by Judge Edward Cowart. In a decision that would become one of the most controversial aspects of the case, Bundy chose to act as his own attorney, a decision that the court allowed after determining he was competent to represent himself. What followed was a legal spectacle unlike any seen before. Bundy cross-examined witnesses, delivered opening and closing statements, and generally used his legal training to mount a defense that was as theatrical as it was ineffective. He was charming, articulate, and possessed of a charisma that seemed to disarm even those who knew what he had done. He proposed to his girlfriend, Carol Ann Boone, in open court. When she testified on his behalf, the marriage was technically consummated under Florida law, granting Bundy a wife who would advocate for him for the rest of his life. Despite his efforts, the evidence against Bundy was overwhelming. The dental impressions from the Chi Omega murders matched Bundy's teeth. A witness placed him at the sorority house. Hair samples and other forensic evidence linked him to the crime. On July 24, 1979, the jury found Bundy guilty of the murders of Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. In the penalty phase, the same jury recommended the death penalty. Bundy's second Florida trial for the murder of Kimberly Leach was held in January 1980. Again, he acted as his own attorney. Again, the evidence against him was conclusive. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to death for the second time. The execution and legacy. Bundy spent nearly a decade on death row at Florida State Prison, filing a series of appeals that delayed his execution. During this period, he became a figure of fascination for the media, granting interviews to journalists and law enforcement officials who sought to understand the mind of a serial killer. He confessed to dozens of murders, often using the confessions to manipulate his interviewers or to postpone his execution. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. His last words were reported to be, "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." He was 42 years old. The Ted Bundy case left a lasting imprint on American culture and on the criminal justice system. Bundy's use of forensic evidence to manipulate his trials led to increased scrutiny of forensic techniques and their reliability. His ability to charm and manipulate those around him, including judges, juries, and journalists, raised profound questions about the nature of evil and the capacity for normalcy to mask depravity. Bundy also played a significant role in the development of the modern serial killer profile. His case was studied by the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, which used his patterns of behavior to develop techniques for identifying and apprehending serial offenders. The term serial killer itself entered the popular lexicon in large part because of the coverage of Bundy's crimes. Conclusion: the all-American monster. Ted Bundy remains the archetype of the charismatic killer, the man who walked among us, who was trusted and admired, who used his charm as a weapon. He was a law student, a political operative, a man who seemed to embody the promise of the American dream. But beneath that surface lay something else. A predator who preyed on the vulnerable, a sadist who derived pleasure from the suffering of others. A man who, when asked what he thought had caused his violence, replied simply, "I don't think it was caused by anything. I think it was just something that was there." The case of Ted Bundy endures because it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of evil. We want to believe that monsters are different from us, that they look different, act different, live apart from the ordinary world. But Bundy looked like us, acted like us, lived among us. He was handsome and charming and intelligent. He was a man who could have been anyone's neighbor, anyone's colleague, anyone's friend. That is what made him so terrifying, and that is why his story continues to haunt us. He was not a monster from the imagination. He was a man, and that is the most frightening thing of all. The O.J. Simpson trial. The trial of the century. On the night of June 12, 1994, two people were brutally murdered in the upscale Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. Nicole Brown Simpson, the 35-year-old ex-wife of football legend O.J. Simpson, and her friend Ronald Goldman, a 25-year-old waiter, were found stabbed to death outside her condominium. Within days, the investigation had focused on Simpson, and the case that followed would become the most sensational criminal trial in American history. The trial of the century, as it came to be known, was not merely a prosecution for murder, but a cultural phenomenon that exposed deep national divisions over race, celebrity, and police misconduct. More than 150 million people watched the televised verdict on October 3, 1995, when the jury found O.J. Simpson not guilty of the murders. The case transformed the American legal landscape, launched debates about race and justice that continue to this day, and left two families, the Browns and the Goldmans, still searching for closure decades after their loved ones were taken from them. The athlete, O.J. Simpson. Orenthal, James Simpson, was born in San Francisco on July 9, 1947. He rose from a childhood marked by poverty and illness to become one of the greatest football players of his generation. At the University of Southern California, he won the Heisman Trophy in 1968, cementing his status as a national sports hero. He went on to a Hall of Fame career with the Buffalo Bills, becoming the first NFL player to rush for more than 2,000 yards in a single season. After retiring from football, he became a successful broadcaster and actor, appearing in films and television commercials. For decades, he was one of the most beloved figures in American popular culture, a man who seemed to transcend race and class, who was welcomed into the homes of white and black Americans alike. In 1967, Simpson married Marguerite Whitley, with whom he had 3 children. In 1977, he met Nicole Brown, a 17-year-old waitress at a Beverly Hills nightclub. Their relationship began while he was still married, and they married in 1985 after his divorce from Whitley. The marriage was marked by turbulence. Police were called to the Simpson home multiple times on reports of domestic violence. In 1989, Simpson pleaded no contest to spousal abuse after an incident in which Nicole was beaten, her face swollen and bruised. The couple divorced in 1992, but they remained in contact, struggling to co-parent their 2 young children, Sydney and Justin. The murders in the investigation. On the night of June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman attended a dinner at the Mezzaluna restaurant in Brentwood. Nicole's mother, who had been dining with them, left her glasses at the restaurant. The restaurant called to say they had been found, and Goldman, a waiter at the restaurant, volunteered to return them. Around 10:15 p.m., Goldman arrived at Nicole's condominium. Shortly thereafter, both were stabbed to death. The investigation unfolded with shocking speed. The LAPD, led by detectives Mark Furman and Philip Vanatter, arrived at the scene and quickly focused on Simpson. Blood was found at the scene, and a trail of blood drops led from the bodies to Simpson's home. Simpson was asked to come to the police station for questioning. He arrived with his attorney, Howard Weitzman. When police attempted to take his blood, he agreed, and the sample was collected. But the events that followed transformed the case from a routine murder investigation into a media circus. Simpson was scheduled to surrender on June 17th. Instead, he fled in a white Ford Bronco, driven by his friend Al Cowlings, leading police on a slow-speed chase across the Los Angeles freeways. The chase was broadcast live on national television, watched by an estimated 95 million people. Simpson, holding a gun to his head, threatened suicide. The chase ended at his Brentwood home, where he was taken into custody after a tense standoff. The case had become a national obsession. The combination of elements, a beloved athlete, a beautiful ex-wife, a gruesome double murder, a police chase broadcast live, was irresistible. Cable news, still in its infancy, found its first great story. The networks interrupted regular programming to cover every development. The trial, when it came, would be broadcast in its entirety on court TV, transforming that channel from a niche service into a cultural phenomenon. The trial, a divided nation. The trial of O.J. Simpson opened on January 24, 1995, in the downtown Los Angeles courtroom of Judge Lance Ito. The prosecution was led by Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, two experienced prosecutors who faced the daunting task of trying a man with unlimited resources, and a team of defense attorneys who would come to be known as the Dream Team. The defense team was assembled by Johnny Cochran, a charismatic and skilled attorney who had built a reputation as a formidable advocate for black clients in Los Angeles. Cochran assembled a team that included Robert Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, Alan Dershowitz, and Barry Scheck, among others. They had an almost unlimited budget, and they used it to mount a defense that challenged every aspect of the prosecution's case. The prosecution's case was built on three pillars: DNA, evidence linking Simpson to the crime, a history of domestic violence, and a timeline that suggested Simpson had the opportunity to commit the murders. The DNA evidence, which was among the first major uses of DNA technology in a criminal trial, was compelling. Blood matching Simpson's was found at the crime scene. Blood matching the victims was found in Simpson's car and home. But the defense mounted a relentless attack on the integrity of the evidence. They argued that the LAPD had mishandled the crime scene, that the evidence had been contaminated, and that the DNA testing had been flawed. More damagingly, they argued that the investigation had been tainted by racism. The linchpin of this argument was Detective Mark Furman, the officer who had discovered the bloody glove at Simpson's home. The defense produced audio recordings of Furman using racial slurs, including the word nigger, dozens of times in interviews with a screenwriter. Furman was called to testify and invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, rather than answer questions about his use of the slur. For the defense, the Furman tapes were proof that the investigation had been poisoned by racism. The trial was marked by moments of high drama. The most famous came when the prosecution asked Simpson to try on the gloves found at the crime scene and at his home. Simpson struggled to pull the gloves onto his hands, and Darden, in his closing argument, told the jury, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit." Cochran used the phrase as the refrain of his closing argument, and it became the case's most enduring catchphrase. The verdict and its aftermath. On October 3, 1995, after 9 months of trial and just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The nation stopped to watch. An estimated 150 million people tuned in, the largest audience in American television history to that point. In courthouses, in schools, in offices, and homes across the country, people gathered around televisions to hear the outcome. The verdict was read, not guilty. The reaction was starkly divided along racial lines. Polls taken after the verdict showed that while most white Americans believed Simpson was guilty, most black Americans believed he was innocent. The divide reflected deep and enduring differences in how black and white Americans viewed the criminal justice system. For many black Americans, the Simpson case was not about whether he had murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. It was about whether the LAPD, an institution with a long history of racial bias, could be trusted to conduct a fair investigation. For many white Americans, the case was about a brutal double murder and the failure of the justice system to hold a wealthy celebrity accountable for his crimes. The civil trial that followed produced a different outcome. In 1997, a civil jury found Simpson liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman and ordered him to pay $33.5 million in damages to the families. The judgment, which was never fully paid, left the Brown and Goldman families with a measure of legal vindication, but no closure. Legacy, the trial that changed America. The O.J. Simpson trial left an indelible mark on American culture and on the criminal justice system. It transformed the media landscape, demonstrating the power of cable news and the appetite for true crime content that would come to dominate television in the decades that followed. It exposed deep racial divisions that continue to shape American politics and culture. And it raised profound questions about the role of celebrity in the justice system, about the reliability of forensic evidence, and about the capacity of the legal system to achieve justice in cases that capture the nation's attention. For the families of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman, the trial was a trauma that never fully healed. Nicole's sister, Denise Brown, became an advocate for victims of domestic violence, using her platform to raise awareness of the abuse that her sister had suffered. Ron Goldman's father, Fred Goldman, spent decades pursuing Simpson in court, seeking to enforce the civil judgment and to hold Simpson accountable for the loss of his son. O.J. Simpson was later convicted of armed robbery and kidnapping in a 2007 incident in Las Vegas and served 9 years in prison. He was released in 2017 and died of cancer on April 10, 2024, at the age of 76. The question of whether he murdered Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman remains, for many, unresolved, a testament to a case that never delivered the closure it promised, and a reminder that in the most sensational trials, the search for truth is often eclipsed by the spectacle of the courtroom. The Andrea Yates case, the mother who drowned her children. On the morning of June 20, 2001, in a modest house in the Houston suburb of Clear Lake, Andrea Yates did the unthinkable. She filled a bathtub with water and one by one drowned her 5 children, Noah 7, John 5, Paul 3, Luke 2, and Mary 6 months. She then called her husband, Rusty, and told him to come home, and she called 911 and told the operator, "I killed my children." The case that followed would become one of the most wrenching and divisive in American legal history, a case that pitted the demands of criminal justice against the reality of severe mental illness. Andrea Yates was suffering from profound postpartum psychosis at the time of the killings, a condition that had been diagnosed and treated, but that had never been adequately addressed by a medical system that failed her repeatedly. Her trial and its aftermath sparked a national debate about the nature of criminal responsibility, the treatment of mentally ill mothers, and the capacity of the legal system to distinguish between evil and madness. The Yates family and the descent into illness. Andrea Yates was born in Houston in 1964, the youngest of 5 children. She was a gifted student, graduating from high school with honors and attending nursing school, where she earned a degree and worked briefly as a nurse. She married Russell Rusty Yates in 1993, a man she had met while both were living in Houston. Rusty Yates was a computer engineer at NASA, and the couple moved into a house in Clear Lake, a suburb southeast of Houston, where they began to build a family. The first child, Noah, was born in 1994. The pregnancy and delivery were uncomplicated, but Andrea's mental health began to deteriorate after his birth. She experienced episodes of depression and anxiety, and she was briefly hospitalized after a suicide attempt. She was diagnosed with postpartum depression and began taking medication that seemed to stabilize her condition. But the pattern repeated with each subsequent child. With each pregnancy, Andrea's mental health declined further, and with each decline, she was hospitalized, treated, and released, only to become pregnant again. By the time Mary was born in 2000, Andrea had been hospitalized at least 3 times, diagnosed with major depressive disorder, and treated with a range of medications. She had also begun to develop psychotic symptoms, hearing voices and believing that she was possessed by demons. The family's religious environment compounded her illness. Rusty Yates was deeply involved with a charismatic Christian preacher named Michael Warrenecki, who traveled the country with his family, preaching a message of sin and redemption. The Warreneckis preached that mothers who neglected their children were sinful and that the world was filled with evil. Andrea, already struggling with her mental health, absorbed these messages and began to believe that she was a bad mother, that her children were not being raised properly, and that they were in danger of going to hell. June 20th, 2001. The murders. On the morning of June 20th, 2001, Rusty Yates left for work shortly after 9 a.m. He had been working the night shift, and he had arranged for a babysitter, Andrea's mother, to come later in the morning to help Andrea with the children. But by the time Rusty left, Andrea's mental state had already deteriorated beyond her ability to control. After Rusty left, Andrea began to fill the bathtub. She told police later that she had been hearing voices and that she believed that Satan was inside her. She thought that if she killed her children, she would save them from going to hell, that they would go to heaven, where they would be safe, and that she would follow them after being executed for their murders. She called Noah into the bathroom first. He was 7 years old enough to understand what was happening, old enough to try to escape. Police later reported that Noah had defensive wounds on his hands, evidence that he had struggled against his mother as she held him under the water. She drowned him, then laid his body on the floor. She called John next, then Paul, then Luke, then Mary. She drowned each of them in turn, placing them side by side on the floor when she was finished. When all 5 children were dead, Andrea called Rusty at work. "You need to come home," she said. Rusty, who had learned to recognize the signs of his wife's deterioration, drove home immediately. When he arrived, Andrea was standing in the living room. "I killed them," she said. Rusty ran to the bathroom and found the bodies of his 5 children arranged on the floor. The trial, guilty but mentally ill. Andrea Yates was arrested and charged with 2 counts of capital murder. The case was assigned to a state district judge, and prosecutors announced their intention to seek the death penalty. What followed was a legal battle that would expose the inadequacies of the Texas mental health system and the limitations of the state's insanity defense. Under Texas law at the time, a defendant could be found not guilty by reason of insanity only if they could prove that they were so severely mentally ill that they did not know their actions were wrong. The standard was derived from the Monotone Rule, a 19th century English legal test that asked whether the defendant knew the difference between right and wrong at the time of the crime. Andrea Yates knew that what she was doing was wrong. She had called the police and told them she had killed her children, and she had told Rusty the same. Under the strict interpretation of the law, she could not be found not guilty by reason of insanity. The prosecution argued that Yates had planned the killings, that she had waited for Rusty to leave before acting, and that she had called the police afterward. These actions, they argued, demonstrated that she knew what she was doing was wrong. The defense argued that Yates was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis, that she was delusional, and that her belief that killing her children was necessary to save them from hell meant that she did not have the capacity to understand the moral implications of her actions. The trial ended in March 2002 with a verdict that satisfied no one. The jury found Andrea Yates guilty of capital murder but rejected the death penalty, sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole. The verdict was accompanied by a finding of guilty but mentally ill, a legal category in Texas that allowed for treatment in prison but did not recognize the severity of her illness. The appeal and the retrial. The verdict was appealed, and in 2005, the Texas First Court of Appeals overturned the conviction. The court found that a prosecution expert witness had given false testimony about a television show he had watched that might have influenced his conclusions. The show was an episode of the legal drama Law and Order that had featured a woman who drowned her children and was found not guilty by reason of insanity, a plot that the expert claimed he had never seen. The retrial began in July 2006, and this time the outcome was different. The jury, which was instructed on the insanity defense more carefully than the first jury had been, deliberated for just 3 hours before reaching a verdict, not guilty by reason of insanity. Andrea Yates was committed to the North Texas State Hospital, a state mental health facility in Vernon, where she has remained ever since. Aftermath and legacy. The Andrea Yates case transformed the national conversation about postpartum mental illness. Before Yates, postpartum depression was understood as a relatively mild condition, a temporary adjustment to motherhood that was treated with counseling and, in some cases, medication. The Yates case brought attention to the far more severe condition of postpartum psychosis, a rare but devastating illness that affects approximately 1 to 2 out of every 1,000 women who give birth. The symptoms include delusions, hallucinations, and a profound disconnection from reality, symptoms that, when untreated, can lead to the kind of tragedy that occurred in the Yates home. The case also exposed the failures of the mental health system. Andrea Yates had been hospitalized repeatedly, had been diagnosed with severe mental illness and had been prescribed medications that were discontinued or changed without adequate supervision. Her husband, Rusty, had been warned by her psychiatrist not to leave her alone with the children, and yet she was left alone on the morning of June 20th because her mother was delayed and because the family could not afford the help they needed. The case also raised profound questions about the nature of criminal responsibility. Can a person who is so severely mentally ill that she believes she is saving her children from hell be held responsible for their deaths? The Texas legal system, with its narrow interpretation of the insanity defense, initially answered yes. But the second jury, with a fuller understanding of the nature of Yates's illness, answered no. Conclusion. Andrea Yates remains at the North Texas State Hospital, where she is reported to be stable and compliant with her medication. Her husband, Rusty, divorced her in 2005, but has remained in contact and has advocated for her release. Her children, the 5 she drowned, are buried in a cemetery in Houston, their headstones a quiet reminder of a tragedy that could have been prevented. The Andrea Yates case endures because it forces us to confront difficult questions about mental illness, motherhood, and the limits of criminal responsibility. Andrea Yates was not a monster. She was a woman who loved her children and who, in the grip of a severe mental illness, believed she was saving them from something worse than death. The tragedy of her case is that it might have been prevented if the mental health system had worked as it should have, if her doctors had coordinated their care, if her husband had understood the severity of her illness, if society had provided the support that families in crisis so desperately need. In the years since the Yates case, many states have reformed their laws regarding postpartum mental illness, and awareness of postpartum psychosis has grown. But the case remains a cautionary tale, a reminder that the line between sanity and madness can be thinner than we imagine, and that the capacity for tragedy lies not only in the hearts of monsters, but in the lives of ordinary people who have been failed by the systems that are supposed to protect them. The Robert Blake trial, Hollywood, murder, and an acquittal that shocked the nation. On the evening of May 4, 2001, actor Robert Blake, best known for his role in the film In Cold Blood and the 1970s television series Beretta, drove his wife, Bonnie Lee Backley, to Vitello's restaurant in Studio City, California. After dinner, the couple returned to their car, which was parked on a nearby street. What happened next would become one of Hollywood's most sensational murder trials. Backley was found shot in the head, slumped in the passenger seat. Blake claimed that after escorting his wife to the car, he had returned to the restaurant to retrieve a gun he had left behind. When he returned, he found Backley dying. The investigation that followed, and the trial that culminated in a dramatic acquittal in 2005, captivated the nation, exposing the dark underbelly of celebrity culture, the complexities of circumstantial evidence, and the enduring power of reasonable doubt. The players. Robert Blake and Bonnie Lee Backley. Robert Blake was born Michael Gubitosi in Nutley, New Jersey, in 1933. He began his career as a child actor, appearing in the Our Gang comedies under the name Mickey Gubitosi. He grew up in the entertainment industry, transitioning from child roles to adult parts, and achieved enduring fame with 2 iconic performances, as the killer Perry Smith in the 1967 film adaptation of Truman Capote's In Cold Blood, and as the streetwise detective Tony Beretta in the television series Beretta, which ran from 1975 to 1978. For his work on Beretta, Blake won an Emmy Award. He was, by any measure, a Hollywood success story, but his personal life was marked by instability, including a troubled marriage to actress Sandra Blake that ended in divorce, and a reputation for volatility that would later become a focus of the investigation. Bonnie Lee Backley was a figure from a different stratum of Hollywood. Born in New Jersey in 1956, she had spent her life in pursuit of celebrity, moving to Los Angeles in the 1980s and cultivating relationships with a series of famous men. She was a groupie, a con artist, and a woman whose life was a study in the pursuit of fame at any cost. She had been married 10 times, had relationships with Jerry Lee Lewis and other celebrities, and had a child with Marlon Brando's son, Christian Brando. By the time she met Robert Blake in 2000, she was living on the margins of Hollywood, a woman whose name was known to tabloid readers, but whose life was far from the glamour she sought. Blake and Beckley's relationship began inauspiciously. They met at a jazz club in Los Angeles, and Blake, who was in his late 60s, found himself drawn to the much younger woman. When Beckley became pregnant, Blake agreed to marry her, though he later described the marriage as a mistake. Their daughter Rosie was born in 2000. The marriage was volatile from the start. Blake would later testify that he felt trapped and that Beckley had deceived him about her past and her intentions. The shooting and the investigation. The shooting occurred on May 4, 2001, just over a year after Blake and Beckley married. According to Blake's account, the couple had dinner at Vitello's restaurant, and afterward he walked Beckley to his car, which was parked across the street. He claimed that when they reached the vehicle, he realized he had left his handgun, a weapon he carried because he had received threats, in the restaurant. He left Beckley in the car and returned to the restaurant to retrieve it. When he came back, he found Beckley shot in the head. Blake flagged down a passerby and asked them to call 911. When police arrived, they found Blake distraught and Beckley dying. She was transported to a hospital where she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. The gun used in the shooting was never found. The investigation that followed was immediate and intense. The Los Angeles Police Department focused on Blake almost from the outset, and within days, he was a suspect. The case was complicated by Blake's celebrity status. The media coverage was relentless, and the public was fascinated by the story of the beloved actor and his sordid marriage to a woman whose life was a tabloid fixture. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They argued that Blake had hired two men to kill Beckley, that he had planned the murder for months, and that his story about returning to the restaurant for the gun was a fabrication. They presented evidence that Blake had asked former stuntmen and other acquaintances to kill Beckley, though none had followed through. They also presented evidence that Blake had been seen near the scene of the shooting in the moments before it occurred. The defense, led by attorneys M. Gerald Schwartzbach and Jennifer Keller, argued that Blake was innocent and that the prosecution's case was built on speculation, not evidence. They pointed to the absence of forensic evidence linking Blake to the shooting, the lack of a motive, and the possibility that Beckley had been killed by someone else, perhaps one of the many enemies she had accumulated over her lifetime. The trial, a Hollywood spectacle. The trial of Robert Blake began on December 17, 2004, in Los Angeles Superior Court, presided over by Judge Darlene Shem. The proceedings were a media sensation. Every day the courtroom was packed with journalists, spectators, and the curious. Blake, who had spent time in jail awaiting trial, was free on bail, and he arrived at the courthouse each day in a limousine, often accompanied by his daughter, Rosie, now a young child. The prosecution's case was lengthy and detailed, but it suffered from a lack of direct evidence. They called witnesses who testified about Blake's alleged attempts to hire someone to kill Beckley, but none of those attempts had resulted in an actual murder. They presented forensic evidence that was inconclusive, and they argued that Blake's behavior after the shooting, including his failure to immediately summon help, was consistent with that of a guilty man. The defense's case was built on a single, powerful argument: reasonable doubt. Schwartzbach, in his closing argument, famously held up a photograph of the crime scene and told the jury, "This is what the prosecution's case looks like." He argued that the prosecution had failed to present any physical evidence linking Blake to the shooting, that the witnesses they had called were unreliable, and that the investigation had been flawed from the start. One of the most dramatic moments of the trial came when Blake took the stand in his own defense. For 2 days, he testified about his life, his marriage, and the events of the night Beckley died. He was emotional, sometimes tearful, and he presented himself as a man who had been wrongly accused. "I loved her," he said of Beckley. "I didn't love her behavior. I didn't love her ways, but I loved her." The verdict, acquittal, and aftermath. On March 16, 2005, after more than 3 months of trial and 8 days of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The courtroom was packed, and the nation was watching. The verdict: not guilty on all charges. The acquittal shocked many observers who had followed the case. The prosecution had presented a compelling narrative of a man who had grown to hate his wife and had taken steps to eliminate her. But the jury had concluded that the evidence was insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. "We had a lot of doubt," one juror said after the verdict. "There was no physical evidence, no witnesses, no confession. We couldn't send a man to prison based on what they gave us." The verdict was not, however, the end of Blake's legal troubles. In the civil trial that followed, a jury found Blake liable for Backley's wrongful death and ordered him to pay $30 million to Backley's family. The judgment, which Blake never paid, left him financially ruined. Legacy, a trial that raised questions. The Robert Blake trial raised enduring questions about the nature of celebrity justice and the power of reasonable doubt. Blake was acquitted not because he was innocent, but because the prosecution failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. For the families of Bonnie Lee Backley, the verdict was a devastating blow. For Blake, the acquittal was a hollow victory. He emerged from the trial a free man, but his career was destroyed, his reputation in ruins, and his finances depleted. Blake died on March 9, 2023, at the age of 89, of heart disease. He had lived for nearly 2 decades after the verdict, but he never returned to the prominence he had once enjoyed. His final years were spent in relative obscurity, a man whose life had been defined by a trial that the nation watched and a verdict that left more questions than answers. The Robert Blake case endures as a cautionary tale about the limits of circumstantial evidence and the power of a skilled defense attorney to create reasonable doubt. It also endures as a story about Hollywood, fame, and the dark side of celebrity, a story in which the beloved actor was accused of murder, the jury said not guilty, and the public was left to wonder what really happened on that street in Studio City on the night Bonnie Lee Backley died. The Casey Anthony trial. The mother America loved to hate. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 to report that her 2-year-old granddaughter, Kaylee Anthony, had been missing for 31 days. The call was placed after Cindy had confronted her daughter, Casey Anthony, who had been telling friends and family that Kaylee was with a nanny named Zenaida Gonzalez. The investigation that followed would reveal a labyrinth of lies, a party girl's secret life, and a little girl whose remains would not be found until December, hidden in a garbage bag in a wooded area near her home. The trial of Casey Anthony for the murder of her daughter became a media phenomenon, a case that captivated the nation and exposed the deepest anxieties about motherhood, morality, and the criminal justice system. When the jury returned a verdict of not guilty on the murder charges in July 2011, the public reaction was swift and furious. Casey Anthony became one of the most reviled figures in American history, a woman whose acquittal seemed to defy the evidence and whose name became synonymous with the failure of justice. The disappearance in the investigation. Kaylee Marie Anthony was born on August 9, 2005, to Casey Anthony and a father whose identity Casey never revealed. The family lived in Orlando, Florida, in a house owned by Casey's parents, George and Cindy Anthony. Casey, who was 22 at the time of Kaylee's disappearance, had a history of lying and a lifestyle that seemed incompatible with being a responsible mother. She spent her time with friends, frequented bars and clubs, and had told elaborate lies about her employment and her life. On June 16, 2008, Kaylee was last seen alive by her grandparents. Cindy Anthony later testified that she had seen Casey and Kaylee leave the house that day, and that she had not seen either of them again for several weeks. Casey told a different story. She claimed that she had left Kaylee with a nanny, Zenaida Gonzalez, while she went to work. But when Cindy began to investigate, she discovered that there was no nanny, that Casey had not been employed for months, and that Kaylee was nowhere to be found. The 911 call that Cindy placed on July 15th was the beginning of a case that would grip the nation. Within days, Casey Anthony was arrested and charged with child neglect. As the investigation widened, the charges escalated. The discovery of human remains in a wooded area near the Anthony home in December 2008 led to the filing of first-degree murder charges. The remains were identified as Kaylee's through DNA analysis. The investigation revealed a portrait of Casey Anthony that was deeply troubling. She had not reported her daughter missing for 31 days. During that time, she had been seen partying with friends, dancing at clubs, and living a life that seemed unburdened by the absence of her child. She had told friends that Kaylee was with a nanny, that she was with her mother, that she was with a friend. The lies were elaborate, and they continued even after her arrest. The trial, a media circus. The trial of Casey Anthony began on May 24, 2011, in Orlando, Florida, before Judge Belvin Perry. The prosecution was led by Assistant State Attorneys Jeff Ashton and Linda Drain Burdick. The defense was led by Jose Baez, a relatively inexperienced attorney who would become famous for his role in the case. The trial was broadcast live on television, and it became an obsession for millions of Americans who followed every detail of the proceedings. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They argued that Casey Anthony had killed her daughter using chloroform, a substance that had been searched for on the family computer. They presented evidence of decomposition in the trunk of Casey's car, evidence of a smell that a cadaver dog had identified as human remains. They argued that Casey's behavior after Kaylee's disappearance, the 31 days without reporting, the partying, the lies, was evidence of guilt. The defense, led by Baez, offered a different narrative. In his opening statement, Baez made a stunning revelation. He claimed that Kaylee had drowned accidentally in the family swimming pool and that George Anthony, Casey's father, had helped cover up the death. The accusation, which George Anthony vehemently denied, was a calculated risk that shifted the focus of the trial away from Casey and toward the family dynamics that had shaped the case. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when Casey Anthony took the stand in her own defense. She testified for several days, describing her relationship with her family, her daughter, and the events of the summer of 2008. She was composed, sometimes emotional, and she denied any involvement in Kaylee's death. Her testimony was contradicted by much of the evidence, but it gave the jury a version of events that could explain the otherwise inexplicable. The verdict, not guilty. On July 5, 2011, after less than 11 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The courtroom was silent as the verdict was read. Not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of aggravated child abuse, not guilty of aggravated manslaughter. The jury found Casey Anthony guilty only of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement, for which she was sentenced to time served and released. The verdict stunned the nation. Outside the courthouse, crowds gathered, and there were audible gasps and cries of disbelief. In homes and offices across America, the reaction was swift and furious. Social media exploded with outrage. The verdict was denounced as a travesty of justice. Casey Anthony, who had been the subject of near universal suspicion, became one of the most hated figures in American history. The jurors, in interviews after the trial, explained their reasoning. They said that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. There was no direct evidence linking Casey to Kaylee's death. The circumstantial evidence was open to interpretation. The defense had offered an alternative explanation for what had happened. The jurors believed that Casey was probably guilty, they said. But that was not enough. Under the law, they had to acquit. Aftermath and legacy. Casey Anthony left the Orange County Jail on July 17, 2011, her face hidden from the cameras that had documented her every move for years. She retreated from public view, though she has since made occasional appearances, including a 2020 documentary in which she offered a new version of events, claiming that her father had been responsible for Kaylee's death, a claim that George Anthony has repeatedly denied. The Casey Anthony trial left a lasting imprint on American culture. It became a flashpoint for debates about the criminal justice system, the nature of reasonable doubt, and the role of media in shaping public perception. The case also highlighted the power of the internet to amplify outrage. The verdict was denounced on social media, in online forums, and in countless blogs and websites. For the family of Kaylee Anthony, the verdict was a devastating blow. They had watched as the case unfolded, had sat through the trial, had hoped for justice for the little girl whose short life had ended in tragedy. Instead, they received an acquittal that left them with no closure and no answers. The Casey Anthony case endures as a cautionary tale about the limits of circumstantial evidence and the power of reasonable doubt. It also endures as a story about motherhood, morality, and the ways in which we judge the women who fail to conform to our expectations. Casey Anthony was not the first woman to be accused of killing her child, but she became the most famous, a symbol of a justice system that, in the eyes of the public, had failed to protect the most vulnerable. Conclusion: 2 trials, 2 acquittals, 2 legacies. The trials of Robert Blake and Casey Anthony, separated by 6 years and unfolding in different corners of the country, share a common thread. Both resulted in acquittals that shocked the public and left the families of the victims searching for answers. In both cases, the prosecution built cases on circumstantial evidence. And in both cases, the juries concluded that the evidence was insufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. For Bonnie Lee Bakley and Kaylee Anthony, the verdicts brought no justice. For their families, the trials brought no closure. For the public, the verdicts brought outrage and frustration, a sense that the system had failed, that the guilty had walked free, that the law was not equal to the demands of justice. But the cases also remind us of the fundamental principle that underlies the American criminal justice system, that it is better to let 10 guilty people go free than to convict one innocent person. The juries in both cases applied that principle as they understood it, and the verdicts they returned were the product of their judgment that the prosecution had not met its burden. Whether that judgment was correct will never be known. The truth of what happened to Bonnie Lee Bakley and Kaylee Anthony remains buried with them, and the names of Robert Blake and Casey Anthony remain forever linked to trials that captivated the nation, verdicts that shocked the world, and questions that will never be fully answered. The George Zimmerman trial, a verdict that shook a nation. On the night of February 26, 2012, in the gated community of the Retreat at Twin Lakes in Sanford, Florida, a 17-year-old boy walked to a convenience store to buy Skittles and a can of iced tea. He was returning to the home of his father's fiancée, where he was staying, when he was spotted by a neighborhood watch volunteer named George Zimmerman. Zimmerman called the police non-emergency line to report a suspicious person. What happened in the minutes that followed would become one of the most consequential events in recent American history. Trayvon Martin, an unarmed black teenager, was shot and killed by Zimmerman, a man of mixed race who identified as Hispanic. The case that followed, and the trial that culminated in Zimmerman's acquittal on all charges, became a flashpoint for national debates on race, self-defense laws, and gun control. It gave birth to the Black Lives Matter movement and exposed deep divisions in American society that have only widened in the years since. The shooting, a confrontation in the rain. The Retreat at Twin Lakes was a townhouse complex in Sanford, a city of approximately 50,000 people in Central Florida. The community had experienced a series of burglaries in the months before the shooting, and George Zimmerman, a 28-year-old insurance fraud investigator who served as the neighborhood watch coordinator, was vigilant about reporting suspicious activity. On the evening of February 26th, Trayvon Martin, a 17-year-old student at Dr. Michael M. Kropp High School in Miami, was visiting his father, Tracy Martin, who lived in the community, with his fiancée. Trayvon had walked to a nearby 7-Eleven to purchase candy and a drink. He was returning to the house when Zimmerman spotted him from his SUV. Zimmerman called the Sanford Police Department at 7:09 p.m. He reported a suspicious person walking through the neighborhood, describing Martin as a real suspicious guy who was walking around looking about. The dispatcher asked whether Zimmerman was following the person. "Yeah," Zimmerman said. The dispatcher responded, "We don't need you to do that." Zimmerman continued to follow Martin despite the dispatcher's instruction. What happened next remains disputed. Zimmerman claimed that Martin attacked him, slamming his head against the sidewalk and attempting to reach for Zimmerman's holstered gun. He said he fired in self-defense. Witnesses reported hearing cries for help, followed by a single gunshot. Some witnesses said the voice crying for help was Zimmerman's. Others said it was Martin's. When police arrived, they found Martin dead, face down on the grass, with a bag of Skittles and a can of iced tea in his pocket. Zimmerman, who was bleeding from the back of his head and nose, was taken to the police station for questioning. The initial investigation did not result in an arrest. Sanford police cited Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which eliminated the duty to retreat before using deadly force in self-defense, as a factor in their decision not to charge Zimmerman. The law, enacted in 2005, was one of the broadest self-defense statutes in the nation, and police concluded that Zimmerman's claim of self-defense was credible under its provisions. The outcry, a movement emerges. For weeks, the shooting remained a local story. But on March 8th, Trayvon Martin's parents, Tracy Martin and Sabrina Fulton, held a news conference that began to draw national attention. They demanded answers and questioned why Zimmerman had not been arrested. The story gained momentum, fueled by social media and a Change.org petition that gathered more than 2 million signatures demanding Zimmerman's prosecution. On March 12th, the Sanford Police Department released the 911 tapes from the night of the shooting. The public heard Zimmerman's call to the dispatcher, and many heard what they believed to be Trayvon Martin's cries for help on the recordings. The tapes went viral, and the story exploded. Within days, the case had become a national obsession, covered by cable news networks around the clock. On March 20th, the Sanford City Commission held a special meeting to address the public outcry. Hundreds of protesters gathered outside City Hall, demanding justice for Trayvon Martin. The police chief stepped down temporarily, and the city manager resigned. The case was referred to a special prosecutor, Angela Corey of the state attorney's office in Jacksonville. On April 11th, nearly 6 weeks after the shooting, George Zimmerman was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. He was released on bail the following day. The arrest did little to calm the public outcry. Protests continued across the country, and the case became a rallying point for those who saw Trayvon Martin's death as emblematic of racial profiling and the criminalization of Black youth. It was in this climate that the Black Lives Matter movement was born. The movement, which would grow to become one of the most significant social justice campaigns of the 21st century, traces its origins directly to the Trayvon Martin case. When Zimmerman was acquitted, the movement would gain national prominence, and its message that Black lives are systematically devalued in American society would resonate far beyond the courtroom. The trial, race, self-defense, and reasonable doubt. The trial of George Zimmerman began on June 10, 2013 in Sanford, Florida, before Judge Deborah Nelson. The prosecution was led by Angela Corey and her team. The defense was led by Mark O'Mara and Don West. The case was one of the most closely watched trials in American history, with cable news providing gavel-to-gavel coverage. The prosecution's case was built on the argument that Zimmerman had profiled Martin, pursued him despite being told not to, and escalated the confrontation that led to the shooting. They presented witnesses who testified that Zimmerman had used racial slurs in the past, though none of those witnesses testified to hearing him use such language on the night of the shooting. They also presented forensic evidence that they argued contradicted Zimmerman's account of the struggle. The defense countered with a straightforward argument. Zimmerman acted in self-defense. They presented forensic evidence of Zimmerman's injuries, including photographs of the cuts on the back of his head and the swelling on his face. They called witnesses who testified that the voice crying for help on the 911 tape was Zimmerman's. And they invoked Florida's Stand Your Ground law, which allowed Zimmerman to use deadly force if he reasonably believed it was necessary to prevent death or great bodily harm. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when the prosecution called Rachel Jantel, a friend of Trayvon Martin's, who had been on the phone with him in the minutes before the shooting. Jantel testified that Martin had told her he was being followed by a creepy-ass cracker and that he had tried to get away. She testified that she heard Martin ask, "Why are you following me?" and then heard a scuffle before the line went dead. Her testimony was powerful, but also halting. She was a difficult witness, and her credibility was attacked by the defense. On July 13, 2013, the jury, composed of 6 women, 5 of them white, returned after 16 hours of deliberation over 2 days. The verdict, not guilty. The reaction, protests, and a movement. The verdict was announced at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Within hours, protests erupted in cities across the country. In Sanford, hundreds gathered outside the courthouse, many in tears, many shouting in anger. In New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, and other cities, crowds took to the streets, blocking traffic and chanting the name of Trayvon Martin. The reaction to the verdict was starkly divided along racial lines. Polls taken after the trial showed that while most white Americans believed the jury had reached the correct verdict, most Black Americans believed that Zimmerman had been guilty. The division reflected the same racial chasm that had been exposed by the O.J. Simpson trial nearly 2 decades earlier, a chasm that seemed, if anything, to have widened. The verdict also marked a turning point in the history of the Black Lives Matter movement. The movement, which had been organizing since Zimmerman's arrest, gained national prominence in the weeks and months after the verdict. Its message that Black lives are systematically undervalued, that the criminal justice system fails to protect Black communities, that the killing of Trayvon Martin was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern, found a receptive audience among those who had watched the trial and been outraged by the outcome. Legacy: a nation still divided. The George Zimmerman trial left a lasting imprint on American society. It exposed the deep divisions that had been simmering beneath the surface of American life for generations. Divisions over race, over justice, over the meaning of self-defense. It also accelerated a political realignment that would shape the next decade of American politics, with the Black Lives Matter movement becoming a central force in the national conversation about race and justice. In the years since the trial, Zimmerman has remained a controversial figure. He has been involved in several incidents that have brought him back into the public eye, including a domestic dispute in 2013 and a traffic altercation in 2015. Trayvon Martin's parents, Tracy Martin and Sabrina Fulton, became advocates for victims of gun violence and for police reform. In 2018, Fulton ran for a seat on the Miami-Dade County Commission, citing her son's death as the motivation for her political engagement. The Stand Your Ground law that played such a prominent role in the case has been the subject of ongoing debate. While Florida's law remains on the books, it has been modified in response to criticism. But the broader movement to reform self-defense laws has made only incremental progress. In many states, Stand Your Ground laws have been expanded rather than restricted. The death of Trayvon Martin and the acquittal of George Zimmerman remain, for many Americans, a wound that has not healed. The verdict was a reminder of the limits of the criminal justice system, the power of reasonable doubt, and the persistence of racial disparities in how that system operates. For the Black Lives Matter movement, the case was a catalyst, a tragedy that became a movement, a verdict that became a call to action. And for the nation, it was a moment of reckoning, a glimpse of the divisions that would only become more visible in the years that followed. The Hinterkaifeck murders, Germany's most enduring mystery. In the spring of 1922, in a remote farmstead in the Bavarian countryside, a family of 5, a couple, their adult daughter, their young granddaughter, and the maid who worked for them, vanished. Their disappearance went unnoticed for days, until neighbors, curious about the family's absence from church and the unusual behavior of the farm's animals, went to investigate. What they found was a scene of almost unimaginable horror. The bodies of all 5 victims, killed with a mattock, a tool that had been used to bludgeon them to death in the barn. But the horror of the crime was compounded by what investigators would later discover. Someone had been living on the farm for days before the murders. The killer had hidden in the attic, had been seen by neighbors wandering the property, had fed the animals, had made himself at home. And after the murders, he had stayed, tending to the livestock, eating the family's food, and living among the dead. More than a century later, the Hinterkaifeck murders remain one of Germany's most enduring unsolved mysteries, a case that has inspired countless theories and confessions, but has never yielded a definitive answer. The crime: a family annihilated. Hinterkaifeck was not a village, but a single farmstead, located in a remote area between the Bavarian towns of Ingolstadt and Schrobenhausen. The farm had been in the Gruber family for generations. At the time of the murders, it was occupied by Andreas Gruber, his wife Kazilia, their widowed daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 children, Kazilia, age 7, and Josef, age 2. The family also employed a maid, Maria Baumgartner, who had joined the household shortly before the murders. On the evening of March 31, 1922, the family went about their usual routines. They fed the animals, had dinner, and prepared for bed. What happened next is known only from the evidence left behind. The killer, or killers, entered the farmstead, likely through the barn, where they found the maid, Maria Baumgartner, who was killed first. She was lured into the barn, perhaps by a noise, or by the need to attend to the animals, and was struck repeatedly with a mattock, a tool that was found at the scene. The other victims were killed in succession. The killer moved from the barn into the house, where he found Andreas and Kazilia Gruber in their bedroom. They were killed in their beds, the blows to their heads so violent that their skulls were crushed. Victoria was found in her bedroom with her daughter, Kazilia. Both were killed in their beds. The 2-year-old Joseph was found in his crib in Victoria's room, also killed with the same tool. The bodies were discovered on April 4, 1922, by neighbors who had grown concerned. For 4 days, the bodies had lain where they fell. In the meantime, someone had continued to feed the animals. The cows had been milked, the horses fed, the chickens tended, the stove in the kitchen had been lit, and someone had eaten a meal of the family's food. The killer, it seemed, had stayed on the farm for days after the murders, living among the dead. The investigation. A case that went cold. The investigation into the Hinterkaifeck murders was one of the largest in Bavarian history. Police interviewed hundreds of witnesses, followed hundreds of leads, and considered dozens of suspects. But the investigation was hampered from the start by the remote location of the farm, the lack of forensic technology, and the political instability of the Weimar Republic in the years after World War I. The autopsy of the victims revealed that they had been killed with a mattock, a farming tool that was found at the scene. The killer had used the same tool for all 5 murders, striking each victim multiple times with a force that suggested rage or madness. There was no evidence of sexual assault, and there was no apparent motive for the killings. The investigation quickly focused on a number of suspects. One was Carl Gabriel, the father of Victoria's 2 children, who had been reported killed in World War I, but whose body had never been found. Some believed that Gabriel had survived the war and returned to Hinterkaifeck, only to find that his children were being raised by another man. Others pointed to Lorenz Schlittenbauer, a neighbor who had a complicated relationship with the Gruber family. Schlittenbauer had been involved in a legal dispute with Andreas Gruber, and he was one of the first neighbors to discover the bodies. Suspicion also fell on a series of itinerant workers and vagrants who had passed through the area in the days before the murders. But the most chilling evidence came from the days before the killings. Neighbors reported seeing strange footprints in the snow leading from the forest to the farmhouse, footprints that led in only one direction. Andreas Gruber had told neighbors that he had found a newspaper in the attic that did not belong to him, and that he had heard footsteps in the attic on the nights before the murders. Someone had been living in the attic, watching the family, waiting. And after the murders, that same someone had stayed, feeding the animals, eating the food, living among the dead. Theories and suspects, a century of speculation. The Hinterkaifeck murders have inspired a century of speculation. Hundreds of theories have been proposed, dozens of suspects identified, and at least 5 confessions have been made, none of which have been verified. The case has become a touchstone of German true crime, a mystery that has never been solved, and that seems, with each passing year, to recede further into the realm of legend. One of the most persistent theories involves Carl Gabriel, Victoria's missing husband. Gabriel was reported killed in France in 1914, but his body was never identified. Some believe that Gabriel survived the war, returned to Hinterkaifeck, and found that his children were being raised by another man, or as some have speculated, that his children were not his own. When he confronted the family, the argument escalated into violence, and Gabriel killed them all before fleeing. Another theory involves Lorenz Schlittenbauer, the neighbor who discovered the bodies. Schlittenbauer had a motive. He had been involved in a legal dispute with Andreas Gruber, and he was rumored to be the father of Victoria's children. Some investigators believe that Schlittenbauer was the last person to see the Gruber family alive, and that his behavior in the days after the murders was suspicious. He was questioned repeatedly, but never charged. Still, other theories point to a wider conspiracy. Some have suggested that the murders were connected to the political instability of the era, that Hinterkaifeck was a haven for smugglers or radicals, and that the family was killed to silence them. Others have suggested that the killer was a serial murderer who had committed similar crimes in the region. But no evidence has ever been found to support these theories, and the case remains officially unsolved. The legacy, a mystery that endures. The Hinterkaifeck farmstead was demolished in 1923, and a memorial now stands on the site. The bodies of the victims were exhumed and moved several times over the years. They now rest in a cemetery in the nearby town of Weidhofen. But the case has never been forgotten. In Germany, Hinterkaifeck is as famous as Jack the Ripper is in England, a case that has become a cultural touchstone, a symbol of the unsolvable mystery. The murders have inspired books, documentaries, and films. The farmstead has been the subject of countless paranormal investigations, with some claiming that the site is haunted by the spirits of the victims. And every year, on the anniversary of the murders, visitors make the pilgrimage to the site to pay their respects to the family and to ponder the mystery that has never been solved. The Hinterkaifeck murders endure because they resist resolution. There is no confession, no suspect, no motive. There is only the evidence of the crime itself, the bodies in the barn, the footprints in the snow, the footsteps in the attic. Someone lived among the Grubers for days before they died. Someone fed their animals after they were dead. Someone ate their food and lit their stove and walked through their house while their bodies lay in the barn. And that someone, whoever he was, disappeared into the Bavarian countryside, leaving behind a mystery that has haunted Germany for a century. Conclusion: 2 mysteries, 2 legacies. The trials of George Zimmerman and the unsolved murders at Hinterkaifeck could not be more different. One is a case that was tried in the full glare of the media, a case that became a flashpoint for national debates about race and justice. The other is a mystery that has never been solved, a case that has receded into the realm of legend, a crime that has resisted every attempt to find the truth. But both cases speak to something fundamental about the human experience of crime and justice. The Zimmerman trial reminds us that the criminal justice system is a human institution, fallible and imperfect, capable of producing outcomes that seem to defy common sense and to leave the public feeling betrayed. The Hinterkaifeck murders remind us that some mysteries are never solved, that some crimes are never punished, that some killers walk among us for a century without ever being identified. In the Zimmerman case, the verdict was the end, a moment of resolution, however unsatisfying. In the Hinterkaifeck case, there is no verdict, no resolution, only the mystery itself. The killer who hid in the attic, who fed the animals, who walked among the dead, is still out there somewhere, in the history that refuses to let him go. And the family who died on that remote Bavarian farmstead are still waiting for the justice that never came. The Leopold and Loeb trial, the perfect crime and the battle against the gallows. In the spring of 1924, the city of Chicago was confronted with a crime so shocking, so seemingly inexplicable, that it would come to be known as the first crime of the century. 2 teenagers from the city's wealthiest families, Nathan Leopold Jr., 19, and Richard Loeb, 18, kidnapped and murdered 14-year-old Bobby Franks. Not out of passion, not for money, but for the sheer intellectual thrill of committing the perfect crime. The case that followed would become a landmark in American legal history, not because of any question about the defendant's guilt, they had confessed in detail, but because it forced the nation to confront questions about the nature of evil, the causes of crime, and the morality of capital punishment. Clarence Darrow, the legendary defense attorney who had made his career defending the poor and the downtrodden, took on the case as a battle against the death penalty, delivering a 12-hour closing argument that remains one of the most powerful and controversial speeches in the history of American law. The crime, a murder without motive. Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb were the embodiment of privilege. Leopold, the son of a wealthy German-Jewish immigrant family, was a prodigy. He had graduated from the University of Chicago at 18, spoke 15 languages, and was an accomplished ornithologist who had published academic articles on bird migration. Loeb, the son of the vice president of Sears, Roebuck and Company, had entered the University of Michigan at 14 and graduated at 17, planning to attend law school. Both were intelligent, wealthy, and seemingly destined for lives of achievement. But beneath the surface of their accomplishments lay a relationship of intellectual arrogance and moral emptiness. Leopold and Loeb had been lovers, though by 1924 their relationship had become more a partnership in crime than a romance. They had begun committing petty thefts, then progressed to arson. But these were mere rehearsals for what they saw as the ultimate intellectual challenge, the perfect murder. Leopold, who had immersed himself in Nietzsche's philosophy of the Übermensch, believed that he and Loeb were above ordinary morality, that they were, in his words, evil geniuses, who had the right to commit crimes that ordinary men could not. Their plan was elaborate. They spent months preparing, purchasing a car, acquiring rope and chisels, and selecting a victim. On May 21st, 1924, they drove through the streets of the Kenwood neighborhood, searching for a boy they could lure into their car. They chose Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old student at the Harvard School for Boys, whom Loeb knew from the neighborhood. They offered him a ride, and when he accepted, Leopold struck him repeatedly with a chisel. The boy died, either from the blows or from suffocation when a gag was forced into his mouth. Leopold and Loeb drove to a remote marshland near Hammond, Indiana, where they stripped the body, poured acid on the face and genitals to complicate identification, and stuffed the corpse into a drainage pipe. They then returned to Chicago, sent a ransom note to the Franks family demanding $10,000, and went about their lives as if nothing had happened. Leopold attended his ornithology classes. Loeb played cards with friends. When the body was discovered 3 days later, identified by a pair of eyeglasses left at the scene that traced back to Leopold, the two young men confessed within hours of being questioned. The trial, Darrow's strategy. The case against Leopold and Loeb was overwhelming. They had confessed, in the physical evidence, the eyeglasses, the car, the typewriter used to write the ransom note, was conclusive. The prosecution, led by State's Attorney Robert E. Crowe, sought the death penalty. Crowe, a political ambitious prosecutor who had built his career on securing convictions, saw the case as a path to higher office. "I have a hanging case," he reportedly said, after securing the confessions. The defense faced an impossible task. Leopold and Loeb were guilty. There was no disputing that. But their families, who had retained the services of Clarence Darrow, were determined to save their sons from the gallows. Darrow, who had spent his career defending labor leaders and radicals, the poor and the outcast, agreed to take the case, a decision that many of his supporters viewed as a betrayal of his principles. Darrow saw it differently. He saw the case as an opportunity to mount a public argument against the death penalty, to put the morality of capital punishment itself on trial. Darrow's strategy was unorthodox and, to some observers, shocking. He waived the right to a jury trial, allowing the case to be heard by Judge John R. Caverly alone. This was a calculated risk. Darrow knew that a jury, inflamed by public outrage, would almost certainly impose the death penalty. He believed that a judge trained in the law and less susceptible to emotional appeals might be persuaded to show mercy. He then had Leopold and Loeb plead guilty, eliminating the need for a trial on the question of guilt and moving directly to the sentencing hearing. The sentencing hearing became the arena for Darrow's battle. Over several weeks, he called a parade of psychiatric experts to testify about the psychological condition of the two young men. The defense psychiatrists, many of them followers of Freud, testified that Leopold and Loeb were mentally ill, products of dysfunctional childhoods, sexual abuse by governesses, and a toxic combination of wealth and neglect. They described Leopold's obsession with Nietzsche and his belief in the Übermensch, and Loeb's fascination with detective stories, and his desire to prove he could commit a perfect crime. The state's psychiatrists, by contrast, argued that the young men were sane, responsible for their actions, and deserving of death. The closing argument, Darrow's plea for mercy. On August 22, 1924, Clarence Darrow began his closing argument to Judge Caverly. He would speak for 12 hours over 3 days, delivering what many consider the most powerful speech of his career. His argument was not a legal brief, but a philosophical meditation on crime, punishment, and human responsibility. Darrow began by acknowledging the horror of the crime. "This is a case of murder," he told the judge. "It is a case, if there ever was one, where the death penalty should be inflicted if the death penalty is justified." But then he turned to the question at the heart of his argument: why did Leopold and Loeb commit this crime? And if they committed it because of forces beyond their control, their heredity, their environment, their psychological makeup, then could they truly be held responsible? He invoked the determinist philosophy that had shaped his worldview. Is there any blame for anything that any human being does? Is there any reason why a human being should not be merciful? I do not believe that the people who sit in judgment on my clients are responsible for the conditions that made them. Yet if the people are not responsible for the acts of my clients, neither are my clients responsible. I know that of old, out of the ages, has come a rule that a man must be responsible for his acts. But is there a man in the world who is responsible for his acts? Darrow spent hours reviewing the psychiatric testimony, building a portrait of two young men whose lives had been warped by forces they could not control. He spoke of Leopold's mother, who died when he was young, and of Loeb's governess, who sexually abused him. He spoke of the pressures of wealth and expectation, the isolation of lives lived in privilege, the emptiness that comes from having everything and wanting nothing. He argued that the same society that was now demanding their execution had helped create them. We are all human creatures, and we are all products of our heredity and our environment. He also attacked the morality of capital punishment itself. "I am pleading for the future," he said. "I am pleading for a time when hatred and cruelty will not control the hearts of men. When we can learn by reason and judgment and understanding and faith that all life is worth saving and that mercy is the highest attribute of man." He quoted from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and from A.E. Housman's A Shropshire Lad, seeking to move the judge not through logic but through emotion. In his final words, Darrow appealed directly to Judge Caverly's humanity. "I am going to ask your honor to save these boys. I am going to ask your honor to give them a chance to make something of themselves. I am going to ask your honor to show mercy. I am going to ask your honor to be kind. I am going to ask your honor to be merciful. I am going to ask your honor to be human." The sentence, life in prison. On September 10, 1924, Judge Caverly delivered his decision. He acknowledged the singular atrocity of the crime, its deliberate planning, its callousness and cruelty. He noted that the defendants were not insane under the legal definition of insanity, and yet he declined to impose the death penalty. The judge gave two reasons for his decision. First, the age of the defendants. The court believes it is within his province to decline to impose the sentence of death on persons who are not of full age. Leopold was 19, Loeb was 18. Second, he noted that life imprisonment might well be the harsher punishment. Life imprisonment, at the moment, strikes the public imagination as forcibly as would death by hanging. But to the offenders, particularly of the type they are, the prolonged suffering of years of confinement may well be the severest form of retribution and expiation. The sentence was life imprisonment for murder, plus 99 years for kidnapping. Leopold and Loeb were sent to Stateville Penitentiary in Joliet, Illinois. In 1936, Richard Loeb was killed by a fellow inmate in a prison fight. Nathan Leopold served 33 years, becoming a model prisoner who taught classes and worked in the prison hospital. He was released on parole in 1958 and died in 1971. Legacy, a trial that changed American law. The Leopold and Loeb trial left a lasting imprint on American jurisprudence. It established the use of psychiatric testimony in sentencing hearings, opening the door for the consideration of mental health evidence in capital cases. It demonstrated the power of a skilled defense attorney to shape the outcome of a case through the force of argument and persuasion. And it contributed to a growing movement against the death penalty, a movement that would gain momentum over the decades that followed. But the case also left a troubling legacy. Critics argued that Darrow's determinist philosophy, that all behavior is determined by heredity and environment, absolved individuals of responsibility for their actions. They pointed out that Leopold and Loeb were not products of poverty or neglect. They were among the most privileged young men in America. If they could not be held responsible, then who could? Professor John H. Wigmore, a leading legal scholar, criticized the defense's use of psychiatric testimony as partisan and manipulative, arguing that the expert witnesses had become advocates for the defense rather than neutral scientists. The case also raised questions about class injustice. Leopold and Loeb's families could afford the best legal defense money could buy. Their wealth bought them not acquittal, but life. Their victims, Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old boy from a similarly wealthy family, did not receive justice in the form of the execution that many demanded. The case became a symbol of the ways in which wealth and privilege could shape the outcomes of the legal system, a lesson that would resonate in trials for generations to come. The Leopold and Loeb trial endures because it forces us to confront the most difficult questions about crime and punishment. Was the killing of Bobby Franks an act of pure evil, deserving of the ultimate penalty? Or was it the product of forces, psychological, social, cultural, that diminished the responsibility of the killers. Clarence Darrow believed that no one was fully responsible for their actions, that all behavior was determined by causes beyond individual control. I know that of old, out of the ages, has come a rule that a man must be responsible for his acts, he told Judge Caverly. But is there a man in the world who is responsible for his acts? It was a question that the judge answered with mercy and that the nation has been debating ever since. The Wallace case, the impossible murder. On the night of January 20th, 1931, in the Anfield district of Liverpool, Julia Wallace, a 52-year-old woman described by those who knew her as difficult and reclusive, was bludgeoned to death in the sitting room of her modest terraced home. The room was a scene of horror. Her body lay in a pool of blood, her skull fractured by repeated blows from a blunt instrument that was never found. The kitchen cupboard where her husband kept his insurance money had been forced open, and the cash inside was gone. But nothing else had been taken. Not Julia's handbag, not the valuables in the bedroom. The doors were locked from the inside, the windows were secure. There was no sign of forced entry, and the only person who seemed to have both motive and opportunity was Julia's husband, William Herbert Wallace, a 52-year-old insurance salesman with a history of kidney problems and a demeanor that struck some as cold and calculating. What followed would become one of the most perplexing murder cases in British legal history, a case that would see Wallace convicted and sentenced to death, only to have his conviction overturned on appeal in a landmark decision that established new standards for circumstantial evidence. Nearly a century later, the murder of Julia Wallace remains unsolved, a locked-room mystery that has inspired novels, documentaries, and countless theories. It is Liverpool's oldest cold case, and it shows no sign of being solved. The Call, an invitation to a street that did not exist. The events that led to Julia Wallace's death began on the night of January 19, 1931, at the Liverpool Central Chess Club on North John Street. William Wallace, an avid chess player, though an irregular attendee, arrived at the club shortly after a telephone call had been received by the club captain, Samuel Beattie. The caller, who identified himself as R.M. Qualtrough, asked to speak with Wallace. When told that Wallace was not yet present, Qualtrough left a message. He wanted Wallace to meet him the following night at 7:30 p.m. at 25 Menlove Gardens East to discuss insurance business. Wallace received the message when he arrived. He was intrigued but not suspicious. The following evening, January 20th, he left his home at approximately 6:45 p.m., telling his wife that he was going to meet a prospective client. He caught the tram at 7:06 p.m., a fact that was later confirmed by the tram conductor and ticket inspector, both of whom remembered him because of his unusual behavior. On the tram, Wallace repeatedly engaged the staff in conversation, asking directions and explaining that he was a total stranger in that part of the city. He made a point of telling them about his appointment with Mr. Qualtrough and the time he was supposed to meet him. When Wallace arrived at Menlove Gardens, he discovered that there was no Menlove Gardens East. The area had Menlove Gardens North, Menlove Gardens South, and Menlove Gardens West, but no East. Confused, he spent nearly an hour walking the neighborhood, asking residents, stopping at newsagents, even asking a policeman for directions. He made certain that as many people as possible remembered him. He repeated his story about Qualtrough, stated the time of his appointment, and ensured that his movements were well documented. By the time he gave up his search and began the journey home, a dozen witnesses could place him in the Menlove Gardens area around the time that his wife was being murdered. The discovery, a body in a locked room. Wallace arrived home at approximately 8:45 p.m. He found the front door locked and could not open it. He went around to the back door and found it similarly locked. His neighbors, John and Florence Johnston, who lived next door, noticed him struggling with the doors and came to help. Wallace asked them, "Have you heard anything unusual tonight?" The Johnstons walked around to the back of the house, where the door opened without difficulty. Wallace entered the house, which was in total darkness. After a moment, he emerged and said to the Johnstons, "Oh, come and see. She's been killed." Inside, they found Julia Wallace's body lying in front of the gas fire. She had been beaten to death with a blunt instrument, probably an iron bar or a piece of lead pipe that was never found. Her skull was fractured, her face unrecognizable. Her dress and the coat beneath her had been partially burnt by the gas fire, which was still lit. The kitchen cupboard where Wallace kept his insurance money had been forced open, and the cash inside, about 4 pounds, was missing. But Julia's handbag, left in plain sight, was untouched. The bedroom had been ransacked, but nothing else had been taken. The police were called, and the investigation began. What they found was puzzling. There were no signs of forced entry. The doors and windows were locked from the inside. The murder weapon was missing. The drains around the house had not been used, suggesting that the killer had not washed off blood before fleeing. Yet Wallace's clothes, when tested, showed no traces of blood, despite the fact that the killer would have been heavily spattered. The police surgeon, relying on the state of rigor mortis, estimated the time of death at approximately 8 p.m., nearly an hour before Wallace returned home. The investigation, a perfect alibi. The investigation quickly focused on William Wallace. He had motive. His marriage was described by friends as loveless and strained, and Wallace had once been overheard saying that his wife had no life and that it would be better if she were dead. He had opportunity. Though witnesses placed him in Menlove Gardens at the time of the murder, it was theoretically possible that he had killed his wife before leaving the house at 6:45 p.m. and somehow made it to the tram stop by 7:06 p.m. And he had a suspicious explanation for his whereabouts. The phone call from Courtroom, which led him to a street that did not exist, and which had been placed from a phone box only 400 yards from his home, next to the tram stop where he caught his tram to the chess club. But there were problems with the case against Wallace. The timing was impossibly tight. A milk boy testified that he had seen Julia Wallace alive between 6:30 and 6:45 p.m., leaving Wallace at most 15 minutes to kill his wife, change his clothes, wash off the blood, and make it to the tram stop. The drains had not been used, meaning he could not have washed off blood. His clothes showed no traces of blood. The murder weapon was never found, and Samuel Beatty, the chess club captain who had received the phone call, was unshakable in his opinion that the voice on the phone was not Wallace's. Nevertheless, the police charged Wallace with murder. The case against him was circumstantial, built on suspicion and inference rather than hard evidence. But the public mood in Liverpool was strongly anti-Wallace. Local newspapers had reported the case in sensational terms, and many had already concluded that he was guilty. The trial was moved to the Liverpool Assizes in St. George's Hall, where it was heard by a jury selected from outside the city. But still, it was believed, infected by prejudice. The trial and conviction. The trial of William Herbert Wallace began in April 1931. The prosecution was led by Edward Hemmerd, a formidable barrister who had made his name as a prosecutor. The defense was led by Roland Oliver, a barrister from London brought in to represent Wallace. The case against Wallace was entirely circumstantial, and the trial judge, Mr. Justice Wright, summed up strongly in favor of an acquittal. In his charge to the jury, Judge Wright emphasized the high standard of proof required in a murder case. This murder, he said, I should imagine, must be almost unexampled in the annals of crime. Murder so devised and arranged that nothing remains which will point to anyone as the murderer. No fingerprints, and no weapon that can be traced anywhere. And so far as can be ascertained, no conceivable motive in any human being. He instructed the jury that circumstantial evidence must exclude every reasonable possibility of innocence, and that the question was not who did this crime, but is it proved beyond all reasonable doubt that the prisoner did it? He noted that the evidence was quite consistent with some unknown criminal, for some unknown motive, having gotten to the house and executed the murder and gone away. Despite this strong direction, the jury deliberated for only an hour before returning a verdict of guilty. Judge Wright, who was visibly disappointed, omitted the customary words of thanks to the jury. He passed the mandatory sentence, death by hanging. The appeal, a landmark decision. The reaction to the verdict was immediate. Public opinion began to swing in Wallace's favor. In a unique act, the Church of England offered intercessions extraordinary at Liverpool Cathedral, prayers for God's guidance in the administration of justice. The case had become a cause célèbre, and there was growing concern that an innocent man had been condemned. Wallace appealed to the Court of Criminal Appeal in London. The prospects for success were not good. Never before had the court overturned a conviction in a capital case on the grounds that the verdict was unreasonable or cannot be supported having regard to the evidence, the only grounds available to Wallace. But on May 18th and 19th, 1931, the court, led by Lord Chief Justice Hewart, heard the appeal. The exchanges between the judges and the prosecutor, Edward Hemmard, were devastating. Hemmard attempted to argue that the circumstantial evidence against Wallace formed a pattern that pointed irresistibly to his guilt. But the judges pressed him on the weaknesses in the case. Mr. Justice Branson pointed out that Hemmard was using the very conclusion he was trying to prove as evidence. I rather felt as you were putting your case that you were assuming it was he who made the call because of what happened afterwards, and then saying that he must be guilty because he put through the call. Lord Chief Justice Hewart added, in other words, you use as a step in your argument that which is only consolidated when your argument is complete. The court quashed the conviction. In its ruling, it established a new principle, that a conviction founded on mere suspicion cannot stand, and that the court will intervene when a verdict cannot be supported, having regard to the evidence. Wallace walked free, having spent weeks on death row awaiting execution. Aftermath, a mystery that endures. William Wallace returned to Liverpool a free man, but his ordeal was not over. He was shunned by many who still believed him guilty. He moved to the Wirral, seeking a quiet life. But his health, already fragile, continued to decline. He died in 1933, just 2 years after his wife's murder, from the kidney problems that had plagued him for years. The murder of Julia Wallace was never solved. Over the years, other suspects have emerged. One is Richard Gordon Perry, a young man who had worked with Wallace in the insurance business and who had a history of petty crime. Perry was seen near the Wallace home on the night of the murder. He had access to the phone box from which the Qualtrough call was made, and he had been questioned by police but never charged. Another theory points to the Johnstons, the neighbors who discovered the body with Wallace. They moved away shortly after the murder, and some have suggested that one of them may have been involved. But no evidence has ever been found to link any suspect to the crime, and the case remains open in the files of Merseyside Police legacy, the case that changed British law. The Wallace case is remembered for two reasons: its legal significance and its enduring mystery. As a legal precedent, R.V. Wallace established that the Court of Criminal Appeal would quash a conviction founded on mere suspicion, setting a new standard for the evaluation of circumstantial evidence. It was the first time a murder conviction had been overturned on these grounds, and it signaled a new willingness on the part of the appellate courts to scrutinize the sufficiency of evidence in criminal cases. But it is the mystery that has kept the case alive in the public imagination. The locked room murder has inspired countless armchair detectives, each with their own theory about what happened on that winter night in 1931. Crime writer Dorothy L. Sayers, who studied the case extensively, described it in 1936. The Wallace murder had no key move and ended, in fact, in stalemate. The case has inspired novels, including P.D. James's The Skull Beneath the Skin, and continues to be the subject of documentaries and true crime podcasts. Conclusion. The Leopold and Loeb trial and the Wallace case, though separated by 7 years in an ocean, share a common thread. Both force the legal system to confront the limits of its own procedures, the weight of circumstantial evidence, and the fallibility of juries. In Chicago, Clarence Darrow's plea for mercy saved 2 young men from the gallows, but it also raised troubling questions about responsibility, privilege, and the nature of evil. In Liverpool, William Wallace walked free because the appellate court recognized that suspicion is not proof and that a man's life should not hang on the threads of a circumstantial case. Both cases remind us that the criminal justice system is a human institution, imperfect and fallible, capable of both mercy and error, and both continue to resonate nearly a century later as landmarks in the history of the law. The Fatty Arbuckle scandal, the trial that destroyed Hollywood's first superstar. In the autumn of 1921, Roscoe "Fatty" Arbuckle was the highest-paid entertainer in Hollywood. A former vaudeville performer who had risen to fame alongside Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, Arbuckle was beloved by millions. A comedic genius whose physical humor and gentle screen persona had made him one of the most popular figures in American culture. His contract with Paramount Pictures was for $1 million a year, an astronomical sum that testified to his box office power. Within weeks of the Labor Day weekend party that would become the most infamous in Hollywood history, Arbuckle's career was destroyed, his films banned, his reputation in ruins. The three trials that followed, the first ending in a hung jury, the second in another hung jury, the third in a swift acquittal accompanied by a written apology from the jury, exposed the power of the nascent tabloid press, the moral panic that swept America in the aftermath of World War I, and the fragility of fame in an era when Hollywood was trying to transform itself from a den of sin into a respectable industry. The Fatty Arbuckle scandal was the first great Hollywood scandal, and it set a template that would be repeated countless times in the decades that followed. A celebrity accused, a public hungry for sensation, a career destroyed, and a system that learned to protect itself at the expense of the individuals who had made it great. The rise of Roscoe Arbuckle. Roscoe Conkling. Arbuckle was born in Smith Center, Kansas, on March 24, 1887. He weighed 13 pounds at birth, a harbinger of the physical presence that would define his career. He began performing as a child, singing and dancing in vaudeville, and by his late teens he had developed a comic persona built around his size, nearly 300 pounds, and his extraordinary agility. He was a man who could move like a dancer, who could fall without hurting himself, who could make audiences laugh simply by existing. In 1913, Arbuckle joined Mack Sennett's Keystone Studios, where he worked alongside Charlie Chaplin and Mabel Normand. He quickly became a star, developing a character that was sweet, innocent, and profoundly likable. A man whose physical comedy was never cruel, whose humor was rooted in warmth rather than mockery. He directed many of his own films, and he was one of the first Hollywood figures to recognize the talent of Buster Keaton, whom he mentored and promoted. By 1921, Arbuckle was at the height of his fame. His contract with Paramount was the largest in Hollywood history. His films were screened in theaters across the country. His face was known to millions. He lived in a mansion in San Francisco and maintained a suite at the St. Francis Hotel, where he frequently entertained friends and colleagues. He had been married for 13 years to Minta Durfee, a former actress who had appeared in many of his films. His life, by all accounts, was a success story without parallel in the entertainment industry. The Party, September 5, 1921. On Labor Day weekend 1921, Arbuckle drove to San Francisco to join friends for a party. He checked into the St. Francis Hotel, where he was given a suite on the 12th floor. On the afternoon of September 5th, he was visited by several friends and acquaintances, including a young actress named Virginia Rappe. Rappe, who was 25 years old, had appeared in a number of silent films and was known in Hollywood circles for her beauty and her bohemian lifestyle. What happened in room 1219 of the St. Francis Hotel has never been definitively established. The party was raucous, alcohol was consumed, though this was the era of prohibition, and at some point, Rappe became ill. She was found in the bathroom of Arbuckle's suite, suffering from severe abdominal pain. A doctor was called, but Rappe refused to be taken to a hospital. She was moved to another room, where she remained for several days before being taken to a hospital, where she died on September 9th. The cause of Rappe's death was peritonitis caused by a ruptured bladder. The question was how the rupture had occurred. In the days following Rappe's death, rumors began to circulate about what had happened in Arbuckle's suite. A woman named Maud Delmont, who had been at the party, told police that Arbuckle had raped Rappe, that his weight had caused her bladder to rupture, and that he was responsible for her death. Delmont's account was sensational, and it spread rapidly through the tabloid press. Arbuckle was arrested and charged with manslaughter. The charge was later upgraded to murder. The case became a national sensation, fueled by the newly powerful tabloid newspapers, which saw in the Arbuckle scandal an opportunity to sell papers. William Randolph Hearst newspapers, in particular, seized on the story, running headlines that portrayed Arbuckle as a depraved monster who had used his weight to crush a helpless young woman. The trials, a nation divided. The first trial of Roscoe Arbuckle began on November 14, 1921, in San Francisco. The prosecution's case was built largely on the testimony of Maud Delmont, a woman whose credibility was questionable from the start. Delmont had a criminal record. She had attempted to extort money from Arbuckle before Rapp's death, and her account of the events in room 1219 was contradicted by other witnesses. The defense, led by the legendary attorney Earl Rogers, argued that Rapp's death had been caused by a pre-existing condition, not by anything Arbuckle had done. The trial was a media circus. The courtroom was packed with reporters and spectators. The testimony was salacious. The public was riveted. After 3 weeks of testimony, the jury deliberated for 4 days before announcing that they could not reach a verdict. The vote was 10-2 for acquittal. The second trial began in January 1922. This time, the prosecution's case was even weaker. Delmont was not called as a witness, and the defense presented a parade of character witnesses who testified to Arbuckle's gentleness and decency. But the jury was deadlocked once again, with 10 jurors favoring acquittal. The third trial began in March 1922. The prosecution's case had collapsed. The judge, who had presided over the first 2 trials, instructed the jury that there was insufficient evidence to convict. The jury deliberated for less than 6 minutes before returning a verdict of not guilty. But the jurors went further. They wrote a formal statement expressing their belief that Arbuckle was not only not guilty, but had been the victim of a gross injustice. "Acquittal is not enough for Roscoe Arbuckle," they wrote. "We feel that a great injustice has been done him. There was not the slightest proof that he had committed any wrong." The aftermath: a career destroyed. The jury's verdict did not matter. Arbuckle's career had already been destroyed. In the weeks after his arrest, his films had been banned in theaters across the country. The Hayes Office, the newly formed organization created to police Hollywood's morals, had ordered that his films be withdrawn from circulation. Will Hayes, the former Postmaster General who had been hired to clean up Hollywood, announced that Arbuckle would never appear on screen again. The scandal had lasting consequences for the film industry. The Hayes Office, which had been created in response to a series of scandals involving Hollywood figures, used the Arbuckle case to consolidate its power. The Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America, the organization that Hayes headed, adopted a morality clause that allowed studios to cancel the contracts of actors whose personal conduct was deemed offensive. The clause, which would be invoked repeatedly in the decades that followed, gave the studios control over the private lives of their stars. Arbuckle attempted to return to work, but the ban on his films remained in place for nearly a decade. He directed films under a pseudonym, but his career never recovered. In 1933, he signed a contract with Warner Brothers to make a series of short comedies, and the early reviews were enthusiastic. Critics wrote that he had not lost his touch, that he was as funny as ever. But on June 29, 1933, the day after signing the contract, Arbuckle died of a heart attack. He was 46 years old. Legacy: the first Hollywood scandal. The Fatty Arbuckle scandal was the first great Hollywood scandal, and it established a pattern that would be repeated countless times in the decades that followed. A celebrity is accused, the press, hungry for sensation, seizes on the story. The public, fascinated by the fall of the famous, consumes every detail, and the star, whether guilty or innocent, is destroyed. In Arbuckle's case, the jury acquitted him, the judge declared him innocent, and the public convicted him anyway. The scandal also revealed the power of the new tabloid press. William Randolph Hearst newspapers had made the Arbuckle case a national obsession, printing sensational headlines that portrayed Arbuckle as a monster. The coverage was not journalism, it was propaganda, designed to sell papers and to advance Hearst's political and cultural agenda. When the third jury acquitted Arbuckle, Hearst papers buried the story on the inside pages, unwilling to admit that they had been wrong. In the years since Arbuckle's death, historians have revisited the case. Most now agree that he was innocent of the charges against him, that Virginia Rapp died of a ruptured bladder caused by a pre-existing condition, that Maud Delmont was a con artist who saw in the scandal an opportunity for profit, and that Arbuckle was the victim of a public that wanted a monster and found one in the most unlikely of places. But for Arbuckle, the historical verdict is too late. He died young, his career destroyed, his name forever linked to a crime he did not commit. The Leopold and Loeb trial. The perfect crime and the battle against the gallows. In the spring of 1924, the city of Chicago was confronted with a crime so shocking, so seemingly inexplicable, that it would come to be known as the first crime of the century. Two teenagers from the city's wealthiest families, Nathan Leopold Jr., 19, and Richard Loeb, 18, kidnapped and murdered 14-year-old Bobby Franks. Not out of passion, not for money, but for the sheer intellectual thrill of committing the perfect crime. The case that followed would become a landmark in American legal history, not because of any question about the defendant's guilt, they had confessed in detail, but because it forced the nation to confront questions about the nature of evil, the causes of crime, and the morality of capital punishment. Clarence Darrow, the legendary defense attorney who had made his career defending the poor and the downtrodden, took on the case as a battle against the death penalty, delivering a 12-hour closing argument that remains one of the most powerful and controversial speeches in the history of American law. The crime, a murder without motive. Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb were the embodiment of privilege. Leopold, the son of a wealthy German-Jewish immigrant family, was a prodigy. He had graduated from the University of Chicago at 18, spoke 15 languages, and was an accomplished ornithologist who had published academic articles on bird migration. Loeb, the son of the vice president of Sears, Roebuck and Company, had entered the University of Michigan at 14 and graduated at 17, planning to attend law school. Both were intelligent, wealthy, and seemingly destined for lives of achievement. But beneath the surface of their accomplishments lay a relationship of intellectual arrogance and moral emptiness. Leopold and Loeb had been lovers, though by 1924 their relationship had become more a partnership in crime than a romance. They had begun committing petty thefts, then progressed to arson. But these were mere rehearsals for what they saw as the ultimate intellectual challenge, the perfect murder. Leopold, who had immersed himself in Nietzsche's philosophy of the Übermensch, believed that he and Loeb were above ordinary morality, that they were, in his words, evil geniuses who had the right to commit crimes that ordinary men could not. Their plan was elaborate. They spent months preparing, purchasing a car, acquiring rope and chisels, and selecting a victim. On May 21, 1924, they drove through the streets of the Kenwood neighborhood, searching for a boy they could lure into their car. They chose Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old student at the Harvard School for Boys, whom Loeb knew from the neighborhood. They offered him a ride, and when he accepted, Leopold struck him repeatedly with a chisel. The boy died, either from the blows or from suffocation when a gag was forced into his mouth. Leopold and Loeb drove to a remote marshland near Hammond, Indiana, where they stripped the body, poured acid on the face and genitals to complicate identification, and stuffed the corpse into a drainage pipe. They then returned to Chicago, sent a ransom note to the Franks family demanding $10,000, and went about their lives as if nothing had happened. Leopold attended his ornithology classes. Loeb played cards with friends. When the body was discovered 3 days later, identified by a pair of eyeglasses left at the scene that traced back to Leopold, the two young men confessed within hours of being questioned. The trial, Darrow's strategy. The case against Leopold and Loeb was overwhelming. They had confessed, in the physical evidence, the eyeglasses, the car, the typewriter used to write the ransom note, was conclusive. The prosecution, led by State's Attorney Robert E. Crowe, sought the death penalty. Crowe, a politically ambitious prosecutor who had built his career on securing convictions, saw the case as a path to higher office. "I have a hanging case," he reportedly said, after securing the confessions. The defense faced an impossible task. Leopold and Loeb were guilty. There was no disputing that. But their families, who had retained the services of Clarence Darrow, were determined to save their sons from the gallows. Darrow, who had spent his career defending labor leaders and radicals, the poor and the outcast, agreed to take the case, a decision that many of his supporters viewed as a betrayal of his principles. Darrow saw it differently. He saw the case as an opportunity to mount a public argument against the death penalty, to put the morality of capital punishment itself on trial. Darrow's strategy was unorthodox and, to some observers, shocking. He waived the right to a jury trial, allowing the case to be heard by Judge John R. Caverly alone. This was a calculated risk. Darrow knew that a jury, inflamed by public outrage, would almost certainly impose the death penalty. He believed that a judge, trained in the law and less susceptible to emotional appeals, might be persuaded to show mercy. He then had Leopold and Loeb plead guilty, eliminating the need for a trial on the question of guilt and moving directly to the sentencing hearing. The sentencing hearing became the arena for Darrow's battle. Over several weeks, he called a parade of psychiatric experts to testify about the psychological condition of the two young men. The defense psychiatrists, many of them followers of Freud, testified that Leopold and Loeb were mentally ill, products of dysfunctional childhoods, sexual abuse by governesses, and a toxic combination of wealth and neglect. They described Leopold's obsession with Nietzsche and his belief in the Übermensch, and Loeb's fascination with detective stories and his desire to prove he could commit a perfect crime. The state's psychiatrists, by contrast, argued that the young men were sane, responsible for their actions, and deserving of death. The closing argument: Darrow's plea for mercy. On August 22, 1924, Clarence Darrow began his closing argument to Judge Caverly. He would speak for 12 hours over 3 days, delivering what many consider the most powerful speech of his career. His argument was not a legal brief, but a philosophical meditation on crime, punishment, and human responsibility. Darrow began by acknowledging the horror of the crime. "This is a case of murder," he told the judge. "It is a case, if there ever was one, where the death penalty should be inflicted if the death penalty is justified." But then he turned to the question at the heart of his argument. Why did Leopold and Loeb commit this crime? And if they committed it because of forces beyond their control, their heredity, their environment, their psychological makeup, then could they truly be held responsible? He invoked the determinist philosophy that had shaped his worldview. Is there any blame for anything that any human being does? Is there any reason why a human being should not be merciful? I do not believe that the people who sit in judgment on my clients are responsible for the conditions that made them. Yet if the people are not responsible for the acts of my clients, neither are my clients responsible. I know that of old, out of the ages, has come a rule that a man must be responsible for his acts. But is there a man in the world who is responsible for his acts? Darrow spent hours reviewing the psychiatric testimony, building a portrait of two young men whose lives had been warped by forces they could not control. He spoke of Leopold's mother, who died when he was young, and of Loeb's governess, who sexually abused him. He spoke of the pressures of wealth and expectation, the isolation of lives lived in privilege, the emptiness that comes from having everything and wanting nothing. He argued that the same society that was now demanding their execution had helped create them. We are all human creatures, and we are all products of our heredity and our environment. He also attacked the morality of capital punishment itself. "I am pleading for the future," he said. "I am pleading for a time when hatred and cruelty will not control the hearts of men, when we can learn by reason and judgment and understanding and faith that all life is worth saving, and that mercy is the highest attribute of man." He quoted from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and from A.E. Housman's A Shropshire Lad, seeking to move the judge not through logic, but through emotion. In his final words, Darrow appealed directly to Judge Caverly's humanity. "I am going to ask your honor to save these boys. I am going to ask your honor to give them a chance to make something of themselves. I am going to ask your honor to show mercy. I am going to ask your honor to be kind. I am going to ask your honor to be merciful. I am going to ask your honor to be human." The sentence: life in prison. On September 10, 1924, Judge Caverly delivered his decision. He acknowledged the singular atrocity of the crime, its deliberate planning, its callousness and cruelty. He noted that the defendants were not insane under the legal definition of insanity, and yet he declined to impose the death penalty. The judge gave 2 reasons for his decision. First, the age of the defendants. The court believes it is within his province to decline to impose the sentence of death on persons who are not of full age. Leopold was 19, Loeb was 18. Second, he noted that life imprisonment might well be the harsher punishment. Life imprisonment, at the moment, strikes the public imagination as forcibly as would death by hanging. But to the offenders, particularly of the type they are, the prolonged suffering of years of confinement may well be the severest form of retribution and expiation. The sentence was life imprisonment for murder, plus 99 years for kidnapping. Leopold and Loeb were sent to Stateville Penitentiary in Joliet, Illinois. In 1936, Richard Loeb was killed by a fellow inmate in a prison fight. Nathan Leopold served 33 years, becoming a model prisoner who taught classes and worked in the prison hospital. He was released on parole in 1958 and died in 1971. Legacy, a trial that changed American law. The Leopold and Loeb trial left a lasting imprint on American jurisprudence. It established the use of psychiatric testimony in sentencing hearings, opening the door for the consideration of mental health evidence in capital cases. It demonstrated the power of a skilled defense attorney to shape the outcome of a case through the force of argument and persuasion. And it contributed to a growing movement against the death penalty, a movement that would gain momentum over the decades that followed. But the case also left a troubling legacy. Critics argued that Darrow's determinist philosophy, that all behavior is determined by heredity and environment, absolved individuals of responsibility for their actions. They pointed out that Leopold and Loeb were not products of poverty or neglect. They were among the most privileged young men in America. If they could not be held responsible, then who could? Professor John H. Wigmore, a leading legal scholar, criticized the defense's use of psychiatric testimony as partisan and manipulative, arguing that the expert witnesses had become advocates for the defense rather than neutral scientists. The case also raised questions about class injustice. Leopold and Loeb's families could afford the best legal defense money could buy. Their wealth bought them not acquittal, but life. Their victim, Bobby Franks, a 14-year-old boy from a similarly wealthy family, did not receive justice in the form of the execution that many demanded. The case became a symbol of the ways in which wealth and privilege could shape the outcomes of the legal system, a lesson that would resonate in trials for generations to come. Conclusion: 2 trials, 2 legacies. The Fatty Arbuckle scandal and the Leopold and Loeb trial, though separated by 3 years and by the vast distance between Hollywood celebrity and Chicago wealth, share a common thread. Both forced the nation to confront uncomfortable truths about justice, privilege, and the power of the press. Arbuckle was destroyed by a tabloid press that had no interest in the truth. Leopold and Loeb were saved by a legal system that recognized the mitigating factors of youth and mental illness. In both cases, the victims, Virginia Ropp and Bobby Franks, were forgotten in the frenzy of coverage that surrounded the accused. Arbuckle's case reminds us of the fragility of fame and the power of the press to destroy lives. Leopold and Loeb's case reminds us of the complexities of justice and the capacity of the legal system to show mercy, even in the face of the most horrifying crimes. Both cases remain landmarks in American history, not because they were resolved, Arbuckle was acquitted, Leopold and Loeb were sentenced, but because they forced the nation to ask questions that have no easy answers. What is justice? Who deserves mercy? And what is the role of the press in a democratic society? A century later, those questions remain as pressing as ever. The Rattlesnake Murder Trial. When justice slithered off course. In the annals of American criminal jurisprudence, few cases have combined elements of such grotesque absurdity with genuine legal significance as the trial of Robert James, a barber from Orange County, California, who in 1936 devised a scheme so bizarre that it seemed lifted from the pages of a pulp detective magazine. James, seeking to murder his wife for her insurance money, attempted to kill her by having her bitten by rattlesnakes, a plan that went horribly awry when the snakes failed to do their work quickly enough, forcing him to finish the job by drowning her in a bathtub. But the true spectacle came not at the scene of the crime, but in the courtroom, where, in a moment of pandemonium that would be remembered for decades, one of the murder weapons, a live rattlesnake, escaped from its container and slithered among the spectators, sending judges, attorneys, and jurors scrambling for safety. The case, which became known as the Rattlesnake Murder, was a media sensation that exposed the dark heart of a seemingly ordinary man and provided a moment of levity in an otherwise grim proceeding. The crime, a barber's deadly scheme. Robert S. James was a barber in Santa Ana, California, a man who, by all outward appearances, led an unremarkable life. He had been married to his wife, Winnie Ruth James, for several years, and the couple lived in a modest home in the Orange County community. But beneath the surface of domestic normalcy, James was harboring a dark secret. He had taken out a life insurance policy on his wife and was determined to collect. James's plan was as elaborate as it was macabre. He had purchased 2 diamondback rattlesnakes from a local dealer, intending to use them as instruments of death. His scheme was to have the snakes bite his wife, allowing the venom to kill her in a manner that could be passed off as a tragic accident. The snakes, he believed, would provide the perfect murder weapon, lethal, untraceable, and capable of producing a death that would arouse little suspicion. But nature refused to cooperate with James's murderous design. When he introduced the snakes to his wife's presence, they failed to strike. Whether the reptiles sensed no threat, whether they were too sluggish from captivity, or whether some other factor intervened, the rattlesnakes simply would not perform as intended. James's elaborate plan was unraveling before his eyes. Frustrated and desperate, James resorted to a more direct method. When the snakes failed to kill his wife, he drowned her in the bathtub, then attempted to stage the scene to make it appear that she had died from snakebite. He placed the snakes near her body, hoping that investigators would conclude that she had been killed by their venom. But the forensic evidence told a different story. There were no puncture wounds consistent with snakebite, and the cause of death was clearly drowning. The investigation. A bizarre scheme uncovered. The investigation into Winnie Ruth James's death began as a routine inquiry into a suspicious incident, but as detectives probed deeper, they uncovered the extraordinary lengths to which Robert James had gone to conceal his crime. The discovery of the rattlesnakes, still alive, still refusing to cooperate, provided the first clue that this was no ordinary murder. James was arrested and charged with murder. The case quickly attracted national attention, not because of any particular prominence of the parties involved, but because of the sheer strangeness of the scheme. Newspapers across the country ran headlines about the barber who had tried to kill his wife with rattlesnakes, and the public followed the case with a mixture of horror and fascination. The prosecution's case was built on a combination of forensic evidence and James's own admissions. The autopsy had established that Winnie Ruth James had died from drowning, not from snake venom. There were no snake bite wounds on her body. The snakes, which had been captured and placed in a container, were presented as evidence of James's murderous intent. The insurance policy, taken out shortly before the murder, provided a clear motive. The trial, pandemonium in the courtroom. The trial of Robert James opened in Orange County in 1936, and from the outset, it was clear that this would be no ordinary proceeding. The courtroom was packed with spectators and reporters, all eager to witness the spectacle of a man who had attempted to use rattlesnakes as murder weapons. The prosecution had brought the snakes to court as evidence, securing them in a container that was placed on the counsel table. The trial proceeded in a relatively orderly fashion until the moment that would become legendary in the annals of American legal history. At some point during the proceedings, accounts vary as to exactly when, one of the snakes, described in contemporary reports as a large diamondback, managed to escape from its container. Whether the lid had been improperly secured, whether the snake had pushed its way out, or whether some other mishap had occurred, the result was instantaneous pandemonium. The snake slithered across the counsel table, its rattles buzzing, and then dropped to the floor, where it began to move among the spectators. The scene that followed was described by one reporter as pandemonium unconfined. Spectators screamed and scrambled for the exits. Attorneys dove under tables. The judge, according to some accounts, vaulted over the bench to escape. The bailiffs, armed with whatever implements they could find, attempted to capture the snake without success. The snake, seemingly unperturbed by the chaos it had unleashed, continued its journey through the courtroom. It slithered down the aisle between the rows of seats and eventually made its way toward the jury box, where the jurors, who had been listening to testimony about the very same creature, were now confronted with the reality of its presence. Several jurors reportedly climbed onto their chairs to escape. The snake was eventually captured, but the damage to the decorum of the court had been done. The judge, after order had been restored, ordered that the snakes be removed from the courtroom and that the proceedings continue. But the image of the rattlesnake escaping during a murder trial, a trial, moreover, about a murder committed with the assistance of rattlesnakes, was too good for the press to ignore. The story went out on the wires and was published in newspapers across the country, cementing the case's place in legal folklore. The verdict: justice served. Despite the chaos that had marked the proceedings, the trial concluded in an orderly fashion. The evidence against James was overwhelming. The prosecution had established that his wife had died from drowning, not from snakebite. The snakes, however uncooperative they had been in the commission of the crime, were evidence of James's intent. The insurance policy provided motive, and James's own statements to investigators had been inconsistent and incriminating. The jury deliberated and returned a verdict of guilty. Robert James was convicted of murder and sentenced to prison. The case, which had begun with a bizarre murder plot and had been marked by courtroom chaos, ended with a conventional verdict and a lengthy prison term. Legacy: a case for the ages. The rattlesnake murder trial has never been forgotten. It occupies a unique place in American legal history, a case that is remembered not for its legal significance, but for its sheer strangeness. The image of a rattlesnake escaping in a courtroom during a trial for a murder committed with rattlesnakes has become a touchstone of legal folklore, a story that is told and retold by lawyers and judges who appreciate the absurdity that can sometimes intrude on the solemnity of legal proceedings. But the case also had a darker legacy. Robert James's attempt to use snakes as murder weapons and his subsequent decision to drown his wife when the snakes failed to cooperate revealed a cold-bloodedness that was anything but absurd. Winnie Ruth James was a woman who had trusted her husband, who had no reason to suspect that the man she had married was plotting her death. Her murder, whatever the circumstances of its commission, was a tragedy that should not be forgotten in the retelling of the courtroom chaos that followed. The case also raised questions about the use of animals as instruments of death, questions that have become more pressing in the decades since. James's scheme was unusual, but it was not unique. There have been other cases in which killers have attempted to use animals to commit their crimes. The rattlesnake murder remains the most famous of these cases, a reminder of the lengths to which some individuals will go in pursuit of greed and the bizarre forms that human evil can take. The Sam Shepard case, the fugitive, and the carnival of justice. On the morning of July 4, 1954, Dr. Sam Shepard, a prominent osteopath in the Cleveland suburb of Bay Village, Ohio, awoke to a nightmare. His wife, Marilyn Shepard, was dead in their bedroom, beaten to death with a blunt instrument. Shepard himself was found in the basement of their home, suffering from a back injury and claiming that he had been knocked unconscious by a bushy-haired intruder. The case that followed would become one of the most sensational in American history, inspiring a television series and a film, and ultimately leading to a landmark Supreme Court decision that redefined the rights of criminal defendants. The Sam Shepard case was a study in the power of the press to shape public opinion, the dangers of a carnival atmosphere in the courtroom, and the capacity of the legal system to correct its own mistakes, even when those mistakes had led a man to death row. The crime: a murder in Bay Village. The Shepard family was the picture of American success. Sam Shepard was a 30-year-old osteopath who had taken over his father's practice and was building a reputation as a skilled surgeon. His wife Marilyn was a former beauty queen, and the couple lived in a comfortable home overlooking Lake Erie with their young son Chip. They were respected members of the Bay Village community, active in civic and church affairs. On the night of July 3, 1954, the Shepards entertained guests at their home. After the guests left, Sam and Marilyn went to bed. What happened next has never been definitively established. Sometime in the early morning hours of July 4th, Marilyn Shepard was beaten to death in her bed. She suffered approximately 35 blows to the head, delivered with such force that her skull was fractured in multiple places. Sam Shepard was found in the basement of the home, conscious but disoriented, complaining of a back injury. He told police that he had been awakened by his wife's cries, that he had gone upstairs to investigate, and that he had been knocked unconscious by a bushy-haired man. When he regained consciousness, he said, he found his wife dead and pursued the intruder to the beach, where he was again knocked unconscious. The crime scene was chaotic. The police, who arrived shortly after Shepard's neighbor called them, found the house in disarray. The bedroom was covered in blood. A blood-stained hammer was found on the property, though it was never definitively linked to the crime. The police did not secure the scene properly, and potential evidence was lost. The investigation from the outset was flawed. The media frenzy, a trial by newspaper. The murder of Marilyn Shepard captured the attention of the nation. The Cleveland Press, led by the Cleveland Press and its editor, Louis Seltzer, seized on the story and began a campaign to convict Sam Shepard before he had even been charged. The headlines were sensational. Get the story, get the facts, and get the killer. The papers printed rumors as fact, speculated about Shepard's extramarital affairs, and portrayed him as a cold-blooded killer. The coverage was unprecedented in its intensity. The Cleveland Press published Shepard's address, his phone number, and photographs of his home. It ran editorials demanding his arrest. It printed stories about his guilty behavior, his lack of emotion, his strange demeanor. The message was clear. Sam Shepard was guilty, and the public should demand justice. The police, under pressure from the press and the public, focused their investigation on Shepard. Despite the lack of physical evidence linking him to the crime, despite the absence of a motive, despite the fact that he had a history of protecting his wife from an intruder earlier that year, the authorities concluded that Shepard had killed his wife. He was arrested and charged with murder. The case was transferred to Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, where Judge Edward Blythen presided. Judge Blythen, who had been elected to the bench with the support of the Cleveland Press, did nothing to ensure a fair trial. He allowed the press to set up a table in the courtroom. He refused to sequester the jury despite the barrage of prejudicial publicity. And in a statement that would later be cited by the Supreme Court, he told reporters, "Well, he's just as guilty as hell. There's no question about it." The trial, a carnival atmosphere. The trial of Sam Shepard began on October 18, 1954. The courtroom was packed with reporters, photographers, and spectators. The proceedings were broadcast live on radio, and photographers jostled for position to capture images of the defendant. The atmosphere, as the Supreme Court would later describe it, was a carnival. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence and innuendo. They presented testimony about Shepard's alleged affairs, suggesting that he had a motive to kill his wife. They presented forensic evidence that was contested by defense experts. They painted a portrait of a man who was cold, calculating, and capable of murder. The defense presented Shepard's account of the bushy-haired intruder. They called witnesses who had seen a suspicious man in the neighborhood on the night of the murder. They presented evidence of a second blood type found at the crime scene, suggesting that someone else had been present. But the judge's rulings consistently favored the prosecution, and the defense's efforts to present a comprehensive case were thwarted. The trial lasted 9 weeks. On December 21, 1954, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Sam Shepard was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. The appeals, a long road to justice. Shepard's legal team, led by the legendary attorney F. Lee Bailey, began a long campaign to overturn the conviction. They argued that the trial had been poisoned by pretrial publicity, that the judge had been biased, and that the prosecution had withheld evidence. The Ohio courts rejected these arguments, but the case was far from over. In 1963, Shepard's attorneys filed a habeas corpus petition in federal court, arguing that his constitutional rights had been violated. The case eventually reached the United States Supreme Court, which agreed to hear it. On June 6, 1966, the court issued its decision in Shepard versus Maxwell, a landmark ruling that would reshape the relationship between the press and the courts. The court's opinion, written by Justice Tom C. Clark, was scathing. It described the carnival atmosphere of the trial, the massive, pervasive, and prejudicial publicity that had surrounded the case, and the trial judge's failure to protect Shepard from the inherently prejudicial publicity which saturated the community. The court held that Shepard had been denied his right to a fair trial under the 14th Amendment, and it ordered that he be released from custody unless retried within a reasonable time. The decision was a watershed moment in American criminal law. It established that judges have an affirmative duty to protect defendants from prejudicial publicity, that juries must be sequestered when necessary, and that the right to a fair trial cannot be sacrificed to the demands of a free press. The ruling would be cited in countless cases in the decades that followed, and it remains a cornerstone of criminal procedure. The retrial, acquittal at last. Shepard was released from prison on November 16, 1966, after 12 years behind bars. His retrial began on October 24, 1966, in Cuyahoga County Common Pleas Court, this time before Judge Francis J. Talty. The proceedings were conducted with none of the circus atmosphere that had marked the first trial. The jury was sequestered, the press was kept at a distance, the judge maintained strict control over the proceedings. The prosecution's case was weaker than it had been 12 years earlier. Many witnesses had died or could not be located. The forensic evidence, which had been contested in the first trial, was even more dubious in light of new scientific developments. The defense presented Shepard's account of the intruder and raised questions about the investigation. On November 16, 1966, exactly 12 years after he had been sentenced to life in prison, Sam Shepard was acquitted. The jury deliberated for just over an hour before returning a verdict of not guilty. Shepard, who had maintained his innocence for 12 years, was finally free. Aftermath: The Fugitive and the Man. Sam Shepard's life after his acquittal was not the happy ending that many had hoped for. He had spent 12 years in prison, lost his career, his reputation, and his family. He attempted to revive his medical practice, but his health had been damaged by his years of incarceration. He became a professional wrestler briefly, a bizarre chapter in a life that had already taken so many strange turns. He died on April 6, 1970, at the age of 46, of liver failure. The Sam Shepard case had a lasting impact on American culture. It inspired the television series The Fugitive, which ran from 1963 to 1967 and was later adapted into a feature film. The series told the story of Dr. Richard Kimball, a physician wrongfully convicted of his wife's murder, who searches for the one-armed man he believes is the real killer. The parallels to the Shepard case were unmistakable, and the show's popularity kept the case in the public consciousness for years. The case also raised questions that have never been fully answered. Who killed Marilyn Shepard? In the years since Shepard's death, there have been theories, including the possibility that his son Chip, who was 7 years old at the time of the murder, may have been involved, a theory that has been widely discredited. The most plausible suspect remains the bushy-haired intruder that Shepard described, but no one has ever been identified. Legacy: a landmark for the rights of the accused. The Sam Shepard case is remembered for two reasons: its role in establishing the rights of criminal defendants in the face of prejudicial publicity, and its place in American popular culture. The Supreme Court's decision in Shepard versus Maxwell is a landmark of constitutional law, cited in thousands of cases and studied by every law student who learns about the Sixth Amendment's guarantee of a fair trial. It stands as a reminder that the right to a fair trial is not a technicality, but a fundamental protection against the power of the state. The case also serves as a cautionary tale about the power of the press. The newspapers that demanded Shepard's conviction, that printed rumors as fact, that turned a murder investigation into a circus, did not care whether he was guilty or innocent. They cared about selling papers. In the end, Shepard was acquitted, but only after 12 years in prison. 12 years that he never got back. His case is a warning about what happens when justice is sacrificed to the demands of a free press, and a reminder that the Constitution's protections are meaningless if they are not enforced. Conclusion: 2 trials, 2 legacies. The Rattlesnake murder trial and the Sam Shepard case could not be more different. One is remembered for its absurdity, the image of a snake slithering through a courtroom during a murder trial. The other is remembered for its tragedy, a man who spent 12 years in prison for a crime he did not commit, a wife whose murder was never solved, a system that failed to protect the innocent. But both cases remind us that the courtroom is a human institution, subject to all the chaos, error, and absurdity that human institutions are heir to. The snakes that escaped in Robert James's trial were a literal intrusion of the irrational into the ordered world of the law. The carnival atmosphere of Sam Shepard's trial was a different kind of intrusion, the press with its demand for sensation, overwhelming the capacity of the court to do justice. In both cases, the system ultimately corrected itself. James was convicted, Shepard was acquitted, but the spectacle of the trials remains, a reminder that justice is not automatic, that it requires constant vigilance, and that the rights of the accused are only as strong as the institutions that protect them. The Jodi Arias trial: sex, lies, and murder in the age of social media. On June 4, 2008, Travis Alexander, a 30-year-old motivational speaker and aspiring author, was found dead in the shower of his Mesa, Arizona home. He had been shot in the face, stabbed 27 times, and his throat had been slit from ear to ear. The brutality of the crime was staggering, but the investigation that followed would reveal a story far more complex than a simple murder. The prime suspect was Alexander's ex-girlfriend, Jodi Arias, a 30-year-old waitress and aspiring photographer who had been obsessed with Alexander, stalked him after their breakup, and ultimately traveled nearly 1,000 miles to confront him in his home. The trial that followed, which began in January 2013, became a modern media sensation, broadcast live on cable television, and dissected in real time on social media. The case combined elements of sex, violence, religion, and psychological manipulation, and it introduced the American public to a defendant whose shifting stories, courtroom demeanor, and eventual conviction made her one of the most reviled figures of her generation. The Jodi Arias trial was the first great murder trial of the social media age, and it set a new standard for how the public consumes true crime. The victim and the accused. Travis Alexander was born in Riverside, California in 1977 and raised in a devout Mormon family. He moved to Mesa, Arizona in the early 2000s to work for Prepaid Legal Services, a multi-level marketing company, and quickly established himself as a rising star in the organization. He was charismatic, handsome, and driven, and he had ambitions to become a motivational speaker and author. He was also a practicing Mormon who had served a mission and who, by all accounts, was looking for a wife to settle down with. Jodi Arias was born in 1980 in Salinas, California. Her childhood was marked by instability. Her parents had a volatile marriage, and she was sexually abused as a child. She dropped out of high school and drifted through a series of jobs, eventually moving to Palm Springs, where she worked as a waitress and began pursuing a career in photography. She was intelligent, creative, and deeply insecure, and she had a pattern of becoming intensely attached to the men she dated. Arias and Alexander met at a prepaid legal services conference in Las Vegas in 2006. Alexander was immediately attracted to Arias, and they began a sexual relationship shortly thereafter. But there was a problem. Arias was not a Mormon, and Alexander's faith prohibited premarital sex. The relationship was a source of intense conflict for Alexander, who struggled to reconcile his physical desire for Arias with his religious beliefs. He encouraged her to convert, but she never did, and the relationship became increasingly volatile. Over the next 2 years, Arias and Alexander broke up and reconciled multiple times. Arias became obsessed with Alexander, tracking his movements, hacking into his social media accounts, and showing up unannounced at his home. Alexander, for his part, continued to see Arias even as he dated other women. The relationship was toxic, marked by jealousy, manipulation, and, according to Arias, physical abuse. By the spring of 2008, Alexander had decided to end things for good. He was planning to take another woman on a trip to Cancun, and he had told friends that he was afraid of what Arias might do. The murder, June 4, 2008. On the morning of June 4, 2008, Jodi Arias drove from her home in Yreka, California to Mesa, Arizona, a distance of nearly 1,000 miles. She had rented a car, and she had taken the license plates off her own vehicle to avoid being tracked. She arrived at Alexander's home in the early afternoon. Alexander, who had been expecting her, let her in. What happened over the next several hours would become the subject of intense legal debate. Arias' story changed multiple times over the course of the investigation. She initially told police that she had not been in Mesa at the time of the murder. When evidence, including cell phone records and a gas can she had purchased on the way, contradicted her story, she claimed that 2 masked intruders had broken into Alexander's home and killed him. Finally, after more than 2 years, she changed her story again, admitting that she had killed Alexander, but claiming it was in self-defense. According to Arias' final version of events, she and Alexander had spent the afternoon having sex and taking photographs, a fact that was confirmed by a camera found at the scene that contained explicit images of the couple taken just before the murder. Afterwards, she said, Alexander became angry, threw her to the ground, and attacked her. She claimed she had run to his closet to retrieve a gun, which she had brought with her, and that she had shot him when he charged at her. She then said she had stabbed him in a frenzy when he continued to attack her. The physical evidence told a different story. Alexander had been shot in the face with a .25 caliber pistol, but the gunshot wound was not immediately fatal. He had then been stabbed 27 times, including wounds to his back that suggested he was trying to flee. The final blow had been a slash across his throat so deep that he was nearly decapitated. The crime scene suggested a crime of rage, not of self-defense. The trial, a media sensation. The trial of Jodi Arias began on January 2, 2013, in Maricopa County Superior Court, before Judge Sherry Stevens. The prosecution was led by Juan Martinez, a seasoned prosecutor known for his aggressive style. The defense was led by Kirk Nurmi, a public defender who would later write a book about his experience representing Arias. The trial was broadcast live on HLN, and it quickly became a cultural phenomenon. The trial had all the elements of a media sensation. There was sex. The explicit photographs of Arias and Alexander taken on the day of the murder were introduced as evidence, and Arias testified in graphic detail about her sexual relationship with Alexander. There was violence. The photographs of Alexander's body, his throat slashed, his body covered in blood, were shown to the jury. There was a defendant who was simultaneously sympathetic and terrifying. Arias was attractive, articulate, and poised on the stand, but her shifting stories and her calm demeanor as she described the killing suggested a capacity for deception that unsettled observers. The most dramatic moments of the trial came when Arias took the stand. Over 18 days of testimony, she described her childhood, her relationship with Alexander, and the events of June 4, 2008. She claimed that Alexander had physically abused her, that he had forced her to perform sexual acts against her will, and that he had become violent on the day of the murder. Her testimony was riveting, but it was also contradictory. She had told the police one story, then another, then another. Her credibility was shattered, and the prosecution used her own words to undermine her self-defense claim. The trial also became a battleground for the media. HLN's coverage, led by Nancy Grace, was relentless. Social media platforms, particularly Twitter, became venues for real-time commentary on the proceedings. The public was divided. Some saw Arias as a victim of abuse who had finally snapped. Others saw her as a cold-blooded killer who had stalked and murdered a man who had tried to break free of her. The case became a flashpoint for debates about domestic violence, female sexuality, and the role of the media in criminal justice. The verdict and sentencing. On May 8, 2013, after more than 4 months of testimony and 15 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Arias was found guilty of first-degree murder. The verdict was not unanimous on the question of premeditation. One juror found Arias guilty of second-degree murder, but the others found her guilty of the more serious charge. The conviction carried a mandatory sentence of either life in prison or death. The penalty phase of the trial was almost as dramatic as the guilt phase. The prosecution sought the death penalty, arguing that the brutality of the crime warranted the ultimate punishment. The defense presented witnesses who testified about Arias's troubled childhood, her history of abuse, and her psychological problems. But the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict on the death penalty, and the judge ultimately sentenced Arias to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In a separate proceeding, the judge also sentenced Arias to an additional 25 years for the murder of Travis Alexander, to be served consecutively to her life sentence. Arias was transported to the Arizona State Prison Complex in Perryville, where she remains incarcerated. Legacy, the first trial of the social media age. The Jodi Arias trial was a watershed moment in the history of true crime. It was the first major murder trial to be consumed in real time on social media, and it set a template for the coverage of criminal trials that would be followed in the years to come. The case demonstrated the power of cable television to turn a trial into a form of entertainment, and it showed how social media could amplify the voices of millions of viewers who were following the case from their living rooms. The trial also raised questions about the role of the media in criminal justice. The coverage was often sensational, with talking heads dissecting every detail of Arias's testimony, her appearance, her demeanor. Critics argued that the coverage turned a serious proceeding into a circus, that it prejudiced the jury, and that it exploited the tragedy of Travis Alexander's death for ratings. Defenders of the coverage argued that it was a form of public accountability, that the public had a right to see how the justice system worked, and that the trial was a legitimate subject of public interest. The case also left a lasting imprint on the participants. Juan Martinez, the prosecutor, became a celebrity, appearing on television and writing a book about the case. Kirk Normey, the defense attorney, later sued Arias, claiming that she had made defamatory statements about him. The families of Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias have lived with the aftermath of the trial for more than a decade, and the case continues to be the subject of documentaries, podcasts, and books. The Jeffrey Dahmer trial, the Milwaukee cannibal. In the summer of 1991, the city of Milwaukee was confronted with a horror so profound, so deeply disturbing, that it seemed to defy comprehension. Jeffrey Dahmer, a 31-year-old chocolate factory worker who lived in a nondescript apartment on North 25th Street, was arrested on July 22nd after a potential victim escaped and led police to his home. What they found inside was a scene of almost unimaginable depravity. Human remains in the refrigerator, photographs of dismembered bodies, evidence of cannibalism, and a trail of 17 murders that had gone undetected for more than a decade. The trial that followed, which began in January 1992, became a global media sensation, shocking the world with its revelations of necrophilia, cannibalism, and the systematic destruction of human life. The evidence was so disturbing that Court TV, which broadcast the trial, imposed a 10-second delay to allow for the editing of the most graphic testimony. The Jeffrey Dahmer trial was not merely a prosecution for murder, it was an exploration of the darkest recesses of the human psyche, and it left an indelible mark on the American consciousness. The Killer, A Life of Darkness. Jeffrey Lionel Dahmer was born in Milwaukee on May 21, 1960, to Lionel and Joyce Dahmer. His childhood was unremarkable in its outward details, but there were signs of trouble from an early age. He was withdrawn, socially isolated, and showed an early interest in animal dissection that, in retrospect, suggested a troubling fascination with death. His parents' marriage was troubled, and they divorced when he was a teenager, a development that seemed to deepen his isolation. Dahmer's first murder occurred in 1978, when he was 18 years old. He picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks, brought him to his home, and killed him. He would not kill again for nearly a decade, but when he resumed, the pattern was established. He would pick up men, mostly men of color, from gay bars and shopping malls, bring them to his grandmother's home or later to his own apartment, drug them, and then kill them. He experimented with methods of preserving the bodies, keeping some remains in acid-filled vats, freezing others, and, eventually, consuming the flesh of some of his victims. Dahmer's killing spree escalated in the years 1990 and 1991. By the time of his arrest, he had murdered 17 men and boys, the youngest of whom was 14 years old. He had kept photographs of his victims in various stages of dismemberment. He had attempted to create zombies by drilling holes in the skulls of his victims and injecting acid into their brains. And he had engaged in acts of necrophilia and cannibalism that were so disturbing that even the experienced detectives who investigated the case were traumatized by what they found. The discovery, July 22, 1991. On the evening of July 22, 1991, Dahmer picked up a man named Tracy Edwards at a shopping mall. Edwards went to Dahmer's apartment, where Dahmer attempted to handcuff him. Edwards managed to escape and flagged down a police car. When the officers returned to the apartment with Dahmer, they found evidence of a crime scene that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Inside the apartment, the officers found photographs of dismembered bodies. In the refrigerator, they found a human head. In the freezer, they found human remains. In a vat of acid, they found more body parts. The apartment, which had been the site of 17 murders, was a charnel house. Dahmer, when confronted, did not resist. He was arrested and taken into custody. The investigation that followed was one of the largest in Milwaukee's history. The police had received complaints about Dahmer's behavior before. In 1988, he had been arrested for drugging and molesting a boy, but the investigation had not been pursued. The failure of the police to act on earlier warnings would become a focus of public outrage after the extent of Dahmer's crimes was revealed. The trial, a study in depravity. The trial of Jeffrey Dahmer began on January 30th, 1992, in Milwaukee County Circuit Court before Judge Lawrence Graham. The prosecution was led by Michael McCann, the district attorney of Milwaukee County. The defense was led by Gerald Boyle, a seasoned criminal defense attorney. The case was broadcast on Court TV, and the evidence was so disturbing that the network imposed a 10-second delay to allow for the editing of the most graphic testimony. Dahmer's defense was insanity. His attorneys argued that he was not responsible for his actions because he suffered from a mental disease that made it impossible for him to control his behavior. They presented psychiatric testimony that Dahmer was suffering from a severe personality disorder, that he had been obsessed with death and dismemberment since childhood, and that he was driven by compulsions that he could not resist. The prosecution countered that Dahmer knew what he was doing, that he had taken steps to avoid detection, and that he was legally sane. They pointed to the elaborate methods Dahmer had used to dispose of bodies, his efforts to evade the police, and his ability to function in society between his crimes as evidence that he was not insane under the legal definition. The trial was a parade of horrors. The jury was shown photographs of the victims, some in life, some in death. They heard testimony from the families of the victims, who described the pain of losing their sons. They heard from Tracy Edwards, the man who had escaped from Dahmer's apartment, who testified about the terror of being held captive. And they heard from Dahmer himself, who took the stand to describe his crimes in a flat, emotionless voice that was perhaps the most disturbing thing of all. The verdict and aftermath. On February 15, 1992, after less than 4 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. Guilty on all 15 counts of murder. 2 additional victims had been killed in Ohio and were not part of the Milwaukee trial. The insanity defense had failed. The jury concluded that Dahmer was legally sane at the time of the murders. At the sentencing hearing, the families of the victims were given the opportunity to address the court. One by one, they rose to describe their losses, their grief, their anger. Many directed their remarks at Dahmer, who sat impassively, showing no emotion. When it was his turn to speak, Dahmer expressed remorse for his crimes, telling the court, "I have always been a sick person. I knew I was sick, but I didn't know how sick. I am sorry for what I did. I know that is not enough, but it is the truth." Judge Graham sentenced Dahmer to 15 consecutive life sentences, the maximum punishment allowed under Wisconsin law. The judge told Dahmer that he was a menace to society and that he should never be released from prison. Dahmer was sent to the Columbia Correctional Institution in Portage, Wisconsin, where he served his sentence. On November 28, 1994, he was attacked by a fellow inmate, Christopher Scarver, and beaten to death. Scarver later said that he had killed Dahmer because of the nature of his crimes and because he had been offended by Dahmer's attempts to use food to create grotesque displays. Legacy, the trial that shocked the world. The Jeffrey Dahmer trial left an indelible mark on American culture. It was one of the first trials to be broadcast on Court TV, and it demonstrated the power of cable television to turn a criminal proceeding into a national event. The case also raised questions about the limits of the insanity defense and the capacity of the legal system to deal with defendants whose crimes are so horrific that they seem to defy rational explanation. The case also exposed failures in the criminal justice system. The police had received complaints about Dahmer's behavior years before his arrest, and there was evidence that they had dismissed the concerns of his neighbors and his victims because they were gay or because they were people of color. The case became a focus of debates about police accountability, about the treatment of marginalized communities, and about the failure of institutions to protect the vulnerable. In the years since his death, Dahmer has become a figure of morbid fascination. His story has been the subject of books, documentaries, and films, including the 2017 film My Friend Dahmer and the 2022 Netflix series Monster: The Jeffrey Dahmer Story. The attention has been controversial, with critics arguing that it exploits the suffering of his victims and their families. But the fascination persists, a testament to the enduring power of a case that forced the nation to confront the darkest possibilities of human nature. Conclusion: 2 trials, 2 media sensations. The trials of Jodi Arias and Jeffrey Dahmer, separated by 2 decades, were both media sensations that captivated the nation. Both featured defendants whose crimes were so shocking that they seemed to exist outside the normal boundaries of human behavior. Both raised questions about the nature of evil, the limits of the insanity defense, and the role of the media in the criminal justice system. But the trials were also profoundly different. Arias was a woman whose crime was driven by passion, obsession, and the failure of a toxic relationship. She was a figure who, for all her flaws, was recognizable as a human being. A woman who loved too deeply, who could not let go, who reacted with violence when she was rejected. Dahmer, by contrast, was a figure who seemed to exist outside the realm of human understanding. His crimes were so grotesque, so lacking in any comprehensible motive, that he became a symbol of pure evil, a monster who had walked among us, undetected, for years. Both trials left lasting legacies. The Arias trial demonstrated the power of social media to shape public perception of criminal proceedings. The Dahmer trial demonstrated the capacity of the media to transform a murderer into a cultural icon. Both cases remind us that the criminal justice system is not only a mechanism for determining guilt and innocence, but also a stage on which the dramas of human life are played out. Dramas that reveal not only the darkness of individual souls, but the anxieties and obsessions of the culture that watches them. The Dandridge Epis case: murder, deception, and frontier justice. In the years before the Civil War, the Commonwealth of Virginia witnessed a murder case so extraordinary in its details, so audacious in its deception, that it would be remembered for generations. Dandridge Epis, a man of respectable family connections, borrowed money from a friend named Adolphus Muir, then killed him to avoid repayment. He staged the murder as a hunting accident, buried the body, and then faked his own death to flee the jurisdiction. For months he evaded capture, traveling across the South and believing himself safe from the long arm of the law. But a distinctive watch, a watch that had belonged to Muir and that Epis had pawned in a moment of carelessness, would prove his undoing. The case of Dandridge Epis is a story of greed, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of justice across the vast distances of the antebellum South. The crime: a friendship betrayed. Dandridge Epis was a member of a prominent Virginia family, connected by blood and marriage to some of the most influential names in the state. But by the mid-1840s, he had fallen on hard times. His finances were in disarray, his prospects dim. In his desperation, he turned to a friend, Adolphus Muir, a man who trusted him and who was willing to lend him a considerable sum of money. The exact amount of the loan has not been preserved in the historical record, but it was substantial enough that Epis, unable to repay, began to contemplate a solution far darker than bankruptcy. He conceived a plan to murder Muir and to make the killing appear to be an accident. He invited Muir on a deer hunt, a common pastime among Virginia gentlemen, and the two men set out into the woods together. What happened next was premeditated and cold-blooded. Epis shot Muir, killing him instantly, then buried the body in a shallow grave, hoping that it would never be found. He returned home, composed himself, and began to weave a story of Muir's disappearance. When questions were asked, Epis expressed concern, suggested that Muir must have wandered off, perhaps been set upon by bandits. For a time, his story held. The flight, faking death to escape. Justice. But suspicion began to gather around Epis. Muir's family pressed for answers. Friends of the missing man began to ask questions that Epis could not answer. As the investigation closed in, Epis made a decision that revealed both his desperation and his audacity. He would fake his own death. He staged a scene suggesting that he had drowned while crossing a river, leaving behind enough evidence to convince those who wanted to believe that he was gone. His family mourned him. The investigation into Muir's disappearance, lacking a suspect, stalled. Epis, meanwhile, had fled Virginia, making his way southward, eventually crossing into Texas, which was then an independent republic on the edge of American settlement. In Texas, Epis believed he was safe. He assumed a new identity, settled into a new life, and allowed himself to believe that the crimes he had committed in Virginia were behind him. He had, he thought, outsmarted the law. The unraveling. A watch, a pawnbroker, a reckoning. But Epps had made a mistake. In his flight from Virginia, he had taken with him a watch that had belonged to Adolphus Muir, a distinctive timepiece that might have been recognized. Whether out of carelessness or necessity, Epps pawned the watch in a shop in Texas, trading a piece of evidence for whatever cash he could obtain. The watch was discovered by someone who recognized it. Word spread, inquiries were made, and soon the authorities in Texas were alerted to the presence of a man who matched the description of the fugitive Dandridge Epps. He was arrested, identified, and extradited back to Virginia to face justice. The watch became the centerpiece of the case against Epps. It was a piece of physical evidence that linked him directly to Muir, and it was a detail that the prosecution used to devastating effect. In the trial that followed, Epps was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The execution, justice at the end of a rope. On the day of his execution, Dandridge Epps met his end on the gallows. The man who had tried to escape justice by faking his own death, who had traveled hundreds of miles to evade capture, who had believed himself clever enough to outwit the law, was finally brought to account. The case was widely reported in the newspapers of the day, and it became a cautionary tale about the wages of sin and the reach of justice. The Jeter Phillips case, a Confederate soldier on trial. In the aftermath of the Civil War, Virginia was a state in turmoil. The social order had been upended, the economy was in ruins, and the legal system was struggling to reestablish itself in a time of Reconstruction. It was in this context that a former Confederate soldier named Jeter Phillips was charged with the murder of a woman whose body was found in Henrico County. The case that followed would test the capacity of the Virginia courts to deliver justice in a time of profound instability, and it would raise questions about the role of juries, the reliability of witnesses, and the limits of the law. The crime, a body in Henrico County. The details of the murder for which Jeter Phillips was charged have largely been lost to history. What is known is that the body of a woman was discovered in Henrico County, Virginia in 1867, and that Phillips, a former soldier in the Confederate Army, was identified as the prime suspect. The investigation was complicated by the chaos of the Reconstruction era, in which traditional authority structures had been disrupted and new legal procedures were being implemented. Phillips was arrested and brought to trial. The case against him was largely circumstantial, built on the testimony of witnesses who placed him near the scene of the crime and on forensic evidence that was, by modern standards, rudimentary. But in the atmosphere of the post-war South, where tensions between former Confederates and the new federal authorities were high, the case took on a significance that extended beyond the facts of the murder itself. The first trial, a hung jury. Phillips's first trial ended in a hung jury. The jurors, unable to agree on a verdict, were dismissed, and the case was continued. The outcome reflected the divisions within the community, where opinions about Phillips and about the legitimacy of the court that was trying him were deeply split. The hung jury was a setback for the prosecution, but it was not a defeat. The authorities were determined to retry Phillips, and they resolved to take extraordinary measures to ensure that the second trial would result in a conviction. They decided to bring in a jury from other cities, hoping that jurors who were not drawn from the local community would be less susceptible to the pressures and prejudices that had deadlocked the first trial. The second trial, a conviction. The second trial of Jeter Phillips was conducted with a jury selected from outside Henrico County. The prosecution presented its case again, and this time the jury was persuaded. Phillips was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The verdict was controversial. Supporters of Phillips argued that he had been the victim of a stacked jury, that the prosecution had used the extraordinary measure of importing jurors to secure a conviction that could not have been obtained locally. But the courts upheld the verdict, and Phillips was executed. The case of Jeter Phillips was a footnote in the larger history of Reconstruction, but it illustrated the challenges facing the legal system in the aftermath of the Civil War. The use of juries drawn from outside the county where a crime was committed would become a precedent for later cases in which local prejudice threatened to interfere with the administration of justice. The T.J. Cluverius case, a watch key in a reservoir. In 1885, the city of Richmond was shocked by the discovery of a woman's body floating in the reservoir that supplied the city with water. The victim was identified as Fannie Lillian Madison, a teacher from Bath County who had come to Richmond under circumstances that were not entirely clear. The investigation that followed would lead to a man named T.J. Cluverius, and the case would hinge on a piece of evidence as small as it was distinctive: a watch key found near the scene of the crime. The victim? Fannie Lillian Madison. Fannie Lillian Madison was a young woman from the western part of Virginia, a teacher who had come to Richmond seeking work or perhaps seeking something more. She was described by those who knew her as intelligent, ambitious, and eager to make her way in the world. Her death, when it came, was violent and senseless. Her body was found floating in the reservoir, and the coroner determined that she had been murdered. The investigation into Madison's death focused quickly on T.J. Cluverius, a man who had been seen with her in the days before her death. Cluverius was a man of some social standing, and his involvement in the case scandalized Richmond society. But the evidence against him was largely circumstantial, and the prosecution knew that they would need something more to secure a conviction. The evidence: a distinctive watch key. The break in the case came when investigators found a watch key near the scene where Madison's body had been discovered. The key was distinctive, and when it was shown to witnesses, they identified it as belonging to T.J. Cluverius. It was, the prosecution argued, proof that Cluverius had been at the scene of the crime, and that he had been there when Madison was killed. The watch key became the centerpiece of the case against Cluverius. The defense argued that the key could have been dropped at any time, that its presence near the reservoir did not prove that Cluverius had committed murder. But the jury was persuaded by the prosecution's argument, and Cluverius was convicted of murder and sentenced to death. The legacy: a case built on a small detail. The T.J. Cluverius case was a sensation in its time, reported in newspapers across Virginia and beyond. It was a case that turned on a small detail: a watch key, a piece of jewelry that most people would not have thought twice about. But for the investigators and prosecutors who built the case against Cluverius, it was the key to unlocking the mystery of Fannie Lillian Madison's death. Cluverius was executed for his crime, and the case faded from memory. But it remains a reminder of the power of physical evidence, even in an era before modern forensic science, to establish guilt and to bring a killer to justice. The Columbine Massacre, the day that changed America. On the morning of April 20th, 1999, two students at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, walked into their school and began shooting. By the time they turned their guns on themselves, 12 students and one teacher were dead, and more than 20 others were wounded. The Columbine Massacre was not the first school shooting in American history, but it was the first to be broadcast live on television, the first to be dissected in real time on the internet, and the first to become a cultural touchstone for a generation. In the years that followed, Columbine would become a symbol of everything that had gone wrong with American youth: the alienation, the violence, the access to guns, and it would usher in a new era of school security measures, zero-tolerance policies, and national debates about gun control and mental health. The killers: Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were seniors at Columbine High School, and by all outward appearances, they were ordinary teenagers. Harris was a student in the school's advanced placement program. Klebold was a member of the school's drama club. They had friends, they had interests, they had plans for the future. But beneath the surface, they were planning a massacre. Harris and Klebold had been planning the attack for more than a year. They had accumulated an arsenal of weapons, including a semi-automatic rifle, a carbine, and 2 shotguns, as well as dozens of explosives. They had documented their plans in journals and in videotapes, which they called the basement tapes. They had chosen April 20th, the anniversary of Adolf Hitler's birth, as the date for their attack, and they intended to kill as many people as possible before killing themselves. The attack: a day of terror. At 11:19 a.m. on April 20th, 1999, Harris and Klebold arrived at Columbine High School and began shooting. They walked through the hallways, firing at students and teachers, throwing pipe bombs and other explosives. The attack lasted less than an hour, but by the time it was over, 12 students and one teacher were dead, and more than 20 others were wounded. The massacre was broadcast live on television. News helicopters circled overhead, broadcasting images of students fleeing the school, of police officers running toward the building, of parents waiting in agony for word of their children. The images were seared into the national consciousness, and they would be replayed countless times in the days and weeks that followed. At 12:08 p.m., Harris and Klebold turned their guns on themselves. They died in the school library, surrounded by the bodies of their victims. The attack was over, but the trauma was just beginning. The aftermath, a nation in mourning. In the days after the massacre, the nation mourned. President Bill Clinton addressed the country, calling for action to prevent future shootings. The families of the victims held funerals, and the town of Littleton struggled to make sense of what had happened. The media descended on Columbine, and the story became a national obsession. The investigation into the massacre revealed the extent of Harris and Klebold's planning. They had been building bombs for months. They had been documenting their plans on videotape. They had been talking about their desire to kill for years, but no one had stopped them. The question that haunted the nation was, why? In the years that followed, dozens of theories were proposed. Some blamed the music of Marilyn Manson. Others blamed the video games that Harris and Klebold had played. Still others blamed the culture of bullying that they had experienced at Columbine. The killers themselves in the basement tapes spoke of their rage at the athletes and popular students who had mocked them, their desire for revenge, their determination to go out in a blaze of glory. The legacy, a new era of school security. The Columbine massacre changed the way that American schools approached security. Before Columbine, school shootings were rare, and schools were largely open environments, accessible to the public. After Columbine, schools began to install metal detectors, to lock their doors, to conduct lockdown drills. The term school shooter entered the lexicon, and a new industry of school security consultants emerged. The massacre also changed the way that police respond to active shooter situations. Before Columbine, the standard police response to a shooting was to secure the perimeter and wait for SWAT teams. After Columbine, police were trained to enter the building immediately and confront the shooter. The active shooter protocol, which is now standard in police departments across the country, was developed in response to the lessons of Columbine. In the years since Columbine, there have been dozens of school shootings in the United States, each one evoking the memory of the massacre that began it all. The names of the victims: Cassie Bernal, Stephen Kerno, Corey DePuter, Kelly Fleming, Matthew Kester, Daniel Mauser, Daniel Rorbo, Dave Sanders, Rachel Scott, Isaiah Schulz, John Tomlin, Lauren Townsend, Kyle Velasquez are remembered, but their deaths have not led to the kind of fundamental change that many had hoped for. The debate over gun control, over mental health, over the culture of violence continues, and Columbine remains a wound that has never fully healed. Conclusion: 3 trials and a massacre. The cases of Dandridge Epes, Jeter Phillips, T.J. Cluverius, and the Columbine massacre are separated by more than a century and by vast differences in circumstance. Epes was a gentleman who murdered a friend for money. Phillips was a Confederate soldier tried in the chaos of Reconstruction. Cluverius was a man convicted on the evidence of a watch key. Harris and Klebold were teenagers who turned their school into a battlefield. But all 4 cases remind us of the enduring capacity of violence to shape the course of American history. Epes's case was a sensation in its time, a cautionary tale about the wages of greed. Phillips's case tested the capacity of the Reconstruction courts to deliver justice. Cluverius's case demonstrated the power of physical evidence to establish guilt. And Columbine changed everything. It ushered in a new era of school security, a new awareness of the threat of mass violence, a new language for talking about the unthinkable. The legacy of that day in April 1999 is still being written, and the nation is still struggling to understand what happened in the halls of Columbine High School and why. The Lorena Bobbitt trial, the crime that changed the conversation on domestic violence. On the night of June 23, 1993, in Manassas, Virginia, a 24-year-old woman named Lorena Bobbitt did something that would make her name known around the world. After years of physical and emotional abuse at the hands of her husband, John Wayne Bobbitt, she went to the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and returned to the bedroom where he lay sleeping. She severed his penis with a single stroke, then drove away from the house, throwing the severed organ into a field. Hours later, she called 911, her voice trembling, telling the operator, "He always have an orgasm and he falls asleep. He always has an orgasm and he doesn't wait for me. He's selfish." The case that followed became a global media sensation, a trial that was at once tragic, absurd, and deeply significant. Lorena Bobbitt was tried for malicious wounding, and her defense was temporary insanity brought on by years of abuse. Her acquittal sparked a national conversation about domestic violence, spousal rape, and the legal system's treatment of women who fight back against their abusers. The marriage, a pattern of abuse. Lorena Leonor Gallo was born in Ecuador in 1969 and emigrated to the United States as a child. She was a quiet, shy young woman who dreamed of a better life. John Wayne Bobbitt was born in 1967 in Buffalo, New York, and grew up in a troubled household. The two met in 1989 at a Marine Corps base in Quantico, Virginia, where Lorena was working as a cashier and John was stationed. They married 6 weeks later, a whirlwind romance that would quickly sour. What followed was a marriage marked by violence and control. John Bobbitt was physically and emotionally abusive, subjecting his wife to beatings, forced sex, and constant degradation. Lorena later testified that her husband had raped her repeatedly throughout their marriage, sometimes while she slept, sometimes after beating her into submission. The police were called to their home multiple times, but the abuse continued. On one occasion, John was arrested for battery, but the charges were later dropped. The legal system, which might have intervened, failed to protect her. The marriage was also marked by infidelity. John Bobbitt, by his own admission, had extramarital affairs throughout the marriage, and he often flaunted them in front of his wife. On the night of June 23, 1993, John returned home after a night of drinking and demanded sex. Lorena complied, but afterward, as John slept, she lay awake thinking about the years of abuse she had endured. In her testimony, she described a moment of dissociation, a feeling that she was outside her body, watching herself go to the kitchen and retrieve the knife. "I felt like I was not a person," she later told the jury. "I felt like I was not a woman. I felt like I was not a human being. I felt like I was nothing." The crime and its aftermath, a media firestorm. What Lorena Bobbitt did that night was, by any measure, extreme. She severed her husband's penis with a knife, then left the house taking the severed organ with her. She drove for some time, eventually throwing the organ out the window of her car into a field. She later called 911 and confessed to what she had done. In the recording of that call, which would be played countless times on television, her voice is small and frightened, the voice of a woman who has been pushed beyond endurance. John Bobbitt, meanwhile, had awakened in a pool of blood. He managed to call 911 and police arrived at the house within minutes. They found him in shock, bleeding profusely, and transported him to a hospital. Miraculously, surgeons were able to reattach his penis in a 9.5-hour operation, restoring function. The search for the severed organ became a media event. Police officers, guided by Lorena's directions, combed a field in Manassas until they found it, packed in a plastic bag. The case exploded in the media. Headlines around the world screamed the details of the crime, and the tabloids had a field day with the story. Late-night comedians joked about the case, talk shows debated it, and the public was divided between those who saw Lorena as a victim who had finally snapped and those who saw her as a cold-blooded attacker. The case became a cultural touchstone, a subject of endless fascination and debate. It was, as one commentator observed, a case that combined the most intimate details of a marriage with the most public of spectacles. The trial, the defense of temporary insanity. Lorena Bobbitt's trial began on January 10, 1994, in Prince William County Circuit Court, before Judge James B. Huvane. The prosecution was led by Mary Grace O'Brien. The defense was led by Gregory Murphy. The case was broadcast live on Court TV, and the courtroom was packed with reporters and spectators from around the world. The proceedings were a study in contrasts, the graphic details of the crime set against the sober formality of the courtroom, the public's fascination with the case set against the private tragedy of a marriage destroyed. The prosecution argued that Lorena Bobbitt had acted with premeditation and malice, that her actions were the result of a troubled marriage but not of mental illness. They presented witnesses who testified that Lorena had threatened her husband before, that she had told friends she wanted to hurt him, and that she had acted out of anger and revenge. The prosecution sought to portray her as a woman driven by jealousy and rage, not by the psychological disintegration that the defense would later describe. The defense argued that Lorena Bobbitt was not guilty by reason of temporary insanity, that she had been so traumatized by years of abuse that she had experienced a dissociative episode at the moment of the attack. They called forensic psychiatrist Dr. Susan Feaster, who testified that Lorena had been suffering from a major depressive disorder with psychotic features at the time of the crime. She described the dissociative state that Lorena had experienced, a state in which she felt outside her body, unable to control her actions. Dr. Feaster testified that Lorena's mental state was the direct result of the years of physical and sexual abuse she had endured, and that at the moment of the attack, she was not capable of forming criminal intent. The most powerful moment of the trial came when Lorena Bobbitt took the stand in her own defense. She described the years of abuse she had endured, the beatings, the rapes, the degradation. She told the jury about the night of the attack, describing the dissociation that overtook her. "I don't remember getting the knife," she testified. "I don't remember cutting him. I just remember running out of the house. I remember driving. I don't remember where I was going. I just wanted to get away." Her testimony was raw, emotional, and devastating. For the first time, the public heard the story of the marriage from the woman who had lived through it. The verdict: not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. On January 21, 1994, after 7 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict: not guilty by reason of temporary insanity. The verdict was met with gasps in the courtroom. Lorena Bobbitt, who had been facing up to 20 years in prison, was ordered to undergo psychiatric evaluation and treatment. She was committed to the Central State Hospital for 45 days of observation, after which she was released. The verdict was controversial. Critics argued that the jury had been swayed by sympathy, that the temporary insanity defense was a convenient way to excuse a violent act. Supporters argued that the verdict was a recognition of the reality of domestic violence and its psychological toll, that Lorena Bobbitt had been driven to madness by years of abuse that the legal system had failed to address. The case became a touchstone in the ongoing debate about how the law should treat women who fight back against their abusers. The trial sparked a national conversation about domestic violence and spousal rape. In the weeks and months after the verdict, domestic violence shelters reported an increase in calls. Women who had suffered in silence began to speak out, and the legal system began to take the issue of spousal abuse more seriously. The case also led to changes in Virginia law, including the expansion of the definition of domestic violence and the creation of new protections for victims. It was a case that, for all its sensationalism, had real consequences for the way the nation understood the dynamics of abusive relationships. Aftermath: 2 lives, 2 paths. In the years after the trial, the lives of Lorena and John Bobbitt took very different paths. John Bobbitt became a minor celebrity, appearing in adult films, publishing a book, and making appearances on talk shows. He was later charged with battery for an incident involving a woman in Las Vegas and served several years in prison. He died in 2019 at the age of 52, a man whose name would forever be associated with the crime that had made him famous. Lorena Bobbitt retreated from the public eye. She changed her name, remarried, and worked for a time as a manicurist. In 2009, she founded the Lorena Gallo Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting victims of domestic violence. In recent years, she has spoken publicly about her experience. In a 2019 documentary, Lorena brought her story to a new generation. In that documentary, she reflected on what had happened. "I was a victim of domestic violence. I was a victim of sexual assault. I was a victim of the legal system, and I was a victim of the media." Legacy: a trial that changed the conversation. The Lorena Bobbitt trial is remembered as one of the most sensational trials of the 1990s, but its legacy extends far beyond the tabloid headlines. It was a trial that forced the nation to confront the reality of domestic violence, to listen to the voices of women who had suffered in silence, and to consider the psychological toll of abuse. It was a trial that asked difficult questions about the limits of self-defense, the nature of insanity, and the role of the legal system in protecting victims of domestic violence. In the decades since the trial, the conversation about domestic violence has changed. The term spousal rape is now recognized. Police departments have developed protocols for responding to domestic violence calls, and victims have more resources and protections than they did in 1993. The case of Lorena Bobbitt was not the cause of these changes, but it was a catalyst, a moment when the nation was forced to look at the reality of abuse and to ask what it could do to prevent it. Lorena Bobbitt's story is a reminder that behind every sensational headline is a human being, a woman who was abused, who suffered, who reached a breaking point. Her acquittal was not an endorsement of what she did, but a recognition of why she did it. And in that recognition, there is a lesson about justice, about mercy, and about the capacity of the law to see beyond the act to the person who committed it. The Momtrasna murders, 1882, and the Lindbergh kidnapping trial, 1935. The Momtrasna murders and the Lindbergh kidnapping trial, separated by more than 50 years in an ocean, share a common theme. Both represent profound miscarriages of justice that expose deep flaws in the legal systems that adjudicated them. One was a case of deliberate injustice, in which innocent men were hanged because they spoke a language their accusers could not understand. The other was a case of justice compromised by media frenzy, in which a man was convicted in an atmosphere so poisoned by publicity that his guilt remains a subject of debate nearly a century later. Together they stand as warnings about the fragility of justice when it is compromised by prejudice, media pressure, or the failure of the legal system to protect the rights of the accused. The Momtrasna murders, a miscarriage of justice in the west of Ireland. On the night of August 17, 1882, in the remote and impoverished hills of Connemara, 5 members of the Joyce family were brutally murdered in their isolated cottage on the border between County Mayo and County Galway. John Joyce, his mother Margaret, his wife Bridget, his daughter Margaret, and his son Michael, who died the following day, were killed with a mattock, a farming tool that was used to bludgeon them as they slept. Only 2 family members survived, 9-year-old Patsy Joyce, who was badly wounded, and his older brother Merton, who had been working for a neighboring family on the night of the attack. The murders occurred at a moment of intense political sensitivity. Just 3 months earlier, the newly appointed Chief Secretary for Ireland, Lord Frederick Cavendish, and his permanent Undersecretary Thomas Henry Burke had been stabbed to death in Dublin's Phoenix Park by members of the extremist Irish National Invincibles. The Phoenix Park murders had sent shock waves through the British establishment and created an atmosphere of fear and paranoia about Irish unrest. In this context, the massacre at Momtrasna was immediately assumed to be politically motivated, an act of agrarian terrorism connected to the land war then raging across rural Ireland. This assumption would have catastrophic consequences for the innocent men swept up in the investigation. The Royal Irish Constabulary moved swiftly. Within days, 10 men from the surrounding area were arrested. All were local farmers or laborers, mostly related to one another and to the victims. Among the accused were 3 brothers from the townland of Cappanacreha, Paudine Joyce, Martin Joyce, and Miles Joyce, known in Irish as Malra Soig. Miles, a father of 5 children with a 6th on the way, was a first cousin of the murdered John Joyce. The Crown's case was built on the testimony of 3 local men who claimed to have witnessed the murders, witnesses who were themselves closely related to the victims and to many of the accused, and who had been engaged in bitter personal conflicts with those they now identified as murderers. 2 of the accused turned Queen's evidence, testifying against their neighbors in exchange for having their own charges dropped. The trial opened in Dublin on November 1, 1882. It was conducted entirely in English. The defendants were all native Irish speakers. Most had little or no English. Miles Joyce, along with several of the other accused, understood no English at all. The court provided an interpreter, but he was an officer of the Royal Irish Constabulary, hardly a neutral party. The solicitor appointed to represent the accused was an English-speaking lawyer from Trinity College, Dublin, who could not communicate with his clients except through the same police interpreter. The judge and jury understood no Irish. What little Irish language testimony was presented was frequently mistranslated or deliberately suppressed. 8 of the 10 accused were convicted. The jury deliberations were often a matter of minutes. Miles Joyce, upon hearing his sentence, reacted in what the Daily Express called the strange, unusual, but sonorous sounds of the Mountain Gaelic. According to the trial transcript, he repeated again and again, Níl mé siontach, "I am not guilty." No one in the courtroom understood him. 3 men were condemned to death: Miles Joyce, Patrick Joyce, and Patrick Casey. On December 15, 1882, they were hanged in the yard of Galway Jail by William Marwood, the official public executioner for Britain and Ireland. Miles Joyce protested his innocence to the very end. As he stood with the noose around his neck, he declared, "Feicfid me yosa kriostarbal, krokad isen sine gorshom maith." "I will see Jesus Christ in a little while." He too was unjustly hanged. Marwood, who understood not a word of Irish, later recalled the execution with callous indifference. "I couldn't understand a word of his lingo." The miscarriage of justice did not go unnoticed. In August 1884, Thomas Casey, the man who had turned Queen's evidence, publicly confessed that he had sworn falsely at the Dublin trials. Subsequent investigations uncovered evidence that 3 alleged eyewitnesses had been paid a total of £1,250 by the authorities, effectively a bribe for false testimony. The case was twice debated in the House of Commons, but the British government refused to grant a public inquiry. For more than a century, the case of Miles Joyce remained a stain on the legal history of Ireland. On April 4, 2018, on the advice of the Irish government, President Michael D. Higgins issued a posthumous pardon to Miles Joyce, the first presidential pardon ever granted relating to an event that predated the foundation of the Irish state in 1922. The Lindbergh kidnapping trial, the crime of the century. On the evening of March 1, 1932, Charles Lindbergh Jr., the 20-month-old son of the famous aviator Charles Lindbergh and his wife Anne Morrow Lindbergh, was taken from his crib in the family's home in Hopewell, New Jersey. A ransom note demanding $50,000 was left on the windowsill. The kidnapping of the Lindbergh baby was immediately dubbed the crime of the century, and it would consume the nation's attention for more than 3 years. When the child's body was discovered in May 1932, less than 5 miles from the Lindbergh home, the case became a murder investigation, and a trial that would be remembered as one of the most sensational in American history. The investigation was marked by confusion and missteps. The ransom payment was made, but the kidnapper was not captured. A man named Bruno Richard Hauptmann, a German immigrant and carpenter living in the Bronx, was arrested in September 1934 after a gold certificate from the ransom money was traced to him. In his garage, police found more than $14,000 of the ransom money, and handwriting experts testified that he had written the ransom notes. Hauptmann maintained his innocence, claiming that the money had been left with him by a friend, but the evidence against him was substantial. The trial of Bruno Richard Hauptmann began on January 2, 1935, in Flemington, New Jersey. It was a media circus of unprecedented proportions. More than 700 reporters crowded into the small town. Radio broadcasts brought the proceedings to millions of listeners, and the public, hungry for resolution, followed every detail. The prosecution, led by Attorney General David Wilentz, presented a powerful case. The ransom money in Hauptmann's possession, the handwriting evidence, and testimony from witnesses who placed him in the area of the Lindbergh home on the night of the kidnapping. The defense, led by Edward Riley, was chaotic and ineffective. Riley was an alcoholic whose performance was widely criticized. He frequently clashed with the judge and made little effort to counter the prosecution's evidence. Hauptmann was convicted on February 13, 1935, and sentenced to death. He was executed in the electric chair on April 3, 1936. To this day, questions remain about whether Hauptmann acted alone or was even guilty at all. The evidence against him was circumstantial. The handwriting analysis has been questioned by modern experts, and there were inconsistencies in the testimony of key witnesses. The case exposed the power of the press to shape public opinion and the dangers of a trial conducted in an atmosphere of hysteria. It also led to significant changes in the law, including the passage of the Federal Kidnapping Act, the Lindbergh Law, which made kidnapping a federal offense. Conclusion: 2 legacies of injustice. The Mumtrasna murders in the Lindbergh kidnapping trial stand as 2 of the most significant miscarriages of justice in the history of the British Isles and the United States. In Mumtrasna, 3 innocent men were hanged because the legal system refused to accommodate their language, because witnesses were bribed, because the authorities were more interested in a conviction than in the truth. In New Jersey, a man was convicted in an atmosphere of media hysteria. his guilt assumed before his trial began, his defense incompetent, his fate sealed by a public that had already judged him. Both cases remind us that justice is not automatic, that it requires vigilance, and that the rights of the accused are only as strong as the institutions that protect them. In Mam Trasna, it took 136 years to acknowledge the injustice. In New Jersey, the debate over Hauptmann's guilt continues nearly a century after his execution. These are not merely historical curiosities. They are warnings about what happens when the legal system is compromised by prejudice, by media pressure, by the failure to protect the rights of the accused. They are reminders that the pursuit of justice must be constant and that the work of ensuring that no innocent person is convicted is never finished. Lizzie Borden, Fatty Arbuckle, and O.J. Simpson, 3 trials that defined American celebrity justice. Across the arc of American history, 3 trials stand as monuments to the intersection of celebrity, justice, and public fascination. The trial of Lizzie Borden in 1893, the trials of Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle in 1921 to 1922, and the trial of O.J. Simpson in 1995. Each case involved a famous or socially prominent defendant accused of a brutal murder. Each became a national sensation, dissected in newspapers, debated in parlors, and later analyzed in books and films, and each resulted in an acquittal that left the public divided and the question of guilt unresolved. Together, they trace the evolution of American celebrity justice from the Victorian era to the dawn of the 21st century, revealing the enduring power of fame to shape the outcome of criminal proceedings and the capacity of the public to remain divided over questions of guilt long after the legal system has rendered its verdict. Lizzie Borden, the spinster and the axe. On the morning of August 4th, 1892, in the mill town of Fall River, Massachusetts, Andrew Borden, a wealthy but notoriously frugal businessman, and his second wife, Abby Borden, were found brutally murdered in their home. Andrew was dispatched with a series of blows to his head while he napped on a sofa. Abby was struck repeatedly in an upstairs bedroom. The only other person in the house at the time was Andrew's younger daughter, Lizzie, a 32-year-old spinster who taught Sunday school and belonged to the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The investigation was botched from the start. Police arrived at the scene within minutes, but failed to secure the house properly. Neighbors, curiosity seekers, and newspaper reporters tramped through the crime scene, disturbing evidence. No attempt was made to examine Lizzie's hands or clothing for blood spatter. Nevertheless, suspicion quickly settled on her. Her behavior struck observers as peculiar. She gave contradictory testimony at the inquest, and she was seen burning a dress in the kitchen stove, claiming it had been stained with paint. The trial of Lizzie Borden opened on June 5, 1893, in New Bedford, Massachusetts. The courtroom was packed each day with spectators, mostly women, who arrived hours before the proceedings began to secure seats. The prosecution's case was circumstantial. They argued that no one else could have committed the murders, that Lizzie had the opportunity and the motive, and that her behavior before and after the killings was suspicious. The defense, led by former Governor George D. Robinson, countered that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. After a trial that lasted 2 weeks, the jury deliberated for just over an hour before returning a verdict of not guilty. The reaction in the courtroom was immediate and dramatic. As the Fall River Herald reported, as the words were spoken, the prisoner, who had been sitting with her hands clasped on the railing before her, fell forward in a faint. There was a scene of indescribable excitement. Women screamed, men cheered, and the crowd surged forward toward the prisoner. Lizzie Borden walked out of the courtroom a free woman, but she never escaped the shadow of suspicion. She lived in Fall River until her death in 1927, a figure of enduring fascination and speculation. The nursery rhyme that begins, "Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks," became a permanent part of American folklore. The question of whether she murdered her father and stepmother remains unresolved, a mystery that has never lost its hold on the American imagination. Fatty Arbuckle, the comedian destroyed. Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle was one of the biggest stars of the silent film era. A former vaudeville performer who had risen to fame alongside Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, Arbuckle was beloved by millions for his gentle humor and remarkable physical agility. His contract with Paramount Pictures was for $1 million a year, an astronomical sum that testified to his box office power. In September 1921, his career and his life would be destroyed. On Labor Day weekend, Arbuckle traveled to San Francisco, where he checked into the St. Francis Hotel. On the afternoon of September 5th, he was visited by friends and acquaintances, including a young actress named Virginia Rapp. What happened in room 1219 of the St. Francis Hotel has never been definitively established. Rapp became ill and died several days later. The cause of death was peritonitis caused by a ruptured bladder. A woman named Maud Delmont, who had been at the party, told police that Arbuckle had raped Rapp, that his weight had caused her bladder to rupture, and that he was responsible for her death. The case became a national sensation, fueled by the tabloid newspapers of William Randolph Hearst. Headlines portrayed Arbuckle as a depraved monster, and his films were banned across the country. Arbuckle was tried 3 times. The first 2 trials ended in hung juries. The third, in March 1922, resulted in a swift acquittal. The jury wrote a formal statement expressing their belief that Arbuckle was not only not guilty, but had been the victim of a gross injustice. "Acquittal is not enough for Roscoe Arbuckle," they wrote. "We feel that a great injustice has been done him. There was not the slightest proof that he had committed any wrong." The verdict did not matter. Arbuckle's career was destroyed. The Hayes office, the newly formed organization created to police Hollywood's morals, ordered that his films be withdrawn from circulation. Will Hayes announced that Arbuckle would never appear on screen again. The scandal led Hollywood to adopt a morality clause in contracts, giving studios control over the private lives of their stars. Arbuckle attempted to return to work, but the ban on his films remained in place for nearly a decade. In 1933, he signed a contract with Warner Brothers to make a series of short comedies. But on June 29, 1933, the day after signing the contract, he died of a heart attack. He was 46 years old. O.J. Simpson, the trial of the century. On the night of June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman were found stabbed to death outside her condominium in the Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. Within days, the investigation had focused on Nicole's ex-husband, O.J. Simpson, a Hall of Fame football player, broadcaster, and actor who was one of the most beloved figures in American popular culture. The case became a national obsession. Simpson's flight from police in a white Ford Bronco on June 17th was broadcast live to an estimated 95 million viewers. The trial that followed, which opened on January 24, 1995, was the most sensational in American history. The prosecution, led by Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, built a case on DNA evidence, a history of domestic violence, and a timeline that suggested Simpson had the opportunity to commit the murders. The defense, led by Johnny Cochran, mounted a relentless attack on the integrity of the evidence, arguing that the investigation had been tainted by racism. The linchpin of this argument was Detective Mark Furman, whose use of racial slurs was exposed in audio recordings. The trial was broadcast live on Court TV, and the nation watched as Simpson tried on the gloves found at the crime scene, a moment that gave rise to Cochran's famous refrain, "If it doesn't fit, you must acquit." On October 3, 1995, after 9 months of trial and just 3 hours of deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. An estimated 150 million people watched the verdict, the largest audience in American television history to that point. The reaction was starkly divided along racial lines. Polls showed that while most white Americans believed Simpson was guilty, most black Americans believed he was innocent. The division reflected deep and enduring differences in how black and white Americans viewed the criminal justice system. Simpson was later found liable for the wrongful deaths of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman in a civil trial. But the criminal acquittal stood. He died on April 10, 2024, at the age of 76. The enduring power of celebrity justice. The trials of Lizzie Borden, Fatty Arbuckle, and O.J. Simpson span more than a century of American history, but they share common themes. In each case, the defendant was a figure of social prominence. Borden, the daughter of a wealthy family, Arbuckle, a beloved movie star, Simpson, a sports hero turned cultural icon. In each case, the public was captivated by the details of the crime and the spectacle of the trial. And in each case, the verdict, not guilty, left the public divided and the question of guilt unresolved. These cases remind us that justice in the courtroom is not the same as justice in the court of public opinion. A jury may acquit, but the public may convict. Lizzie Borden lived the rest of her life under a cloud of suspicion. Fatty Arbuckle's career was destroyed despite his acquittal. O.J. Simpson was found liable in civil court and spent the rest of his life as a pariah. The verdicts, in other words, were not the end of the story. They were the beginning of a longer, more complicated process in which the public continues to weigh the evidence, to form its own judgments, and to render its own verdicts. Verdicts that, unlike those of the jury, are never final. The Webster-Parkman case, 1850, and the murder of Louisa Dunn, 1967. The Webster-Parkman case and the murder of Louisa Dunn, separated by more than a century, represent landmark moments in the use of forensic science to solve crimes. One was among the first famous American cases built on circumstantial evidence, establishing the use of dental identification in criminal proceedings. The other was the oldest cold case in British history to result in a conviction, solved 58 years after the crime using modern DNA technology. Together, they traced the evolution of forensic science from the mid-19th century to the 21st, revealing the growing power of scientific evidence to establish guilt and to bring killers to justice decades after their crimes. The Webster-Parkman case, forensic dentistry and the birth of reasonable doubt. On a frigid November afternoon in 1849, Dr. George Parkman, one of Boston's wealthiest citizens, left his Beacon Hill home expecting to return within hours. He was never seen alive again. The events that followed would grip the nation, produce one of the most significant legal opinions in American history, and establish forensic dentistry as a legitimate tool of criminal investigation. Dr. Parkman was a physician who had long since abandoned medical practice for the more profitable pursuits of real estate and moneylending. He was a familiar figure on the streets of Boston, known for his daily rounds collecting rents and his characteristic protruding chin. His disappearance was immediately noticed, and the city erupted into a frenzy of speculation. The investigation focused on John White Webster, a lecturer in chemistry at Harvard Medical College, who had borrowed heavily from Parkman and whose financial affairs were in a state of catastrophic decline. The relationship between Parkman and Webster had soured when Parkman discovered that Webster had pledged the same collateral to two different lenders. On November 23rd, Parkman was seen entering the medical college. He was never seen again. Ephraim Littlefield, the janitor of the college, became suspicious of Webster's behavior and began to search the building. On November 30th, he chiseled through a brick wall beneath Webster's laboratory privy and discovered human remains: a pelvis, a thigh, a lower leg. The search that followed uncovered additional remains in Webster's furnace, including fragments of mineral teeth that had been partially melted by the intense heat. The trial of John White Webster opened in March 1850 before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, presided over by Chief Justice Lemuel Shaw. The courtroom was packed with spectators. Correspondents from newspapers as far away as London, Paris, and Berlin filed daily reports. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence, but the most compelling evidence came from Dr. Nathan Cooley Keep, a Boston dentist who had made Parkman's false teeth years earlier. Dr. Keep identified the charred fragments as the teeth he had made for Parkman, recognizing them by their distinctive conformation. To confirm his identification, he retrieved the plaster mold from which Parkman's teeth had been crafted and fitted the fragments against it. The match was exact. The courtroom fell silent as Dr. Keep demonstrated his findings. The identification of the teeth was of vital importance, for if the prosecution could not prove that the remains were Parkman's, it could not prove his death. Without proof of death, it was impossible to prove that Webster had killed him. The jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning a verdict of guilty. Webster was hanged on August 30th, 1850. The case established crucial precedents regarding circumstantial evidence and the proof of corpus delicti, the body of the crime. Chief Justice Shaw's written opinion articulated the standard for reasonable doubt that is still given in every criminal trial in Massachusetts and has been adopted by courts across the nation. The case also established forensic dentistry as a legitimate field of expert testimony, a precedent that would prove crucial in countless later cases. The murder of Louisa Dunn. Justice after 58 years. On the morning of June 28, 1967, the neighbors of Louisa Dunn noticed something wrong. The 75-year-old widow, a familiar figure on Britannia Road in the Eastern District of Bristol, had failed to collect her daily newspaper from the front garden wall, a ritual so ingrained that its omission immediately signaled trouble. When neighbors entered her home, they found her lying dead in the front room. She had been raped and strangled, the bruising on her neck indicating that a scarf had been used to end her life. The investigation that followed was thorough by the standards of its time. Police conducted what was then an exhaustive forensic examination of the crime scene. They recovered semen from the blue skirt Dunn had been wearing at the time of the attack. They also found a partial palm print on the window through which the killer had entered. Over the following weeks and months, detectives took handprints from 19,000 men and boys in the Bristol area in an attempt to match the print. They found no match. The case went cold, and the evidence was sealed away. Ryland Headley, who lived just outside the area where the prints were collected, was never asked to provide his prints. 10 years later, in 1977, he committed 2 more rapes in Ipswich, targeting elderly women in their own homes. He was convicted and served a short prison sentence. His DNA was not collected until 2012, when he was arrested in connection with an unrelated matter. In 2023, Avon and Somerset Police's cold case review team reopened the Louisa Dunn case. Forensic analysts examined the semen that had been detected on Dunn's skirt in 1967. Using DNA technology that did not exist at the time of the murder, they obtained a full DNA profile of the attacker. When that profile was compared to samples taken from Ryland Headley following his 2012 arrest, the results were conclusive. Forensic analysis showed that the DNA recovered from the crime scene was 1 billion times more likely to belong to Headley than someone else. The palm print was also re-examined. 4 fingerprint experts concluded that it matched Headley's hand. In November 2024, police arrested Headley at his home in Ipswich. He was 92 years old. On July 1, 2025, he was convicted of the rape and murder of Louisa Dunn. The judge imposed a life sentence, telling the defendant, "You'll never be released and you will die in prison." It was the longest time between crime and conviction in British legal history. Conclusion: the evolution of forensic science. The Webster Parkman case and the murder of Louisa Dunn stand at opposite ends of the history of forensic science. In 1850, the identification of a murdered man's false teeth was a revolutionary development, a new kind of evidence that helped convict a Harvard professor of murder. In 2025, DNA analysis of evidence collected nearly 60 years earlier brought a 92-year-old man to justice for a crime he had committed when he was 34. Both cases demonstrate the power of forensic science to establish guilt, even in the absence of direct evidence. In the Webster case, the charred fragments of Dr. Parkman's teeth provided the link that connected the remains in the furnace to the man who had disappeared. In the Dunn case, a tiny sample of semen preserved on a skirt for more than half a century provided the DNA profile that identified her killer. Both cases also demonstrate the patience and persistence required to achieve justice. The Webster case was solved in a matter of weeks. The Dunn case took 58 years. Together, these cases trace the arc of forensic science from its infancy to its maturity. They remind us that the pursuit of justice is not limited by time, that evidence preserved and technology advanced can solve crimes that have gone cold for decades, and that the victims of crime, whether a wealthy Bostonian in 1849 or a widowed pensioner in 1967, deserve the full measure of justice that the law and science can provide. The Casey Anthony trial, the mother America loved to hate. On July 15, 2008, Cindy Anthony called 911 to report that her 2-year-old granddaughter, Kaylee Anthony, had been missing for 31 days. The call was placed after Cindy had confronted her daughter, Casey Anthony, who had been telling friends and family that Kaylee was with a nanny named Zenaida Gonzalez. The investigation that followed would reveal a labyrinth of lies, a party girl's secret life, and a little girl whose remains would not be found until December, hidden in a garbage bag in a wooded area near her home. The trial of Casey Anthony for the murder of her daughter became a media phenomenon, a case that captivated the nation and exposed the deepest anxieties about motherhood, morality, and the criminal justice system. When the jury returned a verdict of not guilty on the murder charges in July 2011, the public reaction was swift and furious. Casey Anthony became one of the most reviled figures in American history, a woman whose acquittal seemed to defy the evidence and whose name became synonymous with the failure of justice. The disappearance and the investigation. Kaylee Marie Anthony was born on August 9, 2005, to Casey Anthony and a father whose identity Casey never revealed. The family lived in Orlando, Florida, in a house owned by Casey's parents, George and Cindy Anthony. Casey, who was 22 at the time of Kaylee's disappearance, had a history of lying and a lifestyle that seemed incompatible with being a responsible mother. She spent her time with friends, frequented bars and clubs, and had told elaborate lies about her employment and her life. She claimed to work at Universal Studios, a fiction that would later unravel when detectives took her to the studio, and she was forced to admit she had not worked there for years. On June 16, 2008, Kaylee was last seen alive by her grandparents. Cindy Anthony later testified that she had seen Casey and Kaylee leave the house that day, and that she had not seen either of them for several weeks. Casey told a different story. She claimed that she had left Kaylee with a nanny, Zenaida Gonzalez, while she went to work. But when Cindy began to investigate, she discovered that there was no nanny, that Casey had not been employed for months, and that Kaylee was nowhere to be found. The 911 call that Cindy placed on July 15th was the beginning of a case that would grip the nation. Within days, Casey Anthony was arrested and charged with child neglect. As the investigation widened, the charges escalated. The discovery of human remains in a wooded area near the Anthony home in December 2008 led to the filing of first-degree murder charges. The remains were identified as Kaylee's through DNA analysis. A heart-shaped sticker, similar to stickers found in Casey's bedroom, was found on the duct tape that had been placed over Kaylee's mouth. The investigation revealed a portrait of Casey Anthony that was deeply troubling. She had not reported her daughter missing for 31 days. During that time, she had been seen partying with friends, dancing at clubs, getting a tattoo that read Bella Vita, beautiful life, and living a life that seemed unburdened by the absence of her child. She had told friends that Kaylee was with a nanny, that she was with her mother, that she was with a friend. The lies were elaborate, and they continued even after her arrest. When police first questioned her, she claimed that Kaylee had been kidnapped by the nanny, providing a detailed description of a woman who did not exist. The trial, a media circus. The trial of Casey Anthony began on May 24, 2011, in Orlando, Florida, before Judge Belvin Perry. The prosecution was led by Assistant State Attorneys Jeff Ashton and Linda Drain Burdick. The defense was led by Jose Baez, a relatively inexperienced attorney who would become famous for his role in the case. The trial was broadcast live on television, and it became an obsession for millions of Americans who followed every detail of the proceedings. The courtroom was packed each day with spectators, journalists, and the families of both the accused and the victim. The prosecution's case was built on circumstantial evidence. They argued that Casey Anthony had killed her daughter using chloroform, a substance that had been searched for on the family computer. They presented evidence of decomposition in the trunk of Casey's car, where a cadaver dog had alerted to the presence of human remains, and evidence of a smell that investigators described as the unmistakable odor of death. They argued that Casey's behavior after Kaylee's disappearance, the 31 days without reporting, the partying, the lies, was evidence of guilt. The prosecution also introduced the forensic evidence of the duct tape found on Kaylee's remains, which they argued had been placed there to suffocate the child. The defense, led by Baez, offered a different narrative. In his opening statement, Baez made a stunning revelation. He claimed that Kaylee had drowned accidentally in the family swimming pool on June 16, 2008, and that George Anthony, Casey's father, had helped cover up the death. The accusation, which George Anthony vehemently denied, was a calculated risk that shifted the focus of the trial away from Casey and toward the family dynamics that had shaped the case. The defense also argued that the forensic evidence was unreliable, that the odor in the car could have come from other sources, and that Casey's lies were the result of a dysfunctional family environment rather than evidence of murder. The most dramatic moment of the trial came when Casey Anthony took the stand in her own defense. Over several days of testimony, she described her relationship with her family, her daughter, and the events of the summer of 2008. She was composed, sometimes emotional, and she denied any involvement in Kaylee's death. She claimed that her father had been abusive, that he had molested her as a child, and that he had been the one who discovered Kaylee's body in the pool and insisted on covering it up. Her testimony was contradicted by much of the evidence, but it gave the jury a version of events that could explain the otherwise inexplicable. The verdict: not guilty. On July 5, 2011, after more than 2 months of testimony and less than 11 hours of deliberation, the jury returned its verdict. The courtroom was silent as the verdict was read. Not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of aggravated child abuse, not guilty of aggravated manslaughter. The jury found Casey Anthony guilty only of 4 misdemeanor counts of lying to law enforcement, for which she was sentenced to time served and released. The verdict stunned the nation. Outside the courthouse, crowds gathered, and there were audible gasps and cries of disbelief. In homes and offices across America, the reaction was swift and furious. Social media exploded with outrage. The verdict was denounced as a travesty of justice. Casey Anthony, who had been the subject of near universal suspicion, became one of the most hated figures in American history. The verdict was discussed on cable news for weeks. Commentators debated whether the jury had made a mistake, whether the prosecution had overreached, whether the public had been too quick to judge. The jurors, in interviews after the trial, explained their reasoning. They said that the prosecution had failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. There was no direct evidence linking Casey to Kaylee's death. The circumstantial evidence was open to interpretation. The defense had offered an alternative explanation for what had happened. The jurors believed that Casey was probably guilty, they said, but that was not enough. Under the law, they had to acquit. One juror later explained, "We didn't say she was innocent. We said there wasn't enough evidence to convict her. That's how the system works." Aftermath and legacy. Casey Anthony left the Orange County Jail on July 17, 2011, her face hidden from the cameras that had documented her every move for years. She retreated from public view, though she has since made occasional appearances, including a 2020 documentary in which she offered a new version of events, claiming that her father had been responsible for Kaylee's death, a claim that George Anthony has repeatedly denied. Her life since the trial has been marked by legal battles, bankruptcy filings, and a permanent place in the public eye as one of the most reviled women in American history. The Casey Anthony trial left a lasting imprint on American culture. It became a flashpoint for debates about the criminal justice system